All right. today is the day. Today is the day when we finally stop all of the procrastination. No more walking simulators, no more pipe laying, no more just walking around the base, exploring far out. Today we'll be spending most of the time, hopefully all of the time, inside of a base. First, finally, after 36 hours, trying to get the electric mining drill technology, which you used to get for free in Factorio 1.1, yet we are 36 and a half hours in and we still haven't got it. So just a quick recap for if you start watching, because I'm probably going to point people to start watching from this stream on, if they ever want to see the full story, because the first 36 hours were, let's put it lightly, a tad grindy, shall we say. So what did we do? Well, first off, we started the game like any other, putting down some burner miners on our meanwhile completely dwindled iron patch. And instead of building a base, we built a hand feeding assembly area where we made 10,000 red science packs to get the most important technology of the early game, the gun turret. That finally allowed us to start assaulting nests. Or rather not assaulting, but imprisoning, installing fresh air conditioning and sewage systems in the biters' home, making them want to stay inside their bases. As soon as one of these pipes breaks, the thing is broken, and biters will start spawning again. And that guy is ready, immediately gathering for a pollution-based attack, because it's in the thick of the cloud. Right here. No, not? I guess this is already pre-absorbed pollution at some time. Anyway, that is one thing we did. After that, that took 15 hours to neutralize the starting area. We had to neutralize the biter bases instead of killing them, because of this achievement, keeping your hands clean, which means, we find it, clean. Destroy your first enemy structure using artillery, with the emphasis on first. It has to be the first enemy structure you destroy. It has to be destroyed using artillery, which, as you might know, unlocks on Vulcanus with the metallurgic science pack. So we can basically not destroy a single biter base until we get to a different planet. And that takes a whopping 4 million blue signs and 7 million red and green signs. Roughly 100 million iron and 50 million copper. So the entire early game we spent first securing our perimeter, neutralizing the nearby bases so we can pollute, we can have sort of a pollution cloud without generating biter attacks. After that we started exploring outwards more, finding more and more resources, and eventually we explored everything, finding resources we can claim, and already yesterday we finished installing localized expansion deniers, trying to keep the new biter settlements away from our resources and away from the pathways home. So yeah, that kind of looks like this when you look on the expansion chances on the map. Everything is red here, which is good. That means it's very unlikely to be selected. And other areas of the map are still distinctly green. Not too many, but some areas are still green, so the biters will be directed in expanding elsewhere. And eventually what you see happening here is you see this blinking circle. It just stopped. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, now it's over here. So if this happens, we can actually we can see that happening. Let's go editor mode. We can zoom in on the land. It was somewhere over here. Pretty soon a biter group should be arriving from somewhere nearby. Could be any of these surrounding nests. See if we can spot something moving. Ah, they already arrived. Yeah, they already arrived. So now slowly these guys will turn into a new settlement. Looks like this is the chunk, but they settle a little bit of a distance away sometimes. Or, you know, I just should start progressing time. That could be the issue as well. Yeah, so these guys are now arriving at this specified chunk over here. And they will make a biter expansion here. Let's just speed up time. We can see it happen live on screen. So slowly these biters will turn into worms and nests and make a new biter expansion. And after it's done, we have a new biter base somewhere on the map. And that area is now red as well, whereas previously it was green. So the entire playthrough kind of hinges on these decoy green circles, which are eligible to be selected for expansion, but theoretically the biters should not be able to reach it, as it seems as they have to originate from an active biter base less than 8 chunks away from where they are going. And we neutralized all biter bases within 8 chunks from all of these green circles. So if this system breaks, then my plan fails and the playthrough will be over soon, as we'll be heading into behemoth biters and there's no way we can stop those guys. So yeah, we had to secure every resource on the map which we plan to use for the entire game. All the 100 million iron and 50 million copper we will be needing had to be secured before we even could start building a base. And that is how you end up with a playtime of over 36 hours while still having burner miners on your iron patch. So basically we didn't do anything else. The problem is, normally I would have liked to start building a base and then do all the stuff while the base is researching technologies. The problem with that is it generates so much pollution to research technologies at 1000 times the sign cost. It produces 1000 times the pollution. And even now, if you look the evolution factor without basically producing anything, and 36 hours of progress, it's still 40% is pollution. That means if we had built a base and researched like a couple technologies, we would have been far into big biters, which makes securing resources impossible with just yellow ammo, as the big biters and big worms simply are too formidable of a foe to be killed with yellow ammo. Problem is, these guys have 8 physical armor and the big worms have 10 physical armor. And our yellow ammo bullets do 5 physical damage, so that's like fractional points. They're basically unkillable. They cannot... Practically they are indestructible at this point in the game. Right, but all of that is behind us now. 36 hours of walking around the map, placing pipes and belts to deny expansions. If you look at what we built so far, like you see the normal things like iron chests, some assemblers, some power lines. But by far the most is 71,000 pipes, which have been placed all over the world, as well as 6,000 bells. Those have the same function basically. Basically disabling enemy expansion terrain, as well as already securing a way back to the base. And this, for instance, is a pipeline which we can later use to bring oil back to the base. So lots of functions on those pipes, including a radar, an expansion detector. If the biters need to cross, they will destroy it, and we will get a notification that biters are trying to actually get to one of these chunks, and hopefully that will give us the time to react. So far we haven't had to react to that, but tests have shown that there can be some anomalies which could cause the system to break. It is 100% reliable theoretically, but sometimes some weird stuff can happen, which like migrating biters from an active nest to an inactive nest, which then reattach to the inactive nest, and then from there they can stepstone into our base. That's some weird side cases. What we did yesterday is we also drew this line on the map, and this line basically is the line that is not covered with expansion chunks. We're going to try to build our base as much as possible inside this area to keep as many of these green chunks around, because I can actually display that from the map view now. If I place stuff in this chunk, let's go there. If I place stuff in these chunks, normally if you place stuff in a chunk like this one, all chunks in a 5x5 area will turn red. Like if I paste this here, you can see this area is now completely red, despite stuff only being in this chunk. I can deconstruct it again and it will be green again. But the trick is, it only updates the chunk and the 5x5 surrounding chunks if you place or delete an entity inside the chunk. So if I place stuff over here and over here in these chunks, that should be safe. Even though I'm placing a lot of stuff, these circles are still super green, the full value of 1. Problem is, if I now put a single pipe in this chunk, suddenly an update is caused, and now it does count all the stuff which is in here. If I now delete this again, you will see it is still 0.28. And in fact, if I delete this again, it also won't update. It only updates whenever you place or delete something in the chunk itself. So now I can place something and then delete it again, and then it will update again. So as long as I don't build anything in the surrounding chunks, I can use this land inside these borders to build my base without disturbing the force, without sacrificing these good expansion chunks for the biters. And we want to have as many of those green chunks in our base as possible, as that will slow down and hopefully eventually completely stop biter expansion from happening, because we're going to have to deal with literal thousands of biter expansion attempts, and the map is just not big enough to harness those, or to house those biters. So eventually, if this fails, they will. If I don't have these green chunks, they will settle on the red chunks. They will settle on my resources. So it is key to keep as many of these green chunks around as possible. Later we can expand the green chunks by placing landfill on the water, which can create more of these green chunks. But for the foreseeable future, this system should be good enough. You can already see the next chunk selected for expansion is again in my base, which is hopefully again an expansion that will not happen. Alright, so that's the plan for today. Now we're gonna build the base. Let me get a sip of coffee before getting started. The last procrastination, I need to find more ways. This playthrough has become all about not building a base. The day has come. It is D-Day. Yeah, I did an extra stream yesterday to get all of the remaining boring stuff out of the way. And now we can start on the other boring stuff, which is going to be building like 10 furnace stacks by hand. That kind of boring stuff. But hey, at least it's not walking around the map and laying pipes. We've been laying pipes for 36 hours now. Right. Let's go. Load. End of stream save. We just arrived back in our dark base, where the power has run out, everything is dark, the burners are idle, etc, etc. Yeah, so immediate plan. First of all, before we start building an actual base, I'm not gonna build a base powered by burner miners and belting all that stuff all over the place and automating coal to the burners and whatnot. We're just gonna do the same hand feeding frenzy trick like we did for gun turrets. We've got, let me just put a bit of coal in there so it stops blinking at us. We're basically just going to use this area to craft gears and 50 assemblers. These are 50 assemblers over here. And we will use those gears together with copper and hand feed those in this lab setup, which has 50 labs and 50 assemblers. And if we get 5 times a full stack of copper and a full stack of gears in here, that will unlock the electric miner. And at that point we can just delete the entire base and start over from a clean slate, which will also make these chunks green again. Make Norvies green again. That is the slogan of this playthrough. So we're going to delete everything and we're going to move actually, because I spent so much of my starting iron, 75k left. I spent so much of my starting iron that it's a little bit hiding behind this tree I see now. Funny. We have been draining this patch so much. I'm going to reset up my starter base here. We've got a good iron patch and a good copper patch here. Let's switch off the expansion chunks. We won't be needing those anymore. I already put some burner mines on there as well. But we're going to build our electric mining base from these two patches, which Suspiciously, looks like we've got almost an identical copy of our starter patches, just a little bit more to the right, with a better coal, a better iron, and a better copper. Only thing that's missing is the stone. We've got a couple patches around here. So, yeah. First quest is to hand feed our way to 25,000 science packs for electric mining. Need pipe emote. Well, don't worry. I plan, even in the electric base, we are going to reinstate the Hendrix hand feeding area. Because I think it will be a while before I build an actual mall, since... I don't know, we'll see how that goes. Haven't really thought about that just yet. Is this game fun? No. Yes. I mean, this specific game so far, fun is stretching it. We're doing one of the weirder challenges you can do in Factorio. Right. So, 36 hours of an idle factory sitting around here. Let's start it up again. First things first, we're going to specify our needs. Is this 10 chests? This is 10 chests. So we need 10 full chests of copper. That is not true. We need 10 times 2,500 copper for 25k. So we start out with 2k, and then we need the same amount of gears, which means 20 chests full of 2,500 iron. Let's put that stuff aside. Let's add a couple more chests here. So this is our attacking chests. We will leave those alone. Let's put that in there as well. Got some belts. Coal, pipes. Wood and stone. Alright. I already fired up the burner miners yesterday. Let's see if we can manage to get electric mining drill before big biters. I'm not sure of that. 75,000 resources, that's a lot of pollution. And that's going to drive the evolution factor by a lot. Let's just for fun look at the evolution factor. 58% this time, 42% is pollution. Let's see how fast that goes up once we start having an actual base. Yeah, this is one of the most addicting games out there, I would agree. Alright. Turn that one around, make it run out at the same time as the other one. Alright, so now we just gotta fill up chests of stuff. And make it into signs. Copper is full and the other iron furnaces are full as well. I think we can get started. Let's first pick up the copper. $5,000 copper. That's pretty good. We can directly insert that into the science area, I suppose, instead of first putting it into a chest. So then we just need 10,000 iron to turn into 5,000 gears, and we're already on the way. 75k signs from burner mines. No, it's 25k signs. But yeah, 75,000 resources. And we almost mined up our entire starter patch with burner miners here. Right, I made 80... I made 80 burner miners on iron over here. That should correspond to an entire inventory. Quite a bit of a walk. How much coal is still in here? 3. Okay, that's not a lot of coal. So in the next run we have to bring an inventory of coal with us. Alright. This is the kind of precision I like to build my bases with. There's a reason there's exactly 80 burner miners on that patch. $5 million copper and 13 million iron for quality modules. That is that right? I don't think that's right. It's 500k, which means it's 5 million resources in total. A red and green sign spec together is 7.5 iron, 2.5 copper, so 10 resources in total. So 500k signs is 5 million in total. 3.8 million iron and 1.2 million copper. We're gonna go modules anyway for efficiency module. And the rest of it is on the way to rocket silo. And maybe you calculated the entire path. Fair enough, I suppose. Alright, so that's the first 2 chests of copper. So we move this to over here. And we just put 2 chests of iron in there. We need another... Okay, we have the 5,000 iron to do the second batch of gears once this finishes. And then we can get started on science production and making progress towards electric mining drill. Once everything is underway, it's probably going to be the case that science progress is the limiting factor, so we can start like making some designs or whatever, but right now the priority is just getting science underway. Okay, the first 50 are done. Alright, I hope I did not mess that up. Right, and then we need to bring another 8,000 coal over to the right side. So... I was going to say, let's pick up the coal here. Looks like some of these are actually running out. Suppose we'll do this then. I think we can just get rid of this spawn point. We can pin the spaceship perhaps. But yeah, let's not do it for now. I kinda dislike all the inventory clutter. I do have the achievement pinned here. That's why I modded my mods as well to remove all of the buttons and just make it like hotkey operated. Alright, I am missing some gears. Alright, there they are. They were still missing in an assembler. Right, the moment has come. We are gonna start electric miner. Start res electric miner. It is 36 hours 45 minutes into the game. Probably the latest research of electric miner ever. Alright, I forgot we cannot reach the outer ones here. Alright, and that is 5,000 signs on the way. Only a couple more batches. And now it's just a matter of trying to keep our miners fed. Okay, so now this is going for a while. I have some time to refuel the other iron burner miners. I probably also need to refuel the boilers, to be honest. We've got another coal mine a little bit further to the right, behind our Johnnies. Patience is immense. It's not immense enough to avoid using the speed up mod. Whenever this number changes, or whenever I start running faster, the game just speeds up. So we can cut down a little bit on the walking time. Not the time in game, the entire game speeds up, so I don't have any advantage from it. That was home. Well, sucks to be me. The last one will not have enough now. I don't think I'm gonna fix that. Let's just take out what we can and head back home. I have a feeling the power will be out soon because I did not feed any additional coal to the boilers. Let's take what we can. It's not a lot. Actually, it is a lot. I can just do this. And carry more than I should be able to. This would not work in Rampant for sure. This really hinges a lot on how the biters behave in Vanilla Factorio, as this is Vanilla Factorio. So the strategies very much obviously have been designed around Vanilla Factorio, rather than how it works in Rampant. Alright, so now we have an inventory of iron and an inventory of coal in one time. Hey, thanks Wildcard. Wildcard2, thanks for the third month Prime subscription. I could never match your patience. Thanks. I guess. I'm not sure if this qualifies as patience or just like if this more falls under straight insanity. Yeah, power has run out. I need to definitely supply more coal to the boilers at any one time, now that we're using the labs and stuff. Alright, that should keep it going for a bit. We need to grab another batch of copper. Yep, patience has left the room a long time ago. Yeah, I kinda agree with with that. Thing is, when I started this, I thought it would be grindy, but not this grindy. I thought we would be building a base after like 15 hours or so, which is a long time, but it still would be barely manageable. But after re-evaluating the strategies, turns out no, we cannot. Alright, so once this chest reaches the end, that's enough of the... that is enough copper. We will overproduce a little bit of copper so that we can also build some base ingredients like inserters and whatnot. But first is the priority on science. I think I'm just gonna keep the handcrafted gears to make stuff like inserters and whatnot. Oh, they're still going. Alright, that's how it's looking. What is the projected time frame? 1 hour and 20 minutes to research electric miner at 300 signs a minute. We're having a 300 signs per minute setup. I think we're making resources a lot faster though, so maybe it's worthwhile to make another 50 laps. And we can do the last batch. Yeah, we can basically change this over to another 50 red signs assemblers once we have the amount of copper and gears required. And then we just have another 50 laps to process the last 10,000 signs we can do at like 600 signs a minute. Something like that. I think we can manage that. And then we can just cut off a quarter of the time at least. Evolution already 48.5%. We're already up like almost a full percent. Right, I need to bring over another 4k, another 40 stacks of coal to the right side. How do you enable the grid? Yeah, that's a mod. I cannot quite remember how it's called. I'll look in the... I can look right now. It's called grid lines. That kind of makes sense. That's a mod. You can also access the grid lines by pausing the game. There's an option to show tile grid when game is paused. So I could see the same information while just playing the game. Except this viewing experience is not really good if I constantly pause the game. For example, for exploration, I can exactly walk into a chunk like this to reveal an additional chunk. So instead of pausing the game over and over again, I'm just going to have the grid lines mod there. Make gears. Make something else, but then make more gears, but then don't make something else. So now I can cancel them in 2 batches, which keeps my inventory from overflowing. We'll grab the coal from down here as well. Yeah, I like I don't like the debug option because yeah, it doesn't show the chunk borders, it shows the entire tile grid. Which is indeed very obtrusive. This one you can configure a little bit. Also with how big the lines should be and how opaque they should be. They can be a bit more opaque. Alright. Copper's still going. It's almost full as well. I should not store too much coal in here, and I won't have any available to refeed the miners. Alright, cancel, put it in a chest, cancel, put it in some chests. Alright, here's our gears for the next batch. 40 copper and gears remaining. I suppose we can already feed half of that. So let's take this and make sure science keeps going. We're down to like 37 per assembler. And that is exactly my inventory empty again. Alright. Let's turn this into gears. Alright, it's going pretty fast. How many millions of signs are we gonna hand feed? This is the last. This is the last of it. It looks like copper needs a refill as well. There's still a bunch of copper in the furnaces though. This has run out of resources. Alright, so 3 more chests of copper and a little bit, and we will have enough copper to do everything. Yeah, so I'm just gonna focus on getting all the resources ready, and then we can transform this area into science crafters as well. And then we can start using the rest of the resources to already prepare for a real base. Like we can make the stuff for miners, for inserters, furnace stacks, etc. All the things you see in normal people's bases. I can have those too. I'm gonna grab this coal to refuel copper. I guess as another Akilo track. Really good for Akilo. I don't know, sometimes I guess it kind of depends on the mood. Did I not say I was gonna put coal in copper? I think I said that. How long until electric drill? I say less than an hour. We will have it in less than an hour. If we manage to keep science going and double up on the last bit. Alright. Let's rebuild that one up here. Actually, we don't need that much more copper at all. I think we can already almost start thinking about laying out some designs. Okay, so this is ready, this is ready, this is ready. Let's go pick up another batch of iron from the far east. On our Silk Route. Now, how much red green am I gonna start? I'm gonna start with probably 900 red signs a minute. And then hopefully match it up with 900 green signs a minute. That should require like 10 belts of iron and copper combined. I still have some copper in my coal in my inventory. How much coal is still in here? 14 and 10. Alright, so the next time we need to come back with more coal if we want to get another batch of stuff out of there. Sounds like a lot, yeah, it's 0.9 normal signs a minute. Say hello to the Johnnies. They actually might kill me at some point, if I am not careful. Miners will be researched approximately 1 hour from now is the prediction. I don't think we're gonna make it before big biters though. Evolution is literally skyrocketing at the moment. With all the burner miner production. We can look now, we can see that there's like 130, 140 points per second being added to the evolution counter. I think approximately 10 of those are attributed to time, and the other 130 currently are attributed to pollution. We can later see that once the base is deconstructed again, when we make the switch to electric miners. We should be able to tell the difference. Okay, maybe we can already start handcrafting some stuff. Like, I probably want another 50 assemblers, maybe 100. How many assemblers did I make in total? Looks like 50. Let's make 100 assemblers. It's 200. 100 assemblers. And we want another 50 labs for sure. That's gonna require 5,000 gears and 5,000 circuits, which I don't have. So we will need another batch of assemblers to make those eventually. And meanwhile, the iron patch keeps on dwindling down. Alright, so that's 80% of the science ingredients taken care of. How is science doing? 33, so let's go add another half. Maybe I can just put that on my bar for now. Alright, empty, that means everything is distributed correctly. More gears. Hey, we already have the belts for the labs though. Labs require belts to make. Yeah, it's not yet time to start designing. We first want to gather all the resources at a minimum. I think we might have enough copper now for the science part. Yeah, drills before logistics for sure. The main advantage of drills is, well, other than that we don't need to change our layout of the miners anymore. These make almost twice the pollution per ore mined than over twice the pollution. These make, I forgot the exact amount per ore. It's they're slightly over twice the pollution of mining drills, even after you take into account the power cost and the boiler pollution from mining drills. So that already just strongly tunes down the evolution factor progress by switching to a cleaner miner system. Alright, there's another batch of gears being made, so that is just 4 more chests of iron. We still need to fill this with copper. This is still okay. This is okay. Let's go pick up the distant iron once more. I don't know what Stormlight Archives is. Ah, no, you're speaking about Odium's name. I just read one message. Right, looks like these have run out. I think we need to fire those up once more. Alright, another full inventory. We'll pick up the coal. If I pick up the coal... dang it. Okay, we will spill some inventory on the floor, maybe. The Go Johnny's at 2 times speed. If I just stay out of range, it's not so difficult. Yeah, it's gonna be much better than the previous streams, I would agree. It's gonna be a different type of grind to get through the science, but... I mean, it's also gonna be repetitive to build furnace stacks, to build large assembler setups, etc, etc, but... at least there's a little bit of variation in what you need to do in what order, and you need to make some decisions and all that kind of stuff. Whereas before it was mostly just walking. This has run out as well. I gotta have some more chests to put my personal stuff. Maybe this was my personal stuff as well. So let's grab that. I think burner miners are going out of fashion. Ah, right, I am making gears. I thought, where's all my iron? Okay. Exploding inventory crisis averted. That's almost all the iron we need. Once that's full, we're gonna be good to go. Maybe that means that we don't need to refuel the distant miners anymore, but I think it actually... I think we need to go once more to the distant mining field. Hey, all of my burner miners have been flipped. Everything is in order again. Nice lines of furnaces and miners here. Okay, let's go. Another Akilo check. Let's give me something Gleben. Gleben, Fulgora, Novice. Doesn't okay, here's a Gleba. Here's a Gleben track. Gleben tracks are like nice, calming, soothing. 34 gears. I can afford to go once more on the refueling trip. Last coal we will ever input into those burner miners. Ah, the ore hiding behind the tree. Yeah, we need to get that. That is going to be essential to the beating of this playthrough. A nice flat 300 signs a minute. Maybe I need to go with like half a stack. I think I'm just gonna not care too much about every point of pollution which I potentially could save. Let's just go. And I did this wrong. I should have saved 40 stacks for the furnaces. I'm gonna wait around here a bit. Let's first of all, let's go pro again, or like semi-pro. Let's go with the double hotbar setup again. Yeah, this is like obsolete. I don't know where to put all this stuff. This is gonna be outdated. We're gonna put belts on there, power lines, chests, same inserters, long-handed. We don't have fast inserters yet. We don't have underground belts or splitters yet, so let's keep those away as well. I suppose I have the pipes here normally. This is my weird assault blueprint. What is this? This is like... I don't think we'll ever be needing this again. Soon. Alright. So now we can have our first two things be builders. We're gonna have electric miners, we're gonna have furnaces, we're gonna have assembly machines. Chemical plants, oil refineries, not quite yet. Normally I put like steel power lines there, we also cannot have those yet. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I should be putting here yet, so... No, we're keeping it default settings, so no early bots and that kind of stuff. I like to keep my challenges as default as possible, either default settings or dead world settings, without trying to make other stuff easier. I kind of tend to lose interest if otherwise. It's not that I never mess with the settings. For instance, in the Megabase playthrough where we went for 10,000 signs a minute, I did make the resources maximum size, maximum density, and I think 200% frequency, because on Megabases you need to think about UPS, so there's a good reason to go for to make sure the end game will run as smooth as possible without sacrificing performance too much. So that is one of the reasons where I would mess with those settings. But for the rest, I like challenge runs. I like them to be default settings as much as possible. We need to refill those. I think we can time a perfect refill here. Since they're almost at 0. Alright, actually I need to pick up the rest of the gears now. Oh, something went wrong. No, 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 what went wrong? Something went wrong. I don't know what. I think not all of them are ready quite yet. I still have 2 extra copper plates. I don't have extra gears though, so I'm not really sure what went wrong. Right, this is batch number 3 of 5 at least. Okay, here is something off. 93, 94. And here as well. Okay, mystery solved. Everything is still in order. The universe is still in balance. Let's get those last gears ready, and then we can start making more laps and that kind of stuff. What is current signs a minute? 300. If this is running. But it's not an automated signs a minute, but it is signs a minute. Alright, so let's pick up more copper. Is this still... We need to refuel coal there as well. We will no longer need to put any coal in here, nor in the distant miners. So I think we can tone down on the coal a bit. Copper, I suppose we'll just let these burner miners run out. We're gonna need to make like circuits and stuff. Oh wait, actually I think we might be behind on schedule. Yeah, I think I need to hurry up a bit. We need to get started on creating red science packs here, because this will be put in there. It's going to be red science packs and consumed at the same time, whereas these need to finish production once. Yeah, we need to hurry up. I've been slacking on the job. That's gonna have 100 gears each, so we just take the copper. We change the recipe to science as soon as this is done. Everywhere. The gears stay inside and we can just add the copper. I may have accidentally put some more iron in there. I think it's okay. Alright, so now this is going. So now we just need to make 50 more laps before this finishes, and then we can do the last batch at 600 SPM. We need to conserve this. I think that is why we have the other assemblers. Does not really matter. This is all temporary. Everything is temporary. Temporary. How many power lines did I make in total? 100? That's 200 power lines. So we can, I suppose we can make some power lines in here already. All stuff for the base. Coal is running out. I don't think we exactly need another 50, but well, that's 45. Right, that's another 50 assemblers, temporary. Alright, so now we're just gonna collect stuff for the base. We can get rid of those chest limits again. We're gonna have a chest with power lines, a chest with furnaces, etc, etc. We are going to need we're gonna be needing copper cable a lot. And that's gonna be enough for I have a feeling something is off, but we'll see how that goes. That's gonna be enough to make labs. That's gonna be we're gonna turn those into 40. I did it wrong. I need another 8 stacks of copper, something like this. Alright, once that finishes we can start making circuits and then we can turn those into labs. We still have over 50 cycles of science. So that's 10 minutes before those need to be done. I think we can do that. Hydrate, alright. Still on the coffee. Eight, 9. I know, so I have some counting problems today. Okay, so I should have 16 stacks of this. I have only 13. Somehow I have 3 stacks of copper now. Alright, this is still going. Still going even. Then it probably will be alright. But we have circuits now. So I can start making the labs. Those have not got any cables at all. I am fumbling. This would be a restart if it was a speed run. Right, how many circuits do I need? Not more than this. I need like 50 more labs. That's 5k circuits. Okay, I do need more circuits. 5,000 circuits? No, 500 circuits. Alright, I was way overestimating how much I needed apparently. It's 500 circuits. We need some gears. We don't have any. We do. And belts. That should be 50 laps. A little bit of handcrafting gears, but that is 50 new laps, alright. Let's finish those circuits. We're gonna need a lot of circuits for inserters and assemblers and miners and whatnot. Okay, I don't have quite enough. It doesn't really matter though. Now I need to build my 50 labs somewhere to house these science packs once they're done. And these will just have to hand feed in. That should be good. That'll be 100 laps in total. I think we're gonna need far more iron than I think to make all of the rest of this stuff. Yeah, let's just reclaim everything. This has been a mess. I can let this run out safely, that is fine. I think in the meantime I'm just gonna pick up some more copper. Or build the labs. $100 labs is effectively 0.1 lap. Don't think too much about those numbers, man. We're gonna get demotivated by the reality of the situation. Like, whoa, look at this, 10 million iron, you know? If you count it to normal settings, it's gonna be 10,000 iron. This entire patch is 10,000 iron, and we're gonna be mining it at 0.1% of the normal mining speed. You don't need to, you need to think, you need to consciously keep those thoughts out of your system, or you're just gonna give up. Heck yeah, halfway through electric mining, the playthrough is actually starting now. Alright, so there's a lot of power lines we can use to get started. Furnaces. Got some electric circuits now as well. I probably want to just make some gears for myself as well. We're gonna need gears for inserters, we're gonna need gears for everything. So let's just throw all of this in there. Alright, we also have bells. Probably want to make more bells as well. I think we will pick up the distant iron and copper once more. So let me leave my inventory behind. Alright, I'll walk at 1x speed so I can catch up with chat a bit. Man, I'm really... It is so hard to I know, when you stream, everything is just way harder. I have no idea how speedrunners still play efficiently and stream at the same time. I just cannot do it. Whenever I test something out, I'm always like miles faster, miles more efficient, everything works out perfectly, and then when I stream, the distraction of trying to narrate what you are doing and just react to chat and stuff, it's such a I don't mean it negatively, but it's detrimental to the efficiency of playing. Everything is way... I make a lot of mistakes, numbers are off, etc, etc. I suppose it does not really matter, but that's just an observation. I think I'm gonna delete the coal miners from here now. I think we won't be needing those anymore. So if you mark them for deconstruction, they won't mine coal all over the floor. Speedrunner mostly just get in the flow and forget about the fact they are streaming. I don't think that's it. It's not that I'm nervous about streaming or anything like that. But then I have never been very good at multitasking, so... Like, I also don't understand how drummers do what they do, basically operating 4 different rhythms at once with all their limbs combined. Okay, we still have some copper in there as well. Science is about to run out here. These are 20 science packs away from being done. Here we got a ton of iron. Bells are actual things, so let's put them in an actual things line. These are actually just ingredients. Let's kick those out. This is my chest of stuff. Got some more gears. Oh, science has run out there. That's okay. I wonder if we are going to have a rounding error because I let power run out accidentally at some point. Most of the rest of the coal is just gonna be for power. Alright, so we grabbed the last of it. 2450, okay, we need... Something is off. Did I steal copper from a chest from which I should not have stolen copper? Okay, we got 5k gears. I don't have 5k copper. Let's go pick up some extra copper then. I just pick up all the copper. Probably we cannot, but Ah, we can. We are preparing to build a base, but this time we are preparing in our base to build a base instead of doing legwork outside. Alright, so give me 5k. Okay, 5k, get the rest of the gears. This is almost done. Perfect timing, perfect synchronization, at least. Then we can pick up all these science packs and put them in these labs. And from that moment on, it will be 1000 seconds to electric mining, if I'm not mistaken. Nice. Let's see inserters. Do the wave. Alright. This is done. All of these are done. Alright. Another 5000 science packs. This is it. We're gonna reach 600 SPM now. 1000 seconds until electric mining. Heck yeah. So like 16.5 minutes or so. There we go. Alright, what does that mean? It means we need to get ready to build a base. Alright, so what do we have now? Alright, I have a blueprint book. I forgot about that. This one, we already made that. With a furnace stack. That has 300 inserters in them. Let's work on thinking about what do we want to make with labs. Alright. I think I want to do some direct insertion where we have red signs on one side, green signs. This is green signs. Green signs on the other side, and then a bunch of labs in the middle. Currently, with the gray assemblers, it takes 10 seconds to make one science pack, because the crafting speed is a half, and we have 30-second technologies to research. Eventually, most of the early game caps out at 30 seconds per science pack. I think the only red and green technology which is not 30 seconds per science pack or less is mining productivity. And for the rest, all of them are 30 seconds or less, as far as I remember. So I think we're gonna base this build around 30-second technologies, which means something like this. And then green signs could be on the other side, feeding in. I suppose we would have to filter these. Filter inserters available from the start. Small changes, but significant. And then green signs could maybe go on the outsides. Back down. So we could do something like that. The problem is... Alright, so how many would I need for 900 signs a minute? These make 6 a minute. These make 6 a minute. Which means I need 150 of them, right? 6 times 150 is 900. But we're gonna have like half a belt of ingredients, so I think I should build like 2 sets of 450 signs a minute. So that means I need 75 reds. And green signs is a bit slower. Those make 5 a minute for 450 signs a minute. Means I would need 90. If I do this, I need to make the build the size of green signs. So just 90 green signs assemblers mirrored by 90 red signs assemblers to keep the sign specs distributed over all the labs. Problem is, I do not want to rebuild this after reaching automation 2. So what I'll do, these are like 50% faster. I think what I'll do is I'll build a lab setup that can consume 900 signs a minute after we upgrade to Mark II assembly machines. If they are 50% faster, that means I would need how many do I need? Alright, so these make 6 a minute, the blue ones will make 9 a minute. I need 100 red signs assemblers. And 120 green signs assemblers then. Dang it, with the blue assemblers though, I would need like 4.5 laps between here. For red signs. But I'm overbuilding red signs. Maybe it's 4 is enough. Because we're building a green signs amount of red signs. It is gonna get confusing real quick now. If I do 4, will that be enough? So 100 of these. Alright, you know what? Let's go to the calculator. Looks like my head today is not in a space where I can do this. I already opened that somewhere. Right here, let's switch. Oh yeah, I have one more. Alright, here we go. Okay, now we're in the Factorio calculator made by Kirk MacDonald. Right, so 150, okay, this is correct at least, 150 of those, but 180 red signs. Let's go 450 signs a minute. As we'll likely be building 2 halves, since each sign spec requires 2 ingredients. Which means I can put that on a single belt. That means we would need 75 reds and 90 greens, but if we go for assembly machine Mark II, let's ignore the efficiency modules. Those are just, I put those in as the standard. I will need 60 green signs assemblers and 50 red ones, which means we will be building 60 green ones opposed by 60 red ones. Half a belt of signs using half a belt of ingredients. That's a full yellow belt. This would mean we have how many laps? If I do 4 laps in the middle, that will make 240 laps. So that's 480 laps for 900 signs a minute. And with half-minute technologies, we need only 450 laps, right? So this would work if I put 4 laps in the middle. This one can keep up with 4.5 lap, but this one is slower. So this is like 3.8 or 3.9 laps worth of science production from a single assembler. So I think I can put 4 laps in the middle and call that a day. So a 60 white assembler setup. How much red signs will we be having from this if we make this 60 assemblers white and well, we still have assembly machine ones. Looks like we'll be having 300 green signs a minute. So I'll oppose that with 60 red signs assemblers. So we'll just do this, 60 buildings. And we're gonna have 360 signs a minute twice until we get the automation 2 technology. So 720 signs a minute. It's actually not such a big sacrifice. So we already built a setup which can do 900 signs a minute after we have green signs and assembly machines too. And in the before we have those, we can do 720 signs a minute by just matching the assemblers here. The problem is if I eventually want to add blue signs, that's going to be hard to do, but blue signs is like dozens of hours away, I think. Maybe I should not worry about that just yet. Right now, just go for like a simple setup. Let me look at chat a little bit. Why even filters? If I do it like that, they're just gonna if I don't use filters, they're just gonna pull signs back and forth because there's a loop of inserters. Long-handed for direct insertion would be more future-proof. Long-handed are faster than regular ones while consuming the same power. I think they consume the same power per swing, right? Not per se the same power per time. Wouldn't it make the green chip ratio with 2 blue assemblers into 3 laps? For red signs that would actually. Okay, I now got this in my head though. I think I'm just gonna do it. A 60 white setup of assemblers with 4 laps in between, making for 480 laps, making for 720 red signs a minute in this era, and 900 signs a minute after we upgrade to blue assemblers with green, including green signs. So it's 720 red signs a minute and eventually 900 red and green signs a minute combined. Alright, so then let's go back here. So that means, 4 laps in the middle. Direct insertion, so no transporting of signs yet to any lab area. This is just copyable like 60 times, I suppose. We also need to bring the ingredients over. We're gonna set up a base on that side, so probably it's gonna come from that way. Okay, so that's green signs, this is red signs. And then we just put power in a nice grid like so. One more. And that should be like copyable, right? Nice, that copies. Okay, now let's imagine if later I want to make a separate lab area. Add blue signs. One of the things I could do is actually I could just pull this back like one. Use long-handed inserters to grab the red signs, and I can later bring in a belt of blue signs and still put that in the labs. Right, so this would be red signs, and this would be then like military and blue signs, which are probably the last sign specs we'll make on Norvies. If we make those, we can bring those in on a belt. On the other hand, if I do that over here as well, that would account for all the Norwegian science packs, right? Except space science. I think I will need to make a 12 science lab setup eventually anyway, so let's not do this. I can later probably double science a minute. I have 2 rows of labs in the middle. Let me copy this once more. So if I later want to have a separate lab area, I can probably just I can output this on a belt and then mirror this setup on the other side. Alright, so I do have space for that. So I can delete the labs and I can just compact this into a actual science, just a science pack area, and have a 12 science pack lab setup built elsewhere. I don't want to start building a 12 science lab setup because I don't even have logistics yet. I cannot even use underground bells or splitters or whatnot. So I think we'll have to rebuild it eventually anyway. It is a lot of work to deconstruct this, but I think I'm gonna go with this anyway. It's gonna be good for at least until blue signs. I might regret not leaving one tile of space to just belt in blue signs later. Okay, we're out of power again. I'm just thinking for too long. I was just going to look at my nice 600 signs a minute science graph. We did have 600 signs a minute, but not anymore. Okay, it's just going to be the setup. I don't want to spend more time on this. It's important though. Maybe we'll spend more time on it. Let's just make that into a blueprint for now. And when we actually start building it, we can make the final decision. At least this is a good start to work from. And now I just want to prepare to have resources to actually make the electric miners, which means I want. Say if I want to make, how much would I need? Like for the start, I need 3 belts of resources. That's 90 miners. I need coal and coal. I think with 200 miners I can set up the red signs, so that means I need 600 circuits, 1000 gears and 2000 iron plates. Okay, I have that. So miners, 1000 gears. And 2000 iron plates. That's going to be enough for 200 miners, so we can make those the moment. We can make those the very moment the technology is researched. And then for the rest, I think we should just make some inserters still. With whatever is left. So let's make a couple more gears. Inserters and belts. We might want to make more belts as well. And then I think we just start deconstructing everything. Getting ready for... Getting ready to move out of here. No way, there's actually research happening here. Yes. I did it. I spent over 36 hours walking around on the map to secure absolutely every single last resource I will need for the entire game. Because with the restrictive additional challenges I somehow thought was a good idea to put up. The only time we can do it is now. Look, we already passed big biters just by researching electric mining drill now. I think when we started we had like 47.5% evolution. And that just skyrocketed immediately as soon as we started the base. It would take hours and hours and hours to increase 1% evolution when we were still just walking around and not producing anything. In fact, let's compare. Yeah, we were at 42% pollution factor when we started this ordeal, so it's already almost balanced out. Alright, let's actually not forget to make the belts and inserters. This is space age. So while we will be spending a lot of time on Norvese, eventually we will get off of here. 3 minutes with 600 SPM. Look at that, 600 SPM of hand feeding. Isn't it beautiful? No, it's not. Right. Inserters. So there should be like 50 gears in here each. How many inserts do I want to make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900, 1000. Probably 1000 inserts is a good start. How much is in here? 100 inserters. We're gonna need... I think we're gonna need more than this. Let's make 1600 inserters. Do we have 1600 circuits still? I do. And actually, and the other ones are just gonna make belts, I suppose. So hate that mechanic where stuff is hidden. Let's just grab him. Alright. A ton of inserters. And another ton is being made. We're also making more belts now. We don't have too much stuff left over here. How much do we have left of our starter patch? 58,000 iron. Right, 1 minute. 1 minute to our next technology. It will be the second one we have completed. The second one which is affected by the modifier. Well, actually, we might get stuck on 99%. I think we're gonna get stuck on 99% here. We're gonna be one tick away from completing electric mining drill. Alright. That's a chest worth of inserters. Chest of bells, almost. I think let's just start deconstructing. 99%. The goal for the next 3 days is to just get started. No, 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 no. It's gonna be automated from this point on. We want this to smelt the remaining ore, so we'll keep that up. Six seconds, here we go. Will we make it, or will we stop right at the end? Yes, we did it. Electric mining drill has been researched. That means we create exactly 35,000 science packs. 35,010. The 10 being for automation. Hallelujah. Second real technology of the playthrough. Alright, now we're just going to delete our entire base. Obviously. Let's switch on the expansion chunks because we will be able to see... Oh no, what's going on? Okay, nothing is going on. We will be able to see this clear up as we deconstruct the entire base. Everything will be nice and green again. It's gonna take a little bit of time though. Do I want to make something else? I don't really think so. We've got furnaces. We got more stone to make more furnaces if we want to. We've got over a chest of belts. We got a full chest of inserters. Got a bunch of power lines. We've got 200 assemblers, which is good to start with, I suppose. We've got, let's not forget about this. And we have 200 electric mining drills. Let's just handcraft them, because why not? They're gonna be finished before we can deconstruct everything here. I need to first deconstruct everything which is outside of the chunks to see the effect actually. So I think now we're just going to do the big moving operation, which you normally do with a truck. We're just gonna move our base of operation over from the starting... I don't know what this is. This is the weirdest iron patch ever. Just a couple lines which are left. We're gonna move our base of operations over to this side, so let's pack up basically everything. We're gonna have to do a couple trips. I can bring over all the iron and the copper. If I do this, coal I can unfortunately not craft into anything. Okay, let's just walk like so. Alright, we're gonna speed this up a bit because this is gonna take a little bit of time. Less than 50 hours. How far did you get in 50 hours with let's say the normal way of playing this challenge? Kinda curious. I'm gonna put my chests in, I suppose, in this chunk over here. Does it really matter? It probably does not really matter. Let's put them. Where am I gonna build? Let's just put them over here. We're gonna be building in this chunk anyway, so we might as well put some chests here. Temporary chests. Cool. We cancel copper. We have some copper. We have a bunch of iron. Other intermediates like... Suppose we first do this, then this one. Some stuff for power lines. I don't know exactly how to put it. And some chests which could be called a normal inventory. 50 hours around the beginning of blue signs. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a difference. I'm hoping today to set up 900 red and green signs per minute. That might still be optimistic with some weird other restrictions I have to follow. I need to first bring over the chests. That's probably not gonna go very well. Fortunately, we got speed up mod, so we can zip around a bit. Alright. Functional stuff. Functional stuff. Functional stuff. Functional stuff. This is just intermediate, let's put it there. Functional stuff. Functional stuff. Miners will get a chest as well. Here we go again. Here we got electric miners now. Now we're in business. Finally reducing the pollution costs per ore mined. The problem so far was for me at the investment to the 75,000 resource investment to reduce that pollution cost has not been worth it before this moment for me. We first did all the combat and then we did all the walking around. Actually, it might have been worth it to do it at some point. We already made 70,000 pipes, 40,000 ammo. Maybe it would have been worth it. Suppose we can start making furnaces out of those. Let's bring everything that is crippled as well. I don't actually want to make that many furnaces, because I don't think I'll be needing that many furnaces. Alright. More inserters. We got wood. We got stone. We got like a crippled chest of broken gun turrets and magazines. We got an obsolete chest of... Maybe an obsolete chest should go somewhere else. I don't know. Obsolete. I guess the gun turrets, these gun turrets are obsolete as well. We will be making new ones. Pipes are functional things, I suppose. Alright, and now we just need to deconstruct everything. I think that should fit in one go. I'm gonna take down absolutely everything. Electric miners actually use only 1 pollution a minute in the boilers, in addition to the 10 pollution per minute they use themselves. Whereas these use those make 12 pollution a minute at half the mining speed. So these make 48 pollution a minute at a mining speed of 1, whereas the electric miners do 20 pollution a minute, plus a... let's see, a mining drill is 90 kilowatts, right? And this can support 20 mining drills at 1.8 megawatts. So it's 1.5. Okay, 1.5 pollution in the boiler for an electric mining drill. Which means at a mining speed of 1, burner miners produce 48 pollution a minute and electric miners 23, which is slightly less than half of the pollution per ore mined. Now if you count the entire process of making signs in assembly machines Mark 1 and etc, the difference actually shrinks to about 60% more pollution for the burner miners compared to electric miners, if you account for everything that creates pollution, including the furnaces, the boilers, the assembly machines, etc. Even the labs make pollution, not by themselves, but by consuming power in the boilers. Now we're at a stage though where we can make basically, we can transform resources into science at the cost of 1 pollution per resource now. Which means 100,000 red and green science packs combined. Which is like a standard technology, like I think oil gathering or automobilism, or there's a lot of technologies which are 100 science packs in a normal game. That's 1 million pollution per science, or like 1 million pollution per technology. To get from 0 to behemoths, you need about 9 million pollution. So it's 9 technologies to go from 0 to behemoths. It's actually 10 technologies. It's 10 million pollution if you count only pollution, but of course time factor is there as well. I hope to bring that down to like between 10 and 20%. By the time we reach behemoth biters, we should be down to like 10 or 20% of the progress being time factor. To put that into perspective, so the 1 million pollution from a standard red and green technology, 1 hour of time progress equates to about 16,000 pollution units. Which means 16,000. Which means if my napkin math is correct here, this is going to equate to 60 hours of time progress in terms of pollution, which is more time than we've actually spent on the map so far. 60 hours of time progress equates to 100,000 red and green science packs in terms of pushing the evolution factor. That is the main reason why we have had an idle base so far all this time. Did I deconstruct everything outside? I did. Right, so on the minimap we should slowly start to see these chunks turn less red, and more green, the more we deconstruct, the more happy the biters will be to try to expand to this chunk again. All of these chunks again, all of this swath of red chunks. Should I switch on artificial steel axe again? Maybe I won't do it anymore, so we can enjoy the real steel axe more once it actually gets there. course, with artificial steel X, I do mean just speeding up the game by 2 times. Let's suffer a little bit more. Alright, actually, what are you powering? Just these 10 inserters? Oh, 90 idle assemblers. Stop eating coal. Okay, we already got a band of green chunks again. No, the trigger, the automatic researches which occur on events, they are excluded. So we do not need to smelt 50,000 steel to get the Steel X technology. And after we spend 75,000 research packs to research steel, it will just take the smelting of 50 steel to get the Steel X technology. So let's look, steel is here, 50,000 science packs. After that, Steel X just unlocks at the usual 50 steel bars. If those tags would not be excluded, it would be pretty hard to get started on automation science. If you had to handcraft 1,000 labs just to get started. That is almost as bad as not excluding automation science from the multiplier. Like handcrafting like 10 hours of labs or something. So yeah, by excluding automation science, that saves like, I think it was like 13 hours and 20 minutes of handcrafting red science. That's how long it takes to handcraft 10,000 red science packs to get the assembly machines. So that is excluded these days. That's even too much handcrafting for me. I know I handcraft a lot, but handcrafting 10,000 red science packs at the start of the game, that is even too much for me. Right, chunks are already decisively less red. They should become completely green again after we deconstruct this entire power plant here. Let's start with the slow stuff. Alright, almost green. Almost green. Let's switch on the values as well. No, that's not. There we go. As pristine as the day we crash landed on this planet. Shiny green chunks. Value has been restored to a full 1.0 relative chance of expansion in these chunks. This one actually has not been updated. So we can immediately go look at that weird quirky mechanic. So once I place something in this chunk, it will actually become more likely for enemy expansion. No. Okay, it has updated. I thought it had not updated. What is nearby then? Right. This stuff is nearby. So those values depend on whatever is in a 5x5 chunk area. And this chunk has some miners and furnaces. So this chunk right here does not have a value of 1.0. So I would need to deconstruct all of this. I think this stuff on the border counts as being in the right chunk, but let's deconstruct it anyway. So now we have still not an updated value, because this stuff is not inside an actual expansion chunk, not a chunk which is eligible for expansion. It only updates once you actually place something in the chunk, however small. So now I place this, it will actually go up. Now it's 0.8. Wait, do the spaceship parts count for this? What the heck? I thought it would be 0.9 something. And now I deconstruct it. 0.870. It looks like actually these spaceship components count as player entities. Huh. Alright. Tip to keep the biters from expanding into our base. Don't deconstruct the spaceship parts. Looks like they count towards decreasing localized enemy expansion chances. Okay. I didn't know that. That's kind of annoying. That means these chunks are not as green as they should be. I'm not ready to deconstruct my spaceship though. I might get rid of all the parts. What sciences have we researched? Well, for the first 36 hours we only had the gun turret. Now we finally got the mining drill. Not that it took 36 hours to research mining drill, it took like an hour and a little bit. But we had to do a lot of walking around tasks due to the constraints of this challenge before we actually could start researching anything else. But now we've did all of that, and today it is finally time to build a base after 38 hours. We are currently at 38 hours. Right. So my mining drills have finished. Let's grab some stuff here. Alright, so I suppose... Let's just organize everything into chests first before I do anything else. Labs. Labs are things. I'll take the assemblers, I'll take the mining drills. We need more power. I think power is the first thing we'll set up, so we'll build a coal mine with power. And we'll then go towards iron over here. Should I let this run out? I think we've got enough stuff in here. I think we should step away from the old design for power. So if you've been playing Factorio for a while, you know that you need to build... make a power plant, you basically combine one offshore pump with 20 boilers and 40 steam engines. That would make for an ideal power plant. That has been the gold standard for the longest time. It actually does not make much sense anymore to hold ourselves to that constraint. So the limiting factor in the old power plant was the offshore pump. It produced 1200 units of water, and the boilers consumed 60 units of water each. So 1200 units of water and the boilers consume 60. That is where the ratio comes from. The production of one offshore pump was limited to 1200 a second. So one offshore pump could only provide for 20 boilers and 40 steam engines. That is no longer the case, because the boilers now consume, as you already might have seen in the mouse over, they consume only 6 water a second instead of 60. Only the steam expands to 1200. The other reason that it was that ratio was... Actually, I should not do this. The other reason it was that ratio was that the pipe throughput limit, which basically it's not strictly limited to 1200, but 1200 was the going unit for that as well. It drops off very, very fast to 1200 and then very slow further on. So I think we gotta base our power plant design on something else. First logical thing that comes to mind is probably on how many boilers and steam engines does it take to consume like one full belt of coal. That's probably going to be the next limiting factor, especially since all the pipe throughput limits have just disappeared from the game at this point in time. We'll let this run out. We don't want all of that in our inventory. So, I suppose let's design a power plant. A belt has a speed of 15 items a second. And a piece of coal has 4 megajoules of value. That means a belt can transport 60 megajoules per second. So 60 megawatts of power. 60 megawatts of power is one belt of coal. If one belt of coal is 60 megawatts of power, where's my stuff? This is 1.8. So 30 of these make 54. 54. 60 of... Wait. 30 of those make... Yeah, 54 megawatts. So 33 make 59. I think it's like exactly 33 1/3, I think. Let's actually go into calculator. Actual calculator. Real quick. So we have 60 megawatts of coal on the belt, and each boiler produces 1.8. Yeah, 33 and 1. Okay, that's annoying. I was hoping that would be a nice value. That basically means to consume a full belt of coal, we need to use 34 boilers and twice the amount of steam engines. Six, 10, so 12, 18, 24, 34. So this would consume a full belt of coal. And that actually is already too long to fit in. To fit where I wanted to fit it. I wanted to fit my power plant in this area while keeping out of these expansion chunks. Basically using up all this land without diminishing the value of the surrounding chunks. I would like to keep those at 1. So I do not want to build inside these chunks, but I want to build my power plant here. Because this is a nice open area. Forest all the way around, which helps with absorbing the pollution from the power plant. Keeping that in bay. And of course we also got the lake here. Okay, so that was a good idea, but I think it's not very practical for my specific playthrough right here. I think this should be the new standard though. 34 to... it's not a perfect ratio. I guess a perfect ratio would be 100 boilers, 200 steam engines consuming 3 belts of coal. That's the nearest perfect ratio then. For 180 megawatts. $180 megawatts sounds like a reasonable amount for a piece. I don't know. Maybe 120 is enough as well. If I want to make a golden ratio, I would need 100 boilers and 200 steam engines. I can make those. And something that eats 3 belts of coal. Right, so what do I have now? I have 20 steam engines. I need 80 more. Right? I need 100 more then. I need 100 boilers, so I need more furnaces. Alright, 90 boilers, and then 100 more steam engines. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of handcrafting, I suppose, but we can do that. And actually, I want 4 more steam engines and 2 more boilers for a special project, which we'll get to later. And I suppose another... I have an offshore pump, right? I can make one more. Alright, burner mining drills go away into the obsolete chest. We need... what else do we need to make miners? We need miners, we need some belts. Ton of power lines. Inserters to put the coal in. And just some iron in case I forgot that I still need to make something else. Let's take a stack of circuits. I don't have any more gears. I think I have everything to head off then. I need to keep a little bit of inventory space for the actual stuff here. Alright, let's go to that area where I want to build my power plant. No undergrounds. We don't have undergrounds, unfortunately. Logistics has still not been researched. I think the first research is going to be radar, because I'm paranoid about those biters. We've already saw them migrate once, probably after a half-failed expansion attempt. Biters which originated supposedly from this nest migrated to this nest, after which they could expand into the base, and that happened in the break when I did a simulation with a greatly sped up game at 100% evolution. The biters breached the walls, so I have to prevent that. You don't have to keep it in a line like that. In fact, I don't think I'm gonna. Alright, so we have arrived here. So there's a nice area. There's forest in the south, in the east and in the west. And even in the north. It's surrounded by forest. It's a perfect place for a nice stinky boiler setup. Trying to keep the pollution cloud under control a little bit. These trees are gonna do a lot of work. Taking damage from pollution and just passively absorbing pollution. But yeah, let's switch on the expansion chunks. So I can see if I mess up. These chunks should stay green at all times. I think if I can place, like, as long as I place the center tile of this structure in here, it should not affect the values in here. Yeah, still 1.0. So this thing counts as being in my chunk. If I do it like over here, now it counts as being in this chunk. So this one is severely reduced and these less severely. The ones which are adjacent to the space where it is in. So I can place this as maximum this far out. How many would fit here? Okay, that exactly... that's good. That exactly sticks out on the other side like that as well. This is 22 steam engines. If we're gonna go like this with pipes in between to put the power lines in there, I can fit this much. 132, we still need 68. From this moment on we can go in the left chunk as well. Just trying to place the 200 steam engines and just see how that turns out. Okay, this actually is too far. This one counts as being in the left chunk, and if we update that, suddenly it will count all of the stuff which we are placing right here. So this one cannot be placed. We are currently at 164. 196. Can I do something like put these here? I could put like 4 up here, something like this. On the other hand, I can make this a bit more compact and a lot more annoying to build. So the reason they got to be one tile apart is we need a space to fit power lines in between. But I think I can do like a zigzag pattern. So if I do this, then the next entire line can move up one tile. We can have a alternating power line pattern. There is space for power lines now, like here. Gotta keep it on the right side, so let's keep it on the right side. And pipes. I don't have any pipes. Pipes would fit in between like so. That means the fourth line can be like this again. Let's actually copy the entire thing. So right. We can copy this entire thing below then, like so. We just have to connect the other part. So all the pipes between here and all the power lines. Can I just copy that as well? Right, so this so this power line would be outside of the chunk. So I suppose we'll have this one be not symmetric, unfortunately. Right, so we're moving up. Okay, that means that should save like a couple tiles of space, right? So then we just copy this on here. And now we're up to 132. Okay, let's delete this. Next line is straight again. Alright, and now we can just continue this line over here. $164. Okay, so it's the same amount, but it's up a bit higher. 3 tiles. We saved like 3 tiles of height. Okay, we're back to 196. Now I no longer have space to put these like sneakily on top or something. All of the stuff should be within the chunk borders. I can move the power line to the left to make it all the power lines. No, because then these ones will be in this chunk. Which is also illegal. Alright, 196. Then I somehow need to get 3 belts of coal down the middle and distribute it perfectly over 100 boilers, which is hard. Probably that is gonna be How do I even do that? Alright, so this can be completely isolated and an unlimited amount of throughput can flow through the pipes. So suppose we'll be just having a pipe going like so. To connect everything. Probably zip that. Along. That means the boilers can be against here. Wait. Right, I think I need to make like... Okay, let's start with something normal. Normal, you have this. Zip, 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 zip. If I just extend this, that was like 30... Not quite 33 boilers in a line. 31, 32. So I would be missing... I also need to get the water in there still, so I cannot use that one. So that's 31. As a maximum. Is it possible to do like a double layer of boilers? Like... What if it was like this? I can pull a belt here with long-handed inserters to feed these. I don't have underground belts though, so that is a bit annoying, but this can be a straight belt. We can start, we don't need to build the entire thing at once. How do I power this though? This does power the long-handed inserters. Power line everywhere. And then I can do the third belt. I can flip this around. Yeah, this is good. This is already starting to look pretty cursed. That is 3 belts of coal down the middle, but that is definitely not perfectly distributed. This belt feeds 2 lines of boilers, which means I think I should just do a 3 to 4 splitter or something, to be honest, eventually. And then I can just feed like a quarter of the boilers from each belt. How do I power these though? I need to split it up one more. Could place power lines in between. But then I'm sacrificing an entire lane. I would be sacrificing an entire lane for just power lines. I want to keep it as compact as I can. So that probably means I'm just going to sacrifice one more lane and put power lines in the middle somewhere. Maybe offset with... Alright, so this grabs from this belt. That's a lot of undergrounds, but it is compact. This grabs from this belt, this grabs from this belt, this from this belt, this from this belt. So 3 belts of coal come in. 3 to 4 splitter, it goes on 4 belts. And then I can... I hope I can still fit like 100 boilers in these 4 lines. It should be possible. Let's try. That means I need to dang it, I need to keep the boilers one tile away from the steam line because of these water pipes. So then I'm sacrificing a lane there. Let's continue. Anyway, just see where this idea ends up. Yeah, this is now tileable, alright? Maybe I should just go in editor mode to design this. When did I last save? Oh, here? Alright. That is bad. Designing power. I was planning just to take my time to design a nice looking power plant for this and then just reload to the last save. But the last save was before I moved all my stuff over to the right side. So we might still do that, but we just reload to this one then. Alright, so how many boilers is this? Is this more than 100? 94? Okay, so we're missing 6 boilers and 4 steam engines in this setup. Let's see if I can even get steam and water out of here like this. Let's go to the other side first. It's in fact almost not 100, yeah, something like that. Okay, so I need to see how I put it against the chunk border. I'm probably going to have 4 belts of coal coming in like right on the edge. The 3 to 4 splitter thing will have to go somewhere else, or perhaps I'll just bring in 4 full belts just to have a little bit of redundancy if one of the belts starts to dwindle. Because the miners cannot keep up anymore, they will run out. Alright, so the furthest I could place the top one is this, without exceeding the chunk. That means this got to go, this got to go. Maybe that one can still stay. We gotta have an inserter here, but that would be fine. That is one belt. Second belt can then go in here. Grab this one for the second line. This could go so. For this line, and then the fourth one just underground belted. I could place the 6 missing ones just behind the back here. And I suppose let's put the splitters on there anyway. Okay, let's not craft everything into pipes. Splitters and undergrounds. Just have one of the belts split off or something. And I'll place the missing 6 over there, alright? So that means this can be placed as far as this. And then just have to put the old stuff back on top. Somehow that no longer fits. It no longer fits because of these belts. Okay, trees in the way, that is okay. Okay, let's solve the missing 6 later. Now we gotta chop off this side and see where the water can go in. So all of this cannot exist anyway. This cannot exist, this cannot exist. Steam power has to go out and go towards the steam engines. Could be something like this. We do not need this power line actually. Nor this, nor this, nor this, nor this. We cannot get the water in that one. I think this is the maximum that fits. 92 boilers. Okay, so we'll have to put 8 extra there and 4 steam, and that's just the way it is. I mean, it cannot be perfect if you are constrained to a certain... if you constrain yourself to a weird shape, you cannot just infinitely tile everything to look extremely regular. So yeah, that is true though. I'll be pushing like 3600 units of steam per second, even more. With 100 boilers, that's going to be 6000 units of steam per second pushed through the system without an electric pump. And they're not going to be pushed through the system, it's just going to exist in the system with instant transmission to everywhere it needs to go. So yeah, it's a... Whereas in the 10,000 signs per minute base, I made a point of it to make extra long pipelines which did not need the electric pumps to propel the fluid. Now we're doing the other thing, the opposite thing, where we are doing things that were not possible in Factorio 1.1 due to pipe throughput limits. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with this design. It's not perfect, but it's a design nonetheless. So steam goes up, water needs to connect everywhere. We can do that like so. That could be water. And eventually water just goes down. Next to the chunk border. See where we can pump water. I think we are right on the chunk border here. So the furthest right we can place an offshore pump is gonna be here. And then we can just pipe this water out. Is this definitive? Maybe. I can deconstruct this again. Now that I started constructing, I have to be very careful that I never place anything in these chunks. Should I clear the spaceship debris? Should I clear the spaceship debris? Let's check. Okay, I'm gonna reload to the last save anyway. We're making a blueprint. We're gonna be making a blueprint. I want to check if the spaceship debris is actually influencing these chunks. 889 and 909. It is just the stuff in this air and this chunk specifically. Alright, so if I now update the chunk, will it be a full 1.0? Put something in and take it out. 952. There's one more thing here. This thing is 1.0. So yeah, this part here is affecting this chunk. Alright, and it already placed a steam engine there, which is affecting the other chunks. I'm gonna keep the spaceship though. We're gonna finish this design, but then I'll just reload and I'm just gonna make a blueprint out of this. I mean, we've wasted plenty of time already, so let's get back at least some of it. I think I'm just gonna identify the border with this pipe over here. Alright, so that is how this is gonna be. You know, I might as well just go in editor mode then, and we'll design it in editor mode, and we can actually see the stuff flowing on the belts. So alright, there it is, fully built. We'll put an infinite power consumer in there. You can set these things to use power instead of produce power. And we can actually test the design before we rely on it. I don't have my balancer book here. I don't know how to make a 3 to 4 splitter, to be honest. So I'll do the noob thing. The noob thing actually is just bringing in 3 belts and a 4 to 4 splitter. That should work. Then we need infinity chests with coal. Alright, and that will split 3 belts of coal out over 4. That should be theoretically enough to switch everything on. We do need to connect the power somehow. Maybe here. One over here still. Now, it looks like not the entire thing got placed. Alright, so we got water in here, right? Water, 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 water. Everything is filling up. Suppose I have to do the first coal in there myself. Okay, we got steam in here. No? Maybe the idle draw of the inserters is just too much already. Let's just connect this. It's not the entire setup just yet. Ah wait, we've got the infinite power consumer. I forgot about that. Alright. Alright, so we don't have power because I haven't actually connected power yet, apparently. We got no pipes between there. I need to copy a line that fits in there. Okay, there we go. Power field is connected now. Right, 171 megawatts. Let's put the power consumer back into place. It should use eventually 180 megawatts. What happened there? Aha! This is my own fault. Okay, I'll just slide it there then. No power production. So now we're using 171 megawatts. It's going full steam, full power. Alright, so now we just gotta add the missing parts somewhere, which is 8 boilers and 4 steam engines. And that should bring us to a net a net 180 megawatts. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would work to distribute the water. This thing is not powered if I delete this. Okay, that powers this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, this is okay, this is okay, this is okay. It's far away. So what's happening here, a biter expansion wants to go to this area. And they originated from here or here. And they have to go through my pipe detector. This is not actually a pipe detector, this was just expansion land denying. But they had to eat some of the pipes to get through there. Which is good. This is the pipes that are actually laying there still. Okay, that means that's positive, because even though there are gaps in between here, they still had to destroy a couple pipes to actually make it out to their location, where they are now going to expand to. Just as a side note, that means that if they want to get through my expansion detector here with like pipes in the most horrible patterns, they're gonna have to break some pipe to get in here. But I was scared a bit. I thought they were actually breaking in my territory and that something else had gone horribly wrong. Alright, back to the matter at hand. Right, I can actually just add a inserter here, I suppose. For that one. It's not beautiful though, not pretty. Can I just add normal ones? Good if the steam pipe just comes out like so. Probably I can delete this power line. because we've got this one over here now. I can connect the steam then like so. That's 8 of them. It's annoying though that that power line is gone. It's the only plausible way though to connect the steam. Okay, we can delete one over there instead. I'm getting too caught up in the aesthetics here. I can delete this one perhaps, because this pipe we need for steam engines as well. They would be powered if I place them like so. A little bit tectone, unfortunately. And then just tack the system together like so. That means 200 steam engines are now connected, and I think we have 100 boilers consuming coal. 100 boilers consuming coal. Power network is consuming... Let's just go maximum. Why is this 175 megawatts though? Yeah, let's speed it up a bit. It does appear that we are consuming 2700 coal a second, which is the required amount. Exactly. But why does this tell me 175? Take a look on the pollution. Alright, so at 180 megawatts, pollution cloud is growing pretty fast. But the dense of the pollution is all here in the forest, so that is good. It's going to absorb pollution for quite a while. 3000 pollution a minute from the boilers. Alright, what does eat up a lot of power? Okay, I know how we can probably quickly simulate the usage of a lot of power. Some legendary speed modules or something. And now these things use 9.5 megawatts each. how about EM plants? Those are quite power hungry as well. Not fast enough. Okay, we gotta go with the productivity modules, I think. I would use this 10 megawatts. Yeah, something is off. Probably like have some pipe not connected somewhere. I'm actually trying to produce 180 megawatts here. Don't tell me it's coal related. Okay, all of these are doing something. I think I saw a boiler at the right not working. Alright. Boilers are so hard to see working. Check production and consumption graphs. Okay, we're actually not consuming the correct amount of coal anymore either. That was the case at the beginning, but not anymore. That means water and steam will be also... It looks like there's just like two of them are somehow disconnected somewhere. Alright, I should have how many inserters here? I have 100 boilers, I should have 100 inserters. 55 and 45, okay, that does seem correct. All of these are okay. these are not connected. Line of steam. Dang it, it's just a single pipe, right? It's always a single pipe somewhere. Or 2 single pipes. Always 2 single pipes. 3 single pipes. It's always 3 single pipes. I always tell people it's 3 single pipes. And there we go, 180 megawatts. Okay, problem solved. Now we just delete everything, because I'm tired of this game. See you next time. Just kidding. Just resetting. Just resetting the system here. Alright. Yeah, it was too early. Just gotta fire it up because the electric inserters will not activate. I can bring this down a bit. We don't need that many. Uh, 18 of those should be enough to cause a power deficit without draining power from the inserters too much. Yes, now we go. Let's delete that chest. Eventually we should go down to 2,700 units of coal consumption. And this should be 180 megawatts, right? I think that these are just let's put the excessive power usage back then. I think it's going to go towards 180. Maybe I should just let the buffer fill up real quick. Yeah, it was on a trending line upward. I think that's okay then. I'll try to speed through a 10-minute lapse at 64 times speed. Going a minute a second. Not quite. A minute per 2 seconds. That should be 27,000 units of coal in the end. Looks like not quite. That's doing 180 megawatts. Probably means that there is too much leftover coal in the system still, maybe? Is this going up at all? $26.83. It's very much stable. Okay, so here our boiler is not getting coal. Okay, I see the problem here. So this is not being properly divided now. I'm trying to feed too many boilers off one belt apparently. Yeah, because this belt Here's the problem. This belt is feeding too many boilers because it feeds those 8. Is this the problem? First of all, let's just prioritize that belt. So anything that leads to there, this goes to here. That goes to here. And then just make sure that all the other ores can flow on that belt as well. Will that fix it? I'll do output priority right here. If that helps, I don't know. And input priority from left. Probably making this way more complicated than it needs to be. Right, now let's speed up again and see if we get to 2700. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That is exactly what I want to see. That means we're perfect. Now give me the 27,000 over the 10 minute period and I'm happy. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. What else is new? If you have been watching my 10,000 signs per minute megabase, you kinda know that this sometimes happens. Are we getting up there or are we not getting up there? We're getting down again. Okay, what's going on this time? Alright, you know what? In the real game, I'll be supplying 4 belts of coal. That is just how it's going to be. Not all of them are going to be full all the time. I think I should just stop trying to hyper-optimize this and get on with the actual game instead of getting lost in these design processes. That fixes the issue for sure. Alright, there we go, 27,000. So I don't need to do all the weird stuff if I just have 4 belts of coal coming in. Yeah, the problem is I can maximum put 33 boilers on 1 belt of coal, and all these belts of coal were not full, so 1 belt was getting drawn empty too much. And the other belts were struggling because of near side of the belt priority from inserters drawing and etc, etc. Right, that means we're gonna make the blueprint and just go back to the real game. Delete all of it, delete all of this. This is gonna be how it's done. I'll just leave those splitters in there as well. I can actually line this up with this. Looks a bit weird, but that should be good. Right, blueprint. That's gonna be the blueprint. It works, it has been tested. We'll just temporarily plop it in there. Let's get out of here. Happy to get lost with you, okay? I just want to get somewhere today. Today is base building day. Alright, so I'll delete everything. We have the spaceship back. I should also undelete everything here. All the trees. We want to keep as many trees as possible. And is the question, before we start, am I going to get rid of the spaceship parts a bit or not? I think probably not. It only affects like these 3 chunks. The spaceship will still affect these 2 chunks anyway with the 0.9 value. This chunk is a little bit diminished, but that's okay. We're just going to keep all the debris. Because it's irreplaceable. Music sounds like it's being played backwards. Might be one of those procedurally generated tracks. No, this is Gleba 5. Maybe it's already the last track. I'm slow to react sometimes. Right. We'll put the blueprint on here. Exactly as so. Alright, maybe it was a little bit overly complicated to do it this way. But at least we have one belt which is continuous, which is important. Because underground belts, we cannot craft them yet. So we gotta go from this one. Now it is very important that we never accidentally construct something outside of the range here. This is going to be just the first coal belt coming in. And this is indeed going to be very annoying to build by hand. This would be very nice to build with bots though. This belt goes to here, this goes to here, that goes to there. Alright. So we have these boilers, this water line going out to the pump. Check. This is already annoying. I think I'll first try to place the boilers. As of first, we're just gonna build these. Let me actually put that blueprint in my blueprint book before it gets lost somewhere. I'm going to just delete the rest of the ghosts until we actually build those. For now though, I just have this available to me. Okay, let's build one thing at a time, because I cannot multitask. Alright, power lines. Those power the inserters. I probably can build the entire power network though. On the other hand, if I don't have to deconstruct these trees yet, then why would I do that? Steam line. And I realized I forgot to bring some starting coal to fire up these boilers. Right, this is a dead tree. Alright, so how many boilers did I build? 23, then I need to place only 46 steam engines. Steam engines are also going to be annoying to build, as you may be able to tell. But hey, at least it's compact. I could have... I know, some of these line up with the gaps. Okay, no, then I could not have placed it closer by with undergrounds. Alright, that's basically everything we need to get this started. I'll just try to do the speedrunner thing. Oh, it's a lot harder with just placing one entity compared to two. Okay, that doesn't work either. Okay, this one we should be able to drag. Yeah, definitely a lot more annoying to build than a normal power plant. Hey, at least the ratios match. 3 belts of coal consumption for 180 megawatts of power on a single offshore pump. Okay, let's see if I didn't mess up yet. Okay, value still nice at 1. That's good. I have built 64 steam engines, so that is good enough for now. That will power up all these boilers. Hopefully the base can run on this until we unlock green signs. I suppose I could build those 8 extra boilers down here. Those require splitters, so that's already impossible. Okay, for now I'm just going to keep this simple. Just a single belt of coal is going to be coming in. Looks like it can come in on this side. Without deconstructing too many trees. Okay, let's just gotta be very careful. I cannot misplace any of these. Alright, so a single belt of coal is gonna come in here. Alright. So once I get some stuff over here, that should automatically start up. For now, I'll just leave all the other boilers and steam engines here. Except for 2 boilers and 4 steam engines, the extra ones. Those we're going to be using for something else still. The pipe should connect here, and then we'll just pick up a little bit of coal from the base to kickstart the power plant, and then we can build the actual coal miners. Those will start up, and those will be powered by the power plant, and then we have automated power. Finally. Do not misplace the pipe. Alright. Did not misplace anything yet. We've got water in here. Alright. So we'll just grab a little bit of coal. And then we'll go place the coal mine. Real Torio, yeah, finally. Alright, 1 second. Alright. No, yeah, it's not on peaceful. If it was on peaceful, I wouldn't have needed to spend 38 hours before starting to build a base. This challenge would be a lot If you want to play this challenge for yourself, I would suggest Peaceful, to be honest. Making you not worry about the biters. Because if you play it with the normal biter settings, it's definitely very punishing. Right, I was coming back for coal, I kind of forgot, but now I remember. Alright, so that should do it. Did I miss anything else? I don't think I do. Okay, let's storm back. Alright, I hope I'm not going to spend as much time on all the other builds as well. Alright, but here we go. Auto... no, not yet. Power. Plant. Build. Partially, I suppose. That's power. Here comes the steam. No input fluid. It is going in somewhere. Oh yeah, I see it. They're turning. It's working. Alright, I've never been so happy with my first power plant as in this specific game. Alright. Let's put the coal in there and hope the idle inserters don't eat up everything before we can build the actual... Before we build the actual miners. I think it would not be that bad. The inserters do 9.2 kilowatts, so we should have a little bit of time. Alright, how do I want this to go? I think I just want to bring this belt around the outside as much as possible. Here's the coal patch, maybe just go to the left and then follow this upwards. Which means I would need to bring this around here. This is also not an expansion chunk, so I can safely place stuff in here. Up to this point. Iron goes only to here now. There is a little bit of iron. Gotta remember that. There was a little bit of iron behind this tree here. Just keep that ghost there as a memory. Now we just go down. Down, 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 down. Yeah, down. Just down. Missing underground belt. What can I do? I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna meet. Let's first go build the miners. I'm gonna make a change. With my usual miner design is this, with the underground belts in between. I cannot make it right now, and also it's annoying to build. We're going to need to build a lot of miners, so we're gonna sacrifice a little bit of density and just space the miners one tile apart like so. Then we can place power lines in between, and that powers everything. So just a little bit fewer miners can fit on a patch, but it's way easier to build. You can just build a belt in between in one go. Where is the highest coal? The highest coal is here. Let's see if I can make something better of this, like some sort of a blueprint where it meets up with itself again. Yeah, something like that. Okay, that makes a nice blueprint, I suppose. How many miners is that? 17 and 17. That's also good for iron early on. Ideally I would flip this, because these power lines don't connect. I think I can just do this to bring that around. I'll just put that in the book for now as well. Not that one, this one. So this is like 15 miners per side, which is good for mining half belts of iron, which we will need to do pretty soon. So I cannot see where the coal starts and ends. Maybe from the map view. One tile off. Okay, another expansion chunk in my base. It just stopped blinking. Alright, maybe I missaw that. I want to reserve like 2 strong miners out of here. 25 and 24k, I think that's okay. So I'll just align the rest to that. And these will make a separate power grid later. So I need to mine up everything that is not touching those. Alright. So that leaves the maximum amount for these guys. I want to keep these guys active as long as I can. These are gonna be 2 very special miners. Hopefully I can mine this out in time. I don't think so. Let's bring it down a bit. They'll be a little bit less strong. Now there's only 3 and 4k under here. Alright, that's good. Alright, so what is gonna be eaten up first? Left side of the belt, bottom side of the belt is gonna be eaten up first. So I want these miners to be consumed first, and the rest just goes behind there. I don't have logistics yet, so I have to improvise a bit. Any of this does not really matter, I suppose. Okay, this should definitely be the second thing to be added though. So this just goes separately onto here for now. Okay, it looks a little bit weird. Eventually the belts are going to come out here. So we just go around the patch up here. I might drop down to the chunk border here just to keep as much space in my base available as possible. It means I will be dropping south with my half belt of coal here. Okay, this is all temporary, the rest will be permanent. So theoretically the bottom side will be eaten first, which means I can place all these miners already. And that can just be loaded on that side of the belt, because the bottom side of the belt, the right side, bottom side will be consumed first. Because it goes all the way around, it will eventually be on the top, which means the inserters which like to grab from the near side of the belt will be grabbing from the top. Which means these miners still will get consumed first, the priority miners. Okay, so now I go to this. This is the border. Yeah, I already can see that this base is going to take a lot more time to build than a normal base. At least there is belt snapping. That tree. So I cannot misplace a belt if I just hold the button. Okay, that fits past there. We need to go up at the end of this chunk. And I suppose we just go up and connect. Right, cool. Holy moly. Then we need to drop power down. Coal patch, copper patch is in line. How do I keep that out of the way? I don't really care too much. Maybe the spaceship is in the way of the chunk border line, so I cannot build it through the spaceship. It's too big to span. I think it's too big to span over the spaceship. Yeah. We need some quality power lines for that. I think I'll just go behind them. Alright. We can move this power line later. Power lines are a lot easier to move around than like belts filled with coal. So that is probably good. Connect this here. And then we have automated power. Automated power. I'll save a little bit prematurely so I can later use these moments to refilm proper shots. Yeah, the chunk borders. This is even a stretch for this playthrough. How we're treating these chunk borders so sacredly. Here we go then. Power. Yes, we've got power. Alright, and this miner has already ran out. Is good. So I want this area to have as much coal as possible later. So I'm mining around this area. These won't interfere. Yeah, this is good. No, it's not. Okay, excuse my weird prioritizations here. That should do the trick. Alright, so normally you don't want these green chunks in your base because you don't want the enemy to expand in your base. Just because of a set of special conditions which we spent 38 hours preparing, these chunks can no longer be reached by enemies. So now I do want to have them because anytime these chunks get selected, that means the expansion is just skipped entirely. And since we're going to have thousands of expansions, that is a very welcome attribute to have. Alright, so that is the first part done. I suppose then it is time to start working on furnace stacks and miners over here for the starter ores. And we can finally use the blueprint we made a couple streams ago for 900 red signs a minute, 2 belts of iron into 1 belt of gears and 1 belt of copper. So we're gonna build this, and then we're gonna build like at least 90 miners on iron and 90 miners on, at least 60 miners on iron and 30 miners on copper. The problem is we don't have logistics, so we cannot do the usual split roofs, so we're gonna have to be a bit creative as to how to get the stuff over there. How am I gonna bring power over? Not sure. Should I really care? Alright, so there is another coal patch here. We can maybe go down a bit over under the forest, over the stone patch, past the Johnnies. We hit this coal patch, which we will also need, and then we can bring power up from there, and the power line will not be in the way. That is the hope, at least. I might want to place a belt here, eventually. Let's not go precisely on the chunk border here, there is no need. It looks like we're gonna go through the Johnnies. I don't know. Alright, so that well is not in the way of anything. Not in the forest, not in the stone patch. Only slight problem we've got is these Johnnies. I think I can stay out of reach actually. But at some point they will try to shoot at me and they will damage a power line. And I will go insane because I don't have repair packs. Okay, the other coal patch is over here. I guess we'll use this one for the smelting. Okay, that's close enough to pick up later. Let's first go over here and figure out what the heck we are doing. But again, full Goron soundtrack. All the soundtracks are randomized at this point. We want to keep those. What do we need? We're gonna place some miners here. Maybe I'll first do the furnace stacks actually. Maybe I'll first figure out what I want to go where instead of just start to build like a headless chicken. Might be a good idea. Still have more ore in here than fits. I don't want to play other games soundtracks in a Factorio stream, no. I do like the Terraria soundtrack, but... any plans to do another Ultimate Dead World for Space Age? Dead World does not really make too much sense in... in Space Age, since there are so many planets without enemies where you can get infinite resources. So the most difficult one I could come up with is this one, where we are stuck on Novis necessarily for a long time. Alright, so let's grab our blueprint. We made that. We made it. It's ours. We made it in some moment of having nothing else to do. I might just want to plop that as far in this corner as it will go, without sacrificing too much forest. Okay, it's actually not complete, so we do not need these outcrops. And we do not need these in-crops. In-crops is now a word. Alright, so this, I can place this if I don't want to deconstruct too many trees. Looks like maximum here. I might could chop a couple trees. Move out a bit further. Right, if I would place it like this belt needs to get out here. This belt as well. So that exactly would make it impossible to do that. Which means I have to go one chunk to the right. One tile to the right. This way I can get this out of here, I can get this out of here, and the third belt as well, without crossing the chunk border. And I will hopefully be deconstructing the minimum amount of trees here. It's like a handful. Right. So that's the furnace area then. Sorted. Coal is going to come in from the bottom. How are we going to load this though? So normally you have like splitters and underground belts and you can easily put that together. I think we're going to need these long-handeds to put the coal on the belt this time. So basically what we need to do is we need to mine iron in such a way. Suppose we'll start with the miners then. So we need to mine iron on one side of the belt. And we need 15 miners. This was 17. It's pretty good then. I can copy this once more. I can copy this once more. Alright, and ideally I would like to stay away from this chunk. Which means for now I would let those dangle off the edge. The square blueprint actually does not make too much sense. Maybe we'll go with this instead. Yeah, maybe the square one does make sense. Alright, so eventually we will place miners here, but for now we can preserve this row of chunks by not placing miners there. And I suppose we will just keep on adding to the back of here. As far as it needs to go. Okay, there's actually iron there. And that should be well over 15 miners per stack. I cannot like balance this ore just yet, but that is like 4 belts of things coming out. If I want the furnace stacks to be able to... If I want to put coal on here with inserters, I need to make sure the iron is on the left side of the belt. So basically that just means I need to do this. And that brings the iron on the left side of the belt. If I do that everywhere, I already see my chests are in the way. Maybe the chests are exactly not in the way. Okay, I think we can build this. For now, don't really need to keep all the space. Alright, let's build this mining field. It's actually a pretty good design, this. I know speedrunners use this design because it's fairly dense. It's almost as dense as it can be. And it is super easy to build. You can literally just drag the miners in a straight line. And you don't need to worry about underground belts crossing under power lines and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not a speedrunner, but in a playthrough like this, having some time-saving designs implemented could be very valuable. Alright, I think for this moment in time we can switch off the chunk grid. You can see this 5x5 area around the mining chunk is now severely... it's just gone in terms of expansion chunks. Yeah, these ones as well, but these ones will not be updated because we will never be building in this chunk. This chunk doesn't count for updates. We will make sure not to build over here, etc, etc. Iron mining... And since this is not our starting patch, it should last us a lot longer compared to our starting patch. This thing has like 3.8 million iron in it, which is like 10 times as much as you normally get in your in your starting patch. Alright, nice. Hey, hello SDB. And C-Rex. Oh, get up and stretch. I'm going to go on dinner break real soon. Probably about 10-15 minutes. There was a dead tree. So, how am I going to line this up? Let's get power up here. We now know where this area is gonna be. Staying out of that range there. Let's just draw this down for now. Of course we cannot have that. Alright, so we can start the miners. We can see how the ore will flow down on the belts a little bit. Help if I would bring the power line up then. We're gonna have some power up here somehow as well, I suppose. Let's just bring it up next to... No, we cannot. Not here. Disposable power line. Okay, I just went into this chunk. It's okay though. We're gonna be building in these chunks anyway. In fact, we probably will be building in these chunks even, because after we build the copper mine, all of this is going to be red after we build the copper mine. So we only sacrifice these two chunks, and we give ourselves like a lot of extra space by just going in a straight line. So I'm gonna do that. Like so. So these we will delete. We are gonna claim that area as part of our base due to the copper mine being there. And then probably later we can escape with belts or something through there as well. So I am free to go up then. Alright, power to the miners. I'm gonna save it here. Alright. So all belts should be nicely loaded on the left side. And then we can put coal with inserters on the right side. So that is okay. Now we just bring this down somehow. I think these things don't absorb pollution. This tree has no leaves. It doesn't absorb pollution either. This one is dead. This one is still alive. Alright. We can sacrifice one tree. Alright, so stop right here. Just want to have a visual. Alright, so now here we go. We need one belt to go in here. But we also need to put coal on both of these belts. I know that a slow inserter is fast enough to do like 24 furnaces of coal. So this one by itself should be fast enough for sure. Question is, where do I place it? So that could be a belt of coal coming. We have to put stuff in here and in here, and we have to cross that somehow. So we want to put some on here. And then 2 inserters worth of coal crossing over to make sure these can do it. Let's make a couple of those. I have iron. Where is my stuff? My stuff is up there. That is not the stuff I was looking for. I was looking for iron. I convert a couple of those. So that one puts it on here. This puts coal on here. Which means that this belt can come in like so. Potentially. This guy is going to be in the way for sure. Alright, next belt goes in here. One goes in here. Probably I need to size down a bit. So now we need 3 inserters worth of coal coming on this belt. And 1 inserter putting coal on another belt that comes in, which can then go over here. Okay, I think I will move this entire thing over a bit. We could technically do this instead. Save ourselves a bit of space. It's looking a bit weird. Alright, so this coal is going to be put on there. Let's... okay, that does not work. Alright, so that first belt is going to come down here then. Coal comes in, goes up. So the next coal should be put on here. With one of the belts coming down here. Which is going to go be fed into here. Alright, that is okay as well. So that's belt 1, that's belt 2, that's belt 3 is over here. Belt 4 goes over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is belt 4. This is belt 5. 5 and 6 are for copper. Three inserters worth, so we need 4 over here. Grab it. Okay. Next line has 4, because we have another additional one. With one putting stuff on here. This belt will then go in here. So I suppose 2 belts for copper will be coming down as well. There's the first one. Second one has to go in here. Alright, so here I have 5 inserters, so now I need 6. Should be able to just copy this. Okay, that's the last belt. It just goes in here. So then I just have to make sure the coal belt comes in like this. Sneaky power line to connect the last one. So then I just want the coal to come up over here. And connect to here. The rest can be just transferred over and every furnace line will be fueled. Alright. It is dinner break time. I have to save here. 136. Furnacing. Coal. Without logistics is hard. Just gonna set up an experiment real quick. We'll just do this. Okay, we can see the expansion chunk blinking in my base. I'm just going to like set evolution to 100%. Let me make a separate save editor mode, so I don't accidentally override that. Okay, we'll set evolution to 100%. And I'm just going to speed up the game again and we'll watch where all the expansions go. Let's set it to 95% instead. I'll leave the time in there as well. Alright, so this is the base area. All of this will get eventually settled and this should stay free with no breaches. That is the hopes, that's the dreams. If I'm back and this area is red, then we have a problem and we need to figure out what to do about it. So I'm just going to speed it up by a lot. I'm going to go to the next soundtrack. A Glebber track, that is nice and calming. One of the procedurally generated Glebber tracks is going to be playing. And I'm just going to speed up time by a lot. You will see a new expansion pop up about every 4 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes. We'll set game speed to 20 times 21, as to not have an integer value. And I'm going to explore everything. Alright, so there we go. 95% evolution, game speed 21 times. And you'll see these chunks blinking all the time, getting filled in by biter expansions. When I come back, I think most of this area around here will be red. And hopefully all the area inside will be not red. That is the hopes and dreams. So well, let's hope that it happens. Maybe I will have died by the time I come back if this fails. Right, so I'll see you in roughly like 20 to 25 minutes or so. Yes, there is. Because I usually don't really have a good idea of how long my breaks will last, so... Oh, this game is stuck. Get lost. Hi, so still making coffee, but back already. Already, I guess it's been the time I said it would be, 20 to 25 minutes. It does look like we did not have a breach this time. Can anyone confirm? Were there like scary noises? I don't see rips in chat this time, like all the last times. If we didn't have a breach, that's the first time during a simulation that we did not have a breach. Ether was spot on, no breaches. Alright, that is good news. The earlier breaches also were partly caused by me not having the actual system in place, but mostly quickly edited in approximation. So promising, I suppose. 48 hours in, that means about almost 10 hours have elapsed at 100% effective evolution. With like 15, up to 15 expansions per hour. So that means the base is clean after about 150 expansion attempts, which is awesome. I'm really glad that it appears that it is working. That means we can... the chances have increased that we can actually finish this playthrough. Because the decoy expansion chunks strategy seems to be working. Yeah, you can see every time it blinks outside of the base, an actual biter base is popping up. Every time it blinks inside the base, no biter base is popping up. Right there an expansion should be able to form. Right, there it goes. The former expansion place is expanded upon as well. The one on the base, hopefully not. But yeah, the more and more time goes down, the more often a chunk in the base will be selected, effectively stopping biter expansion completely, instead of them starting to expand on the red chunks as well, once all the green ones are gone. Rip scare. I don't have my headphones on yet, so I wasn't scared until I read it. Yeah, the flickering is okay. The flickering means the chunk has been selected for enemy expansion. That means the biters would like to make a new base there, but somehow they cannot seem to find their way to those chunks anymore. That's what the entire strategy is hinging on. Right, unfortunately I did not make a screenshot, so I cannot directly compare the greenness of the outer base with the greenness outside of the base right now. It looks like there's still plenty of land for the biters to expand into. So of course the chunks in the base are slowing down natural expansion outside of the base by a tremendous amount as well. They did not settle on my chunks over here just yet, unfortunately. Of course, it's only 3 chunks among thousands. I would like an expansion to form here, so we can make more chunks on the lake, as well as an expansion here would be nice, and an expansion here would be nice. And I suppose here would be nice as well. Alright, water is boiling. got to do the stretching part of get up and stretch. I get up, part is done. I did the eating. Not really any stretching, so let's get it out of the way. That's the last of the water. That will take a while to seep through, so we can, in the meantime, just continue again. Hey, sheep. I'm working on it. I'm making coffee right now. Yeah, I guess I'll sip water, like something which actually hydrates you. I thought you were going to be away today. At least I think it was you, right? Who sent the message yesterday at the very end of the stream that you were gonna miss it. Oh, you did the stuff you needed to do. Yeah, we'll have a recap. We're building a base. That's what we're doing. I work in the coffee industry. I just have some. Like in Netherlands, we have the koffiezet apparaat is really popular, but not so much in other parts or in other countries I've noticed. But in Netherlands we have these paper filters which go into these filter holders with ground coffee, and then just pour water over them. And mostly that's automated with machines, but I do it by hand. So I just grind coffee in a cheap, crappy coffee mill, which doesn't evenly grind, but plebs. And just put it in the filter. I boil exactly enough water that fits in my thermocup, and then I just pour the water that has just stopped boiling on the coffee. Probably still slightly too hot, but at least I boil my water in a hiking pan in the van. The hiking pan is very thin, water and stuff really cools down very fast, so between the time I take it off the fire and actually pour it on the coffee, I'm just hoping it's somewhere in the 92 to 96 degree temperature range, Celsius, for the perfect stuff. Perfect. So yeah, the Mocha Master is the what's it called again? The thermum. Yeah, the Mocha Master is very like one of the best coffee machines. Also cost like 200 euros or something, but some of the cheaper ones really don't make the water hot enough. Well, I'm my own coffee machine. I make the water hot enough for sure. Yeah, I do buy like whole beans, which I grind myself before every time. That already does a lot for the flavor of coffee instead of pre-ground coffee. For the rest, yeah, I just bought a bunch until I found one which I liked. We had Douwe Egberts in the Netherlands. I used to drink Douwe Egberts. I forgot the name already. They discontinued it here. I now switched to Loor, some like I don't exactly know, Loor Gold beans or so. I don't exactly know. I can look on the package the next time I get up. Hey, thanks A Dragon Roar for the 11th month subscription. Back to lurking. Woo! Yeah, but it's not like super high-end beans, because I also like my coffee to be affordable. I do think it's a very comfortable way to make coffee with the filter coffee machine. It doesn't really produce the best coffee though. Coffee, like if you drink coffee in Turkey, or like where they have the pour over stuff and the things you just boil on the fire, produces a way more intense coffee at least. The filter coffee is more like, I don't know. I maybe should look into getting some different methods again, because I really like coffee. Yeah, French press, I used it as well. But in the van, it's pretty hard to properly clean a French press, whereas with the filter coffee machine, you just throw away the filter with the coffee and everything's clean. I have it without the machine, but it stands still. I can just throw away the filter. You live in a van, part-time. Kinda yes, we live in 2 locations. The problem is, my wife and I, we do not want to settle in one location, or at least so far. Which makes it basically impossible to get a permit, like an actual permit to stay in each other's country. So we are doing the visa dance every time. Which means we have to move at certain times between each other's countries and third countries. So part of that is, yeah, part of the year we live in a van. Other parts of the year we live in an apartment. But I like van life. I really like it. I started doing it like 10 years ago or so. I started out in a car just to see if I would like living on the road. It was pretty. It's nice. You can just go everywhere. I change scenery. I don't really miss the so-called comfort or having stuff. I don't really attach a lot of value to that. So it worked for me pretty well. Especially like driving around the mountains and going on hikes and just parking in beautiful places. It's getting stricter and stricter where you can park and where not, but you can still find pretty great spots. And it's also a lot more easy for me to stay active when we are living in the van compared to living in the apartment. There's always a bigger barrier to going outside when you don't just simply open the door and walk out. Yeah, it's really kind of my thing. It does make certain other things like streaming a bit harder though. If I'm truly on the road and I don't have infinite power from hookup, streaming is a bit harder from mobile hotspots and yeah, basically streaming from a mobile hotspot and a limited power bank. 90 degrees for cafetiere. I've read that the ideal temperature should be somewhere. I'm not a coffee expert, but I read water should be between 92 and 96 degrees centigrade, and it should be in contact with the coffee for about 4 minutes. Any shorter or longer, and you don't get all the flavor or too much of the unwanted flavors, something like that. We should fund you. You don't need to fund me anything. I get enough support to justify making purchases purely for content creation, and I already did. I bought 2 expensive microphones. The last laptop was a 4-digit number, which did not start with a 1. I don't want to say the price, but yeah, I'm investing the funds from support back into what's it called? Back into the system. How you say that? What's your plan for hiking? Hiking? I think that's mean hiking. Hiking this year. Don't really have a plan this year. Just keep watching the chunks blink. Yes, and indeed, it looks like it has a little bit the atmosphere of the OG defragmentation, where all the blocks were aligned visually by windows. Go-to channel for all things coffee, James Hoffman. I'm gonna make a note of that. I would like to become a bit better in making coffee in various ways. James Hoffman coffee. Thanks for the hint. Just started playing Factorio a few days ago as a blind person. The stream popped up alongside another video, so I thought I'd watch it for a bit. Wait, I don't get it. Do you mean you went in blind, like as in figuratively, or do you mean literally? This is indeed a track from Gleba. A penny for the Starlink internet. Hey, thanks for getting Jeff Bezos to pay for it. Thanks for. Oh no, I thought it was a Prime subscription. It is your own subscription. Thanks, Adam. Sorry about that. But for those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free subscription to a streamer every month. So don't let that go to waste. You don't need to subscribe to me, but just to make sure you redirect Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket. No, I'm literally blind. Alright. That's interesting. I didn't know you could play Factorio like a blind person. I know they have like colorblind stuff integrated, but I mean, how does that even work? Yeah, it's mind-blowing, actually. Hey, thanks Michael for the Prime subscription. Excellent name you got there. And Wasted Bear as well. There's a mod called Factorio Access, which makes the game accessible to screen reader users like me. Alright, that is awesome. I would not mind, I don't know if you can navigate your way through Discord as well. I wouldn't mind seeing like some screenshots or something from your factory after you get into a bit. This playthrough though is not really very beginner friendly. I guess it's beginner friendly since we've been spending like 38 hours in the early game already. But the concepts which we're going through are a bit weird and not at all very useful for building normal factories. Like this you would not see ever, basically. Okay, I'm clearly not used to communicating with blind persons. This you don't see. This you don't see all the time. Yeah, very smart, Mike. So yeah, we're manipulating expansion chunks so the biters stay out of our base indefinitely, basically. If you have a Discord server, happy to pop in. Maybe do a demo myself. Yeah, I would say there's a link in the description. Man, everything is so difficult when you... wait. Can I... Would it help if I post it in chat? Or what would be a good way to share the link? Yeah, I guess saying things about seeing for most blind people is just like if I call you guys, but there are like a couple women in the audience, you don't feel offended by that, right? Alright. Well, I guess we'll watch the blinking lights, the blinking chunks a little bit longer. The coffee is probably done by now. I was planning to do a little bit of building at least, but looks like I can't. I'm just addicted to staying stuck in the early game for as long as possible, apparently. Thanks Odium for the link to Factorio Access mod. That's awesome that there's a mod for that. Me personally, I don't know anybody who's blind, so I'm really not well versed into the to how the limitations work and how you get around those as a blind person. I do know some deaf people, so I know about like sign language a little bit and that kind of stuff, but I have absolutely zero experience and knowledge about like how to deal with blindness and what kind of aids there are available and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't even know how that mod worked. I'm going to look at it though a little bit in my own time. You can grab the link, no problem. Let me check if it's actually there. Is the link actually in the description? It should be. You're watching on YouTube, right? Yeah, it should be in the description by default. Right. Now I gotta actually pour myself some coffee without spilling on either laptop. The one which is playing the game and running the stream, and the one which is having both chats on the screen. What kind of CPU do you use? Don't take advice from me. I know hardly anything about computers. There's a Intel i9 in there, says the sticker, and a GeForce RTX, but I don't know the number. You need to keep a mental picture of your entire base while playing. Yeah, that does sound very hard. Right, let's get back into the playthrough. Where were we? We did a simulation of... Let's have one more look at the map. We're 55 hours in this simulation. It does look like most of the green chunks are kind of gone. At least there are like expansions which have popped up everywhere, like here, everywhere where there's like red and there is no biter bases. There's going to be expansions far out at least. Like here. So let's have a general look at how the map looks. There's not really big swaths of green around anymore. 55 hours in, let's go back to the actual map. This is not the actual map just yet, but we'll pretend. This one is not explored. This was how it was looking at the start. So definitely a lot of bigger green chunks around everywhere, but I think about like what, half or 3/4 of the green land around got settled in 15 hours. At maximum evolution, expansion rate is way slower now. So I think we have a pretty good amount of time before we run into trouble. Of course, we are going to sacrifice a bunch of these chunks as the game goes on, because we need to draw resources, we need to build stuff in, etc. That will turn a bunch of these chunks red. To compensate though, we're going to create like more expansion chunks on large lakes, which we may find, like this one. Looks like an excellent candidate. We can place landfill on the lakes and create more chunks for the biters to select for expansion without them actually being able to get there, which has the same effect as these ones in my base. So the biters will be physically close by enough But since there is no path to get to the landfill chunk, which is something we'll make sure of, they actually cannot get over there. That was the original plan before I discovered the decoy chunks over here. Alright, let's get back. We did enough theory for in the last 39 hours. Today is about building. Let's start building and stop thinking. And start drinking coffee. Right, see you sheep. If you're still here. Probably I'm too late. I always respond to comments like 40 minutes after the fact. Right, I kinda had hoped to just get this part done before the break and just have to see how the coal system would work. Alright, so we figured this out, right? Every step one insert or less, and that should make sure enough. That should make sure the throughput of coal should be fast enough. I think I'm just first going to build the coal mine. We need more belts, and we need less this. We also will pack up the stuff for building the furnace area, which means 150 furnaces. If I have them. Yeah, I have them. That should do exactly. No stone, no wood. Power lines, we still have enough, I think. We need more belts. We need 300 inserters for the furnace area. That's probably good enough. We've got iron, we've got circuits. We don't have copper, but we don't need it. Base building with no splitters. Yeah, no splitters. That's gonna be. We need to research another 20,000 science packs worth of technology before splitters. Could have done it from the burner base as well, but I didn't want to do a full 45,000 science from the burner base. Would have been kinda horrible. Okay, let's see how much we can get out of here. Where does the ore end? It's so hard to see with this decorative stuff on top. Okay, all of the ore is at the top of the chunk maximum. The bottom ore is this over here. So the bottom miner should probably be here or lower. We'll go a bit lower. That is probably a decent division. 11k, 17k. I think this is fine. Alright, we might actually be able to get a symmetric build here. Yeah, okay, that looks okay. 22 miners, not a full belt, but we don't need a full belt. Let's clean this up. Alright, so if I remember correctly, it takes 2.25 or 2.3 miners or something like that to mine coal, so I only need like 6 or so. Can I calculate that real quick? Furnace uses 90 kilowatts. And a piece of coal is 4 megajoules. A piece of coal is 4 megajoules. So we have 4,000 kilojoules divided by 90. we can run 44.44 furnaces of one piece of coal. Electric miners mine half a piece of coal a pop, which means it's indeed a little bit more than 2 miners. So we divide this by 0.5. Do we? Oh wait, we have, that's wrong. We have 48 furnaces. 48 divided by the answer. And that times 2. We need 2.16 miners to mine enough coal for a furnace tax. Alright. That means we need 6 miners of coal to have enough coal for this. So I am going to disable a couple of these by just rotating them into each other, and later I will be able to unrotate them. And this is the central bit. Alright, so we'll just be mining from 8 miners for now, from the central part of the patch. And that means the edges won't run out just yet. We'll only run out the edges after we actually need them. Alright, then the coal belt has to go up just like next to the furnaces, I suppose. Yeah, actually there's another problem. There's another problem. That's how we do this. There's another problem. What is the other problem? The other problem is that these belts of output stuff need to get through here. So this belt, and this belt all need to cross the coal without having underground belts. Well, that means gotta do more of those long-handed inserter tricks. I got like 6 of them swinging up there. 6. If I do 8 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I can send this belt through here. And this belt can just go straight. This belt should be a coal belt, so we need to do it again. Let's do that one the other way for fun. And then this belt can go through... Okay, that doesn't work. This belt can go through here. Then we somehow need to power all of this. Alright. Underground belt. This is how an underground belt looks when you don't have underground belts. Okay, and these belts can then come together again and do the thing they need to do. Maybe I should have done logistics with the burner base still. I don't know. Alright, so now we're going to see this. Let's collect up some coal. Just gonna draw these belts down already, since those will be collecting coal. I'll wait until it's daylight again to switch it on. In the meantime, we'll just start building this. I probably should do the power network first, before placing any of the belts. I've got too many power lines in here, but it's okay. Why is this such a weird pattern? Well, Jesse, if you're still here, higher, head off. Alright, if you're still here, I found one advantage of playing as a blind person, at least. At least you don't worry about how all these power networks look on the map in nice squares and stuff. Because that is the bane of my existence here. I mean, gotta find a positive in every negative. Even if they are not on the same scale whatsoever. Alright, so I built in this chunk, so this chunk got devalued. But hey, at least we still got these 7 chunks. What's with the crypto bot? Where is a crypto bot? I did not put mods for extra achievements, no. Right, let's switch on the coal and see if it works as I think it will. On the other hand, let's just build the furnace area. No, let's do the coal first. The coal needs a lot of time to get down the belts, so let's do the coal first. Here we go. Let's find out. How many hours is this challenge supposed to take? Well, we're gonna have yet one more break in doing anything useful. After reaching military 2 red ammo and some damage upgrades a couple 100,000 signs down the line. Looks like the system is working though. Coal is going to be stacking up at the end of the belts. Alright, looking good so far. Let's start drawing down the furnace lines. If there's actual crypto scam bots in the YouTube chat, I'm sure Odium will be banning those. It's usually pretty obvious though. Alright. So as you see, I have I like to bundle my inserters in groups of 3. That's why I have the extra power lines in there. One of these 2 in the center is not needed, but they kind of block the way from misplacing inserters. Let's see if I can do the speedrunner thing with this kind of setup here as well. Right. Nope. Nope. It's not really working quite as well. I'm just not very good at placing those things flawlessly in general. Hey, thanks, Southern. Thanks, Geno Vesite, for the Prime subscription. Thanks a bunch. I thought this would be easier with the extra power line. My problem is I'm too fast. I think we will rotate these. Let's just, we need the other calls anyway, eventually. Let's just go full ham. It would be nice to mine up this patch anyway, completely. Right, one more. I was just saying I'm getting better at it, but no. Alright, I suppose we can use the ghost deconstructor to see if we missed anything. Just 2 belts in the top there, so that's fine. Alright, all the furnaces have gotten their coal. Not quite yet, this furnace not quite yet. Alright, so I don't know why this got coal last. Go to here, 2 plus 1, 3 plus 1, 4 plus 1, 5 plus 1. I think I was just not mining coal fast enough. Alright, so I suppose we'll be switching on the iron furnace stack then. And that should be 2 full belts of iron for a short little bit. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, it does go on the other side of the coal, at least that is correct. Nice. First build of the playthrough. First real build of the playthrough, a build that is gonna stay in place. You get a whole stack of inserters wrongly oriented. In Factorio 2.0 you can actually change that. For example, I can copy all of these and I can flip it. Sorry. I can flip it, and if you then super force place with shift control click, all of the inserters will flip around like that. So now let's put them back again. Now they're pointing the wrong way. Super control place and they just flip around. If they are placed but they're facing the wrong way, you can rotate. You can mass rotate them like that, which is quite a nice feature, I suppose, if you messed up the placements. Alright, so then we just need the 2 belts of copper, or like 2 half belts of copper in the same way that we need iron, and then we can start working on science. This is a pretty small patch, so I think we'll probably end up mining this up fully. Maybe we can make a symmetric blueprint out of this. Kinda looks like it's maybe possible. No, almost. There's a little bit of copper out there. 492. 3.5k. Okay, well, just mine 492 copper in a chest. Like so. The rest we are not missing anything. Alright, I've been building this different than from the other stacks. That's okay. Still should work, I think. Problem is though, I need 15 miners on each side. I got 40. I'm going to have to do some shenanigans. That is 16. 16 is enough for half a belt. Okay, and this miner is 17k, this 4, but I will have 15 miners left, so I'll just throw this on half a belt. Same as we've been doing for here. It should be on the left side as well. And I suppose we'll just loop this belt around the back. And we can later create, after we have logistics, we can create a better system, I suppose. But that could be 2 half belts of copper. I think I'll just meet them up over here at the iron. Just to keep like this area free for something later. Thanks, hey Gringo02, thanks for the Prime subscription as well. Wait. There's 2 belts there. I think it was the bottom one. Ah. Zip. Yeah, alright. That is the orientation. Alright, so now we have to power that as well. Oh, and perhaps, you know, we could actually build these miners. Yeah, this build is a bit weird. I misbuilt this thing. That is not the way this build is supposed to look. Okay, there's a little bit of copper here in the hidden in the grass as well. It is all for red signs. Everything is for red signs here. okay. Connect that as well. Oh. Hey, at least we'll have a factory at the end of the stream this time. Let me actually... Every time I reload a save, it forgets the opacity level of the grid. Doesn't need to be so hard. Right, there we got it. 6 belts, nicely in the final chunk without sacrificing the forest too much. That forest will be absorbing some pollution. If you look at the bare terrain, it absorbs only 1.11 pollution per minute. This chunk with the forest, just this few trees over here and these few trees over here, 1.81, 2.36. So that's the effect of a little bit of forest. If you have a lot of forests, it can be really high, like 11.13 a minute. So it's the trees which are doing all the work. The terrain doesn't really matter that much. Alright. Copper as well. Thanks Grondvarg as well, I missed that. Thanks for the subscription as well. Red Sign's almost Megabase. Yeah, 900 SPM is kind of in the Megabase range, I would say. I mean, of course, 1000 is better, but 1000 is not... 8000 is not a value that fits in the yellow belt, in the amount of a yellow belt. Yellow belts transport 900 items a minute, so that's the size we are going for. Alright, that's basically everything we need. Then we need to refine the partial blueprint we made for science, which looks like this. Already optimized for blue assemblers. I think though we're gonna need to make like a ton of labs and stuff for that. Actually no, we don't. So it is built for 30-second technologies, but we are not going to be researching 30-second technologies. We're going to be researching 10-second technologies, and that means every Red Science assembler needs only one lab to connect to it. So what I think we're going to do is we are just going to build a quick and dirty setup which we later can easily change over to green signs. Just going to put red signs on both sides. Then we need 120 assemblers and 120 labs. We have 100 labs. I have enough assemblers. I need to make 20 more labs, basically. That's all my belts. Oh wait. I can spend these broken transport belts to make them into labs. That is actually nice. Suppose we'll just handcraft the gears. 20 labs is 200 circuits, so if I throw all but 200, that should work. And 80 transport belts. Alright, here we go. And gone are those belts. Okay, that is nice. Alright, so we're gonna need a ton of inserters to build this, but let's first design this. It's gonna be quite big. In the meantime, that can just fill up or something. Alright, so the question is, do I adapt this for blue signs already? And potentially another 2 science packs? If so, I should draw this back 1 tile. And then I later can bring a belt in with other science packs without rebuilding my entire setup. I think maybe that's actually a smart thing to do. In that case, I would like to make it symmetric, so we'll also take this 1 tile off. So we can later feed a belt through there, and that potentially is like 6 science packs worth of stuff, which is not 7. Eventually we will have to rebuild it anyway. But to get off the planet of Norvis, though, get off of this planet, we will need chemical science packs for sure and space science packs. Those are on the way. After Rocket Silo, we will need some space science packs to unlock the thrusters, and then space science packs to unlock the planet. Military science I'm probably not gonna need except for flamethrower, so I can either just hand feed that into the labs after producing it elsewhere, or just share a belt with blue signs or something like that. I think I'm gonna do that instead. Let's do this. Okay, then I'll just make a sample of 2 of these. 2 of these should be completely correct with everything built. This is going to be powered by a power line next to it eventually. Let's also just... Should I do that for clarity? No, let's not. Also, I'm not gonna put the belt in there just yet. I'm just going to make this for red and green signs for now. Okay, so that tiles like so, and then it should be 60 assemblers wide. It's going to be a pretty big setup. Okay, that doesn't fit there. Alright, so that is 60 assemblers in a line. Red would only need 50, but green needs 60, so I'm just going to mirror that with 60 assemblers on the bottom side. It's already for Assembly Machine Mark II, so these are going to be a third slower than the Mark IIs. So we are going to get 720 signs a minute out of this before upgrading to Mark II. Alright, so then I just want to place it. I'm gonna build in these chunks. We'll sacrifice these 2 chunks. So I want to build it as close as possible to... Supposed to this chunk here. There is the spaceship a little bit in the way. The spaceship is not actually in the way though. Maybe it would be kind of cool to flip that in there. Okay, if I do it like so, It does not overlap with that patch. It does not overlap with this patch. I do have a bit of belt space to put some belts of stuff in here. This is this... Wait, this is only 450 signs a minute. I need 2 copies of this stuff. Eventually. Let's just see how this fits if I go full end game stuff. So there's gonna be 900 SPM will look like this. And if I build another 2 copies under here for 1800 SPM, this somehow exactly fits. It's getting in the forest here, but I suppose by that point in time we should be fine. That is the amount of stuff needed for 1800 signs a minute. Or once we have blue assemblers. I cannot even copy paste all. It's sticking outside of the chunk borders here. Okay, so if I want to do this in the end game, I need to keep this space clear for that. So that basically means don't build higher than the coal mine. Don't build higher than the coal mine's bottom. Right, so I'm gonna copy this belt and I'm just gonna Control Z those 3 things away. I'm gonna put back this belt. No. Okay, I forgot. I did it wrong. That's okay. We'll remember. Maybe. Wanted to reserve this area already. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so the spaceship is going to be nicely integrated in the sign setup. Maybe it makes more sense to do red signs on the top anyway. Red signs on top. Now we're going to do red signs on both sides. And I'm going to need 120 laps. We only need to build 2 lines. Alright. I do have the stuff for that. I do have the inserters for that. Now we need to figure out how many gears we need to make. To make basically 900 signs a minute. We need to convert 2 furnaces of iron into 2 furnace stacks of iron into gears. Right, so if we look at the gear assembler, we can see this thing eats up 2 iron per second and creates 1 gear a second. That means to eat up 15 iron a second, I'm gonna need 7.5 of these. Or I suppose 8. If I want to build this for blue assemblers already, those can eat 3. Those can eat 3 iron a second. So that would be this much. But if I build this for blue already, then I'm not going to be creating enough right now, because I have 20% extra red signs assemblers than I need. So I need to produce more than this. I think I'm just going to go with... I'm just going to go build these 8 over here. Maybe not over here, but... we also deal with inserter speed limits. Blue ones would need 3 iron per second inserted into it. That means 3 of these inserters. While the grey assembler only needs 2 iron a second. That's 2 inserters. We can do this for the input. We can do this for the output. Let me actually build in Ghost instead of in actual builds. There's a problem because we have copper, iron, iron, and we cannot cross the belts again. No! Rip. Once we get automation 2, I can repair that by upgrading it. No more, don't walk around with loaded guns. Build it for pot 1 module blue. Just redesign as soon as you got logistics. Maybe. I think this should work pretty okay though. Alright, so we need to get copper on the bottom of this belt then. If we do it this way, copper is going to be on the rightmost side, and iron is going to be 2 belts here. I think it's okay if 1 belt of iron just will go up then and just go straight in here. That's one of the 2 belts. Then we have copper. How many inserters do we need to draw 7.5 copper a second of? These inserters do 432 degrees a second. We need to do 360 degrees a second times 7.5. Okay, I'll just quickly plot it in the calculator. 360 times 7.5. 2700 degrees. That's not the proper unit. Divided by 432, which is the red inserter rotation speed, says 6.25 inserters. That means I'll probably want to do like at least 7. I can probably align this a bit better. I think I'll do just 8 then, just to be sure. Because they need to be moving at all times, and sometimes another plate will be in the way. So copper can come up here. Second iron belt can come up here, and it can go through. Half of the copper will get transferred on here. Then we just do another build like this, exactly on top of it. And then the other copper just goes on the bottom of this belt. And that should work. Alright, and if I'm not lazy, I can reconfigure this horror of our power lines, this mess. I think that will look pretty nice like this. That should be good enough for 900 red signs per minute. We will eventually upgrade this to blue signs, and we will have a couple too many. We can potentially cut off 2 of them or something. Depending on the speed. Now the question is, where do I build this? I want to build this somewhere, maybe under the copper mine. There it will be the least in the way. Alright, so let's lay out the base then. Science, 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 science. Here we've got gears. We need something for green science eventually, but... And we have space down here still. I do want to make space for my mall. The Michael Hendricks mall, that is. So that's gonna look something like this again. A bunch of copies. Eventually I'll make like a proper mall, but for now I think I'm gonna go with something simpler. Alright, so these belts will have to come up instead of go that way. So I'll probably try to bend them around. Misplacing belts. Painful. Alright, and this can then go to science. That means... Not really sure where I want to place this. I also want like a chest area at the top. I think this is okay. Let's align it with the top of the furnaces. At least it's aligned with something. And then we can basically switch this off from the network with a single disconnect, so that it doesn't use idle power. Okay, this copper mine is gonna be temporary. Can I fit this even better? It is 8 assemblers big as well. I might just put it like in line with my... belts of space there. I might just put it in line with my assembly area to make it look okay. Wouldn't it be worth it to hand feed to logistics? I don't think I'm gonna change this. I mean, I don't need to upgrade this. It is functional. It will work even after logistics. I don't see the need to update this. Of course, we will be using a bit of unnecessary power with the inserters, but it's not a priority in that sense to update that. Alright, so if the belts come in like so, the belts are actually coming in here. I do not want to move this over like one, so perhaps I can have it come in like so. Yeah, I think that is okay. Alright, I think it is time to first put that in action then. So we have a hand feeding area here. I have space for chests. I can even make a small mall which makes gears and belts if I want to. Just in this area still. from the overflow. We're not yet going to be using the full furnace stacks, so that is good. In fact, actually, let me just put like a chest area on top of here already. Alright, something like that. Some spaces to put away some personal stuff. And I can even like automatically capture this iron if I really want to. For now I want to, because all of this is full and soon we're not gonna have anything available. I'm just quickly gonna steal some resources out of these furnaces. Because once research starts, we're not gonna have any access to this, and we need a ton of iron and copper. To make stuff. To make more miners, more assemblers, more everything. Alright, so I suppose we'll do iron in here. Copper below. Alright. We might be able to get another 3 chests of iron out of that before we actually have built all of this. Now I need to chop these rocks without steel axe, so that takes a bit of time. These can actually stay for now. Do I have enough red assemblers? That's the question. Red inserters. Pretty satisfying to build this, I must say. I think these are not powered. I said we needed only 7, so I might as well do this. Oh, let's do 8. Okay, that should be the resources for 900 signs a minute. Once we connect it. $900 red SPM ingredients. Cursed area of assemblers, which one? This one or that one? Demolishers, I don't know. I already forgot completely about the last 40 hours. All the pain went away. Right, so thanks to the doubled inserters, the inserters should be able to keep up with production speed. And I did something wrong. Right, I see what I did wrong. Yeah. So it should be something like this then. Alright, that probably kind of changes how I want to build this. That was dumb. So we'll just sweep in with a nice S-bend or something. Coming in like previously predicted. Should I just move the entire build one tile to the right? No, not anymore. Just keep a little bit more personal space. Alright, then here I make the save. 900 red science ingredients. Let's look if it works first try. If I say that, I can put it in the edit like this, you know. But now I said this, so I can no longer put it in the edit like that. So, outsmarted myself yet again. Well, let's see, this thing should be working continuously. It looks like it is working continuously. It gets more than enough iron in there. And we get out 2 half belts of gears and copper plates, which we can then eventually connect to here. I think it is time then. It is time to start science. Time to start science. I still want to go for the radar technology first. Then it's probably... probably steel before logistics even. Because I think we're going to be walking around with the radars for a while. And if I can get steel X somewhere in that time frame, that would be very welcome. That will automatically trigger after crafting 50 steel, which I can just set up to automatically start before I even leave the base. And I'm not going to be using logistics until I actually start building for green science. It will take me some time to set up green science. We want to go towards military 2 and automation 2. Those are the 2 earliest technologies I want to go for. This makes the factory a bit cleaner. I think the verdict was it saves, I forgot, it saves a third or 3/4. Sorry, 1/3 or a 1/4 of the pollution compared to Mark 1 assemblers. I think it was 1/4. I remember the assemblers themselves are twice as clean as assembly machine Mark 1s, but the power they use negate like half of that. The extra power they use makes more pollution in the boilers, so overall they are about, they save 25% pollution or something on the Mark 1 assemblers. These here get 4 pollution a minute, which is 8 pollution per crafting speed. The blue assemblers do 3 pollution a minute, which means 4 pollution per crafting speed, which is half of 8 pollution per crafting speed. But then the extra 80 kilowatts of power compared to the Mark 1, I think that amounted to roughly negating half of that advantage. But still, cleaner is cleaner. Alright, then I just need to figure out if I have enough stuff. I need more inserters. We need to make 120 assemblers. We need at least 240 of those inserter things. Did we just save scum to avoid cleaning a hand full of belt segments? I'm doing that because I'm making I will be making a series out of this, not out of the stream. So I'm just making a lot of save points at different points in time, so I can easily load back and do all those saves and film accompanying clips, which is why I reloaded instead of just cleaning the belts, which I normally would have done. Let's clean up a little bit of stuff. An annoying dead assembler. Inserters. Oh, I still have some of the stuff up here. I guess I need to move that to my new area down there at some point. We also need a ton of power lines. Let's grab all of them. We might do the entire power grid already. I have red inserters in here, so half of these need to be red ones. I can just handcraft those, that's not really a problem. Alright, so I want to make, let's say, 400 red inserters. That just works like this. And that will be done by the time I need them. Each inserter is grabbing iron. I guess that was before the reload. I'm again way too late with reading this kind of stuff. Alright. So for now, I suppose one belt will be coming up here. Other will be coming up here. Just go. Let's just meet up this belt with this belt. One of these lines is actually going to be for green signs, but for now we just do red signs because it will be a while before we get green signs. I'm not gonna chop those trees, I don't think. I think we'll just start researching as we go. Let's do that. Time for science. Science. Automated. Ish. Always the ish. Always the disclaimer. Let's go. Let's see if we can keep up with the belt. I don't think so, but... So my power line is not connected, so I need to do that. Okay, so now we just have to build this for a while. And there we go, automated science. Heck yeah. Alright, I need to wait for the long-handed. Would it help if I had a good system for putting this in place instead of just randomly clicking stuff in a different order every time? Probably it would. Maybe I should try to like systemize this a little bit. Let's systemize this. What is? Let's systemize this rocket out of the way. Rock out of the way. %? Not yet. I saw a green sliver. Okay, we're making inserters, so we can start putting those in place. Didn't forget about these two. Alright. Science. Switch off the grid, we don't need it for now. Right, we can actually go under the wing. Right, so actually we do not need power lines in here actually. Built it one tile too far away to have these be powered by the outside line. Sad. Oh well. That is the first half of science done. Should be getting up to 360 signs per minute now, if my calculations are correct. I'm not worried at all about biters actually. How's pollution looking? Another expansion chunk in my base. I switched off the map tags. Just gonna keeping track a bit. If I see that the biters try to expand in my base, I just mark the chunk. And if I gather a bunch of chunks where the expansion didn't happen, I will become more confident in my theory. Alright, I think we're at 360 signs a minute. The graph is flatlining at 360, the counter is still going up a bit. I think it counts the last 30 seconds or so. That means it's only 52 minutes, divided by 2, less than half an hour before we have the raiders. Start getting the stuff on the belt. Looks like there is not a lot of systematic stuff going on. Alright, so as long as we are researching like 10-second technologies, this should be fine. This is a 10-second per science spec technology. Steel is actually only 5. This is also 5. Logistics is 15 science technology, so either we need more labs to keep going at maximum speed, or we just don't care about it and we'll be researching this at 480 science a minute. That probably is fine as well. Alright. Let's keep the order as random as possible, apparently. There. That should be 720 signs a minute for the foreseeable future. Exactly fits on the screen as well. Nice, for filming later with the spaceship. Eventually we will need the other labs once we go into the 30-second technologies. In the beginning though, there's not a lot of those. I think things like heavy armor are 30-second technologies, and the damage upgrades as well. Military is 15 seconds. The damage upgrades are like 30 seconds per science pack. That means the labs take 3 times as long to consume a science pack. So we're gonna be needing more labs. Yeah, if there's a ghost in the way the inserters don't put the item on the ground, that's a nice feature. I like how these how violent these inserters swing. Okay, let's see, are we hitting 720? We are hitting 720. If we are not hitting 720, I forgot one inserter somewhere. Right, we need to do the get 'em and stretch thing. This is an excellent moment to do it. Science is in motion, man. I cannot believe it. 716, 717, 718, come on, 19. Bang on, 720 signs a minute. Excellent. 22 minutes and some seconds until we unlock radar technology. Nice. Yeah, we got a base. We got a base, we got a base. Now let's see the evolution factor. Of course, we've been still for a while again. At the beginning of the stream it was 42% pollution, 42% evolution, 58% time. It's down to 48, 52 already through the act of researching the mining drills. I think now it's gonna go up quite fast now that we are consuming resources. I suppose one thing I could do to... I could automatically grab the excess iron. And put that on a belt. Because we are using up only 80%, 80% of the belt of iron at the moment. And I can just try to automatically fill up these chests with iron. At least that resembles a mole, right? If I do that, does that count? I think that should count as a mole. That is as moley as it's gonna get over here, I'm afraid. It means it needs its own. I don't think I'm gonna be too bothered about this area drawing idle power from the assemblers. It's gonna be like almost nothing in the grand scheme of things. I think we're out of assemblers actually. I have one left. The one which I shot with my gun turret. Let's put that over there. Alright. 720 signs a minute, flat line. Okay, good. Once we have radars, we can actually enjoy this from the map view as well. I will be getting up and stretching now. 720 SPM red. OMG. Heck yes. The slow-mo guys will be proud of you. I'm doing slow-mo guys in real time. I'm just gonna stand in the laps for a little bit. Just to enjoy that. I will reload after this, but then you can enjoy the fruits of 40 hours of labor. While I do the stretching. Oh. No, the bottom right power pole is off by 1. You need to tell me exactly where that is. That is unacceptable. Walls come in all sizes of size and shapes. It doesn't have a food court. Well, we are vegan, so I cannot put fish in the chest now, because this is a vegan playthrough. Basically a way for me to weasel out. Once we get to Gleba, we can eat the super plant foods, which give you the speed boost and the regeneration effect and stuff. Just means we cannot eat fish to heal in combat on Novice. But I'm not as familiar with combat on Gleba, so I wanted to keep those out for myself. Hence, went for the vegan nickname. Heck yeah, look at that. That looks so nice in the night, man. Let's put the torch down. And once the other laps are built, it's gonna look twice as sparkly. And once 900 SPM is built, it's gonna look 4 times as sparkly. Yeah, 1000 is the maximum. You cannot get it higher than 1000. Yeah, it's a space age. Yeah, it's space age. I mean, you cannot, as a content creator, you can no longer afford to play Factorio 1.1. You have to play space age. But by doing this challenge, I found a way to play Factorio 1.1 for as long as I possibly could, since we'll be spending the maximum amount of time on Novice before we have to go to some other planet and deal with all the other mechanics. That's not true though, we already got a very cool power plant. I'll just quickly walk over there as well. This power plant is nicely chunk aligned for our current needs. If we switch on the chunk borders, it fits exactly in these chunks, which means all the chunks on the minimap remain nice and green because they don't update. if you never built anything inside an valid expansion chunk. Those don't update. So those don't become red, even though we have built like tons and tons of entities in the normal range, where those expansion chunks would be turning very red. It's quite a design fest to get this power plant done as well. Look at the not very friendly to build, but nice and compact. There's going to be 4 belts of coal coming through, feeding 4 lines of boilers from the center with long-handed inserters through 1 line of pipes and borders into the other one. Pretty unique build. As far as a power plant goes. And very much not practical to build in any other playthrough except for this one, where we care about the chunk borders and stuff. Alright, let's grab my stuff back. How old are you, Mike, if you don't mind sharing? I have passed the age. I'm probably over halfway there, if you understand what I mean. Ah, you could be playing 2.0 vanilla. That is true. This is space age though. We have to get off the planet. We need to unlock artillery on Vulcanus before we can destroy our first biter base at 1000 times science cost on default settings. That is the goal of the playthrough. Let's quickly just look at the thumbnail for a bit for the people who haven't seen it yet. Was that the right hotkey? It was. So what do we have? 1000 times science cost. If you look at the background of the thumbnail, you can already see like a, not really like a practice session, but I already put that there as in the thumbnail as well. The kind of the lab setup. It's a bit different though. We got like 3 labs between assemblers instead of 4, etc, etc. It's not suited for military and purple science. But yeah, we are playing 1000 times science cost on Factorio Space Age. We need to get the hands clean achievement, meaning we need to kill our very first biter base with the artillery technology using an artillery shell. If not, we lose the game. As pure default settings, no alterations to resources, biter expansion is on, biters are on, they're aggressive, etc, etc, etc. Normal resources. We also don't do base defense, so basically that means we can never pollute any active biter nest or they will attack us, and once they have behemoths, that's going to be a pain to deal with. We cannot deal with it, basically. It's not completely true. We can unlock the personal flamethrower, and that thing is actually pretty decent against behemoth biters. I tested that already in an earlier playthrough. And we have a vegan diet, meaning no fish. But we can eat the Glebon superfoods. Alright. Now that everybody's up to speed, you just lost the game. Well, you know, you never know, they might invent life extension technology. No, I'm not past the 60. It starts with a 4. I don't even remember. I'm old enough that I need to calculate my age because I really don't care about my age anymore. And I don't need to write it down on a test paper every week like I had to do in school. So I have to actually calculate my age every time. I think I will be becoming 41 this year then. Alright. I need to switch off the heater a little bit. Us in the 40s are half dead already. That is not exactly what I said, but it's not exactly not what I said. +40 is definitely old enough to start feeling it in your body. All the stuff you used to be able to do without problems start to be more difficult. Like getting up from a chair. I don't know, I'm just having in my mind the average life expectancy is like average life expectancy is what, like 80 for men or something, about 80 years. So in that regard we are past halfway. That was the thinking behind it. And it's close by, let's not store stuff in the crafting queue. We'll just bring those chests down here as well. This is now our crafting area, apparently. These chests are full already. I don't mind all the inserters being active. As long as we don't take away from research. '40 is just the start of really living, in my opinion. Alright, let's put this is just like plates and stuff. We'll put like intermediates here. Chest with stone, chest with coal, chest with wood. Guess I'll put copper cable and power lines there as well. How does it feel to finally not be hand feeding? Well, I've changed to hand hauling. Does that count? I don't mind hand feeding. It's a pretty efficient way to get started. Like, you think it takes a lot of time to do the hand feeding, but the problem is if you automate it with a couple assemblers, it just takes forever to get anything noteworthy produced in there. Like if I would be making like belts from one gear assembler and one belt assembler and putting that into a chest, that just takes so much more time than just throwing 2 chests of iron into gears and then combining that with 1 chest of iron into like 4 chests full of belts in a matter of minutes. Okay, we're going to need more coal chests, it appears. I'm not really sure how I should do it. Okay, let's put coal on this side then. I want coal, stone and wood to be like close together. Alright, we need some obsolete chests. We can maybe put that... between the rocks. Burner miners. I think that's all the obsolete technology we've really got right now. This is like combat stuff. I would like to say these are obsolete as well. Inserters, we actually got a bunch of those. More power lines, furnaces, just random stuff. Game gets good after 350,000 hours. Just gotta be patient. It is gonna have stone as well. I feel I can finally relax a little bit now that science is automated. I think that's wrong though. We're gonna blast through these technologies at quite a pace, I think. compared to if you keep in mind what we still have to do. Okay, we got 6 full chests of iron. Alright. Bunch of wood, bunch of stone. So what would we be doing next? I think we gotta look at the power situation. I think we built only like 22 boilers. What do we work on first? Maybe filling in the labs? If we will fill in the labs, that means we need 120 more labs. It's not really that useful anytime soon. Only logistics suffers like slightly at the moment. I think we just prepare to go out raidering. I think I should connect the other. I should connect this coal patch to the other coal patch. If I can. I think I can. So we calculated that we need 7 miners basically to power this. The rest can all go towards power. It's probably easier to do that after logistics though. I suppose I hooked up all of this already. So that should be fine. It is only 13 minutes until we have radar technology. I think we're just going to prepare to go out raidering. Okay, so what I will need? I will need this, this, and this. That is going to be my separate power network for radars. So I do want to take some pipes as well. A lot of power lines, like a ton of power lines. Maybe even like copper cable to make more power lines. I think in the meantime I'm also just gonna prepare to make more stuff. I'm out of assemblers, I will be out of miners. So let's use this to quickly cobble together some green circuits and more iron gears. I also want to be able to make probably like 100 raiders to start off with. Maybe 200, I don't know exactly how much we're gonna need. Probably 100 should be fine to start with. That's 500 gears, I have none. 500 circuits, I have those. So that is 500 circuits, need 1000 iron. And we're gonna need a bunch of gears. Probably want to turn this into copper cable as well. Let's just stack it on top here. Alright, so a separate power plant. We're gonna need miners as well. We're gonna take the miners that we have, I suppose. Not really gonna need furnaces nor inserters. So we'll just take a bit. Belts we don't really need to take. Actually, we might need some belts. So that goes in there as well. The knapsack. Okay, let's grab a chest of iron. We grab another half chest of iron. Let's see, 500 gears for raiders. That's gonna be 100 raiders. I think that's probably enough to start off with. We need to put more copper cable in here. 16 half stacks. We can already do that. And the rest is for power lines. Once it's finished. I will be chopping some wood, I suppose, to get the raiders and the power lines in place. So I probably can take 5 stacks of copper cable. I just start like with a stack of wood, maybe 2. Rest of the gears. Okay, filling that back up. 5 full chests of iron left. Okay, that's circuits. Now we can make like more assemblers, more miners and all that good stuff. We probably can use a lot more gear still though. I forgot the radars can transmit signals wirelessly now. I keep forgetting about that. It's not actually mentioned in the description. I don't know how that works though. We'll have to experiment with that. Alright, so what will we need in the near future? I think we need a ton more belts. So I'm gonna change half of those gears into belts right now. And that's 1 chest of belts. I also need more assemblers and more miners. And more labs actually. I forgot I need 240 more labs. That is 2400 circuits. 2400 gears. And a bunch of belts. Suppose I'll grab some of these. That should be 240 laps. Alright. Means we are already out of circuits again almost. The laps are just terrifyingly expensive. 200 more miners takes just only a little bit compared to the labs. 200 miners are gonna be 1000 gears, 2k iron plates. It will take a while to get to... It'll take a while to get to 1k. Or not. That is 200 miners. Another 200 assemblers. There's another stack of circuits. We're missing a couple. Ah, those were for radar. Okay, we can make 12 circuits by hand crafting with a little bit of copper. Alright, another 500... No, another 1000 gears actually. Do I have those? Almost. And then another 1800 iron. Make 200 assemblers. Alright, that is fine. And that's basically all my iron spent. All the iron which has been banking up like 10 chests full, converted into stuff. Right, so in the meantime we can grab our actual inventory. Some iron. All green chips are gone. I suppose that's fine. Take some belts. This eventually might overflow our inventory, but it's fine. We can leave the labs behind. We didn't need them. Right, that was handcrafting session. Handcrafting session done. Now prep radar stuff. Is this a live preview of episode 7? No. This is just the stream. I decided to stream this entire playthrough. I'm going to make an edited series out of this challenge as well, but not from the stream directly, so I'm making a lot of save points like I usually do. So I can... This is coming along nicely. So it's most important that these miners go away. There's 230 coal under here, 56 under there. Okay, so the plan eventually is to mine straight into 2 boilers right here. So that is gonna come out of here. I need to bring water over somehow. I didn't think that through. Gonna scenically align that with the labs or something. That's exactly, we can make that exactly. Right? We can just connect to this one. I forgot, we need to be extremely careful to not place stuff in these chunks, because one misplacement, let's just showcase that once. If I misplace a single pipe, this entire area will turn red. Just keep your eyes on the minimap here, like, whoops. And now we've got like dark red chunks here. Fortunately, it's only this part is upgraded or checked for entities. So it's not the end of the world, but I would like to prevent this. I cannot simply deconstruct this and turn it back to green. I would need to deconstruct everything to get this back to green. So we cannot place anything in any of these adjacent chunks ever, or it will go very wrong. So I should basically just keep the chunk borders on. Are you researching robotics before going to Vulcanus? Yes, that is not a question. I forgot to bring the water down. But that is not up for debate. It's a hard requirement these days. Logistics bots are required to go to space now. I think that is a fairly recent update. I'm not entirely sure. Hey, Raider is done. Alright. That's good news. We can get rid of these miners. 133. Probably located straight under. Yeah, it is located straight under. This is gonna take a while, that's okay. The main thing is this part is gone. Steel processing, soon we'll be setting up Steel X before you know it. Before you know it, we'll have Steel X. Let's see. A weird wrinkling in the force. It should still be 720 signs a minute. Probably it flips around a bit due to the timing of the technology changing. 1 hour and 8 minutes to steel processing. Alright, that's not too bad. Alright, so these miners are gonna have a special task. They're gonna be mining straight into these 2 boilers. And those are gonna be going straight into some steam engines on a separate power network. So I need to delete this. Actually, I should not. Disconnect the entire base. So let's hurry up with that. Steam engine here and here. Alright. It's a little bit unfortunate that this... I can delete this miner already. I'm gonna delete all the miners from dispatch anyway. That should do. That is water in the boilers. They're working. Alright. 5 more ore and then this is gone. Oops, that was the base. Keeping a little bit of space between the power lines. We're gonna set up a separate power network for our raiders. Wait, I need to put power lines here and here. Eventually these miners are gonna run out and then I can put some inserters there with coal. In fact, might be a way to get rid of my current coal. Alright, so the steam engines are not powered. The inserters are powered by my main network. Now we're going to be building a separate power network only for raiders. Purely and only for the radar grid. I'm not going to build... Originally I was planning to build like a perfect radar grid. In a 7x7 chunk area, but I cannot do it anymore because then I would need to build through all these expansion chunks which we want to keep green. Even putting like a single line of power with a radar here just diminishes the chance for these chunks to get selected by so much that they essentially will become quite useless. So we are not going to build a perfect radar grid. I do want a nice radar grid like out here. I need to see what these biters are doing. Like if they are migrating to some nest, if I can once in a while just take a look around and I see active biters around, I can know that an expansion attempt failed and the biters just relocated to a different nest. That can happen. It has happened before in some of the tests. So I do need some radar vision as soon as possible. With radar vision I'm a lot less likely to lose the challenge to some random anomaly in biter behavior. So that's what we're going to start with. So I do want to make like a nice radar grid. I'm going to save here. I cannot make a blueprint this big in my starting area, I don't think. Make a radar grid. I don't actually need to use this specific world to do it. Let's just delete everything. Except the spaceship. This is the central chunk. If I want to build a radar grid around it, I have to go in this chunk over here. I zoom in. That's already outside my area, so I don't want to do that. Let's hope the water is not in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this radar, let's see that on the map, will cover exactly until the spaceship. Alright, so yeah, this radar's visibility range exactly goes to this chunk here. This is like the origin, 0, 0. So I want a radar here, then 7 chunks away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ha 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 ha! Look at that! I accidentally deleted a little bit too much of my my system here. Well, we are in editor mode and I have the power. I have the power. Goodbye. In fact, goodbye. That got rid of all the roaming units on the map. I have to go out of range. Alright, so that's about 7 chunks. Exactly 7 chunks, should be. So if I do this and this, we have marked all the areas around. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the raiders are in the correct areas. So now let's try to centralize them on the chunk. 32 by 32 chunk. So we cannot really centralize it, I suppose. Some 5 by 5 thing. Let's find the center. Alright, so these are the 4 center chunks. Okay, 4 by 4. Let's place a radar there and then a power line there. And then together this is a 4 by 4 structure in the center of the chunk. I think if I copy this... If I copy this to over here, and here, and here, I think these power lines span 7 tiles, right? Yeah, wire reach 7.5. 7.5. Okay, that's why they can have... That's why they can do this shifty thing and still have the maximum range. Okay. Never paid attention to that. I thought it was 7. Since we're going 7 chunks, theoretically these should line up again after 7 chunks. 7 times 32 is divisible by 7, so let's see. Ah, yeah, that's perfect. Alright. Then we just copy that. Around the map. Alright, I think that's good. Alright, now comes the tricky part. Now we want to make a blueprint of this. I'm specifically keeping these oil refineries on the map for now. Snap to grid. It should be smaller than this though. We need a 7 by 7 grid, I suppose. To 24 to 24. Is this correct though? 16 and 16, I suppose. That is not correct. It has... Oh, sorry, I accidentally... paused the music or switched the track or something like that. Okay, so what is the trick then? Offset like so. I should be able to switch that in here. 160. 148, I think. That might be as good as it gets. Is that correct still? No, it is not. Okay, how do I do that? Forgot how to do that. Okay, let's start over because I have written myself into a corner there. Alright, the grid should be smaller. You should put 16 in the X box and 6 in the Y box the first time around. I think that lines up. And I did it again. Well, this works, I suppose. I would like to get the green lines on the radars though. In general, it works. I know I can move that around if I... do this. Okay, so now it's still correct, apparently. Right, so I have to move that by 16 and then delete 16 from here. Okay, it's 112. Yeah, I think that is correct. That is how I want it. Yeah, okay, that is how to do it. That is how to do it. Alright, so now it's on there. The green lines are around the radars. Alright. And then we can delete the unnecessary stuff. And that should not change the grid position. Let's hope. Okay, now I have only the radars and that stuff. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So now radar vision extended. This is what I originally had in mind, just building like a perfect radar grid like such. But if I do that, all the expansion chunks in my base are going to be like... a lot of them are going to be red. There's going to be a couple in the center which are unaffected occasionally, but in general I want it to look like this and not like this. So I cannot build a perfect grid, but I can build a perfect grid. I can build like a perfect grid like out here, where the chunks are red anyway. I don't mind. Alright, that's not connected. And that's not connected either. And that's not connected either. I suppose you get the idea. I hate how map editor works these days. That is what we want. Looks like none of this is connected to each other though, so we want basically raiders out here. Which keep an eye on the biters, and I can actually see what's going on. And I will be able to see if biters migrate to an existing base. That is the idea. So that's what we're gonna work on now. Alright, I got my blueprint. I should not exit here before I copy my blueprint. This is going to be our radar grid. I'm gonna use that grid to at least keep the radar semi-aligned around the base, so I don't waste too much of them. A radar. Chunk aligned. This is a radar grid. Radar grid. Okay, what probably also would be useful is the same thing. Let's put it in here before I mess up. But instead, it's just going to be one line. With height, just like a chunk height, I suppose, just to centralize it in the chunk. That's also not correct. It should be on that line. Alright. I have to move this offset like up maybe 16. So it's going to go 18 and then this is going to be 0. Minus 18. Minus 14. I don't know why that is correct, but that looks correct. If I flip it around though, it's not correct. Alright, you know what? No grid for that one. We'll just manually put that into the correct space every time. Alright. Let's go back to the actual game. That took me 15 minutes to do, holy moly. Just use Spidertrons as raiders. Yeah, that's true. Just use, I'll quickly research those. Mod is meaning to show the entire map. I don't know that mod 26cm. I cannot think of, nothing comes to mind. Alright, I'm never gonna flip those raiders, so that is fine. Let's see, we'll put that, I guess we'll put it in my blueprint book. And on the bar somewhere as well. Same for that one. Alright, so that should go around my spaceship. That looks correct. It's actually going through my actual steam power plant here. Okay, they run the same tile, they just move around a bit. Right, so I'll just force place this. And I just grab the other one. hold that in place, Control Z, do it again. That's the ideal radar grid range. I don't think I'm going ideal radar grid range at all here though. I need to find how to get out of here with the radars. That is what I really need to do. So I need to find the part of least resistance out here which makes green chunks as least red as possible. The obvious way looks to be here, to be honest. So I'm going to extend the range of my base. We're just going to go straight up. It is advantageous, I suppose, to go actually through any chunk with biter bases. If I build in these chunks, I won't have any negative influence on any green chunks out of there. If I build here and here, so go up in these chunks are already wasted anyway. I will only be sacrificing those two chunks. So I suppose I could actually allow myself to build in these chunks as well. Maybe I should actually put them in between the chunks. I don't really want to do that. Right, so just to visually see what I can do with my base. Actually, that's not correct. I should be going to the right here. I suppose here we can go double wide here. So my base territory actually expands this far now. And we have to move out anyway. If I go up in this chunk, this will get wasted. These chunks are useless anyway. The expansion here never happened either, unless it's worms. I can just try to go up over here. I should try to keep my stuff. We already built pipes in this chunk, so that's already kind of wasting these chunks anyway. Just a little bit of wasting is... the problem is just like 3 or 4 pipes in there, and it goes down by so much that the other actually green chunks have a 10 times higher chance to get selected. It is really hurtful to even go under the 1.0 chance just a little bit. I might be able to not build in that chunk at all. Let's just try to go all the way around that. And then we'll just try to stay in this chunk. I suppose we'll be mining here eventually. This is already red from the protection area, so you know what? We can probably just use this entire area for our base. And out here it doesn't matter anymore. After we are out here, after we are this far, everything is ours. Alright, so now if I switch off the expansion chunks, I should be able to see where I can build. We can build in this corridor and then just up here. Ideally up here at the beginning. Eventually we will be building up there as well. Alright. Something like that. Right, so now I know that we need to bring 2 separate power lines out there. One for the radar network and one for normal power, which we'll be using like to power the mines later. For now though, it's just going to be radars. It's not really a good way to prioritize anything here. It looks like the inside is used first, so let's put the rich parts on the inside. And then we'll use the other parts on the not inside. Yeah, this is good. That will mine up everything, but don't touch the chunks for the raiders directly. This ore it out. There is some ore here. Which these miners will never mine. Alright, so this power network has nothing, this power network has everything. We're gonna need to make some raiders though, so I think it's time to head back out to the base. Wait, I forgot I need to put these miners on there as well. Okay, so the rich miners are automatically prioritized now. We can put that on there. This on there for now. So we'll be prioritizing the rich center and deprioritizing the not rich not center, something like that. If we load this on this side of the belt. Alright. .9 signs per minute, yeah, that's true. We have currently built one of these in the base game makes 6 signs per minute. So we currently have less than 1/6 of a Mark I red science assembler if you compare that to the like 1/6 of a science assembler. 900 signs a minute. Alright, the labs are done though. Don't think I want to be planting those. What I do want to do is I want to prepare unlocking steel X after steel. So I need to make sure 50 steel gets smelted. That happens to be the amount of steel we need for a heavy armor. So that could come in handy later. Just need to grab 500 iron. I have 500 iron. I need to grab some stone furnaces. And we just set up this. The thing is, we cannot put iron in here until steel processing is researched, so instead we need to do something like this. And add coal. And that should automatically start smelting steel once this is in. And after a stack of steel has been smelted, we have made 50 steel, which should give us the Steel X technology. That's Steel X prepared. Steel X prepped. Alright. I won't need any assemblers. I might set up some miners while we're out there. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not, because I won't be having belts. think I should just grab more power line stuff. Alright, that is what I'm gonna be taking. I forgot I was supposed to be making raiders. That is 100 of them. Will take 50 seconds to craft, so that's nothing at all. And I'm going to be collecting as many iron plates as I can, so let's empty out those chests. Okay, that's 3 full chests of iron right there. And the rest can just slowly go in here. Alright, I'm gonna save here. So now we need to make a separate power line that does not connect to the other power line. And bring that out up here. Maybe I'll first try to raider up my base a little bit. Just go around and place raiders in some points so that I can see everything in my base. So that's actual raiders on this hotbar. Maybe I need a different one. 3, 4. I think this one can go completely. Power lines, chests. We'll put both radar blueprints on there. Put actual raiders on slot 1. I really should, before I go out, I should take turrets in case I run into trouble. And I'm gonna forget about that. So I'm gonna pick them up now. Yeah, Steel X, can I afford it? Yeah. I'm so glad we don't need to smelt 50,000 steel to do that. I suppose I put my gun turrets in the obsolete chest already, so that was kinda a mistake. Actually, gun turrets are gonna be pretty useless. We are in the big biter era now. I'm pretty sure I couldn't kill a big biter even with all my stacks of ammo. So let's not walk around aimlessly then. I guess I cleared up this hotbar. Raiders. Power lines and chests. Probably all I need. I'm glad I am not making a radar grid, because this would have gone straight through my science setup. Yeah, the science, man. It's unfortunate that it's a 5-second technology, which means for these 5-second per science pack technologies, which are only there in the very early game, one science assembler can keep up with 2 science assemblers are needed to satisfy 1 lab, whereas normally it's the other way around. You need 1 science assemblers with 3 labs instead of the other way around. Anyway, where am I even going? So where do I want to put raiders? I want to put a raider at my power plant. Let's go from there. We'll just start over there and work our way back with the cables. You can also look how this power plant is looking at the moment. Now I'm glad I did not actually delete all these ghosts yet. I suppose we'll keep it in this chunk. That means I can just put it here. Now I just need to keep my power network from connecting to here. We're gonna have 4 belts of coal incoming eventually. 2, 3, 4. I think I'm just gonna go down 4 belts of coal, and nothing else could go further than that. So like this then, and then we just have to disconnect the power lines from over here. It's gonna be a problem actually. If I place this later. Alright. I'm getting distracted already. Let's make a sawtooth pattern on the power plant. Nice. But these are disconnected. I would like this to connect to here. Actually, that is too far, isn't it? Yeah, it's too far. Alright. So let's not line the power lines up then. This should just go here. Suppose we could. No, let's keep it like this. Okay, it's not gonna be as tedious like this everywhere, but here it is. Alright. Okay, there we go. That's like 2 separate power lines. And this we will then connect to our new power plant over here, which is specifically for radars. In the beginning that's not gonna make much of a difference, but in the end it definitely will make a large difference. So now just we'll try to go down straight. I think I'm just gonna continue on straight, I suppose. There's the stone patch. Oh, we're gonna go right next to that. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna be mining that stone anytime soon. You can make patterns quicker by copy-pasting sections that have been connected. Yeah, just copy-pasting. I thought you would need to make an actual blueprint of that for that to happen. Alright, so now we want to connect it to this power plant. Alright, there we go. That should be the first radar vision. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. That also means we can actually remotely, if pollution threatens to spread too far or something, we can like selectively stop a small part of our power plant. And probably that's gonna have an effect on power. Yeah, you see, now we have not enough power. So we can do that remotely to control how much pollution we are creating. Let's actually check. Yeah, we are still very, very safe. So for sure, everything within our lines is neutralized. Also, a bunch of nests outside have been neutralized. So I think in the red signs area, we don't have to worry about pollution just yet. Once we go into green signs though, that's probably going to change. There's a lonely ghost. Yeah, there's a little bit of iron hidden behind the tree, which I don't want to forget about. Alright, so now we got a separate power network for the raiders. Now, what is the benefit, you would think? It just takes 300 kilowatts. There's nothing really going on just yet. But yeah, for my thing to take effect, we need to place a couple more raiders. I think, well, yeah, we'll just first work on getting our base visible. So one more in, I suppose, in this chunk would be good. Alright, I think we're just gonna claim the edge over here to go down with our power line. Just place raiders along the border a bit. Okay, I gotta be careful here with the expansion chunk stuff, so let's make a save in case I mess up. Yeah, I did not mess up here just yet, so that's nice. Make frequent saves if I want to keep my chunks green. Okay, so now we're going to go in this chunk, which is good, as long as we stay on this side. Need to be careful with those trees pushing me around. Okay, now we just zigzag down for a couple chunks. So far so good. Can go one more chunk to the right. Don't really need to see this, but I think I'll place a raider here anyway. I love how positively minded everybody is about not needing base defense being a non-issue, because anyway we'll have Spidertrons soon. Oh, it looks like we're gonna go off the cliff here. We can place a raider in the this next corner over here. Right, still nothing has been violated. I think eventually, yeah, we'll get into regular there's Mr. Australia again with the religious message. I think indeed that eventually it will turn into some sort of a regular style-ish mega base, except the science progress to get all the crazy bonuses will be much slower. But if 1,000,000 science per minute is possible, that is still like 1,000 science per minute compared to regular. The problem is though, you need so much science before you can do the thing with the super fast mega base and the lossless recycling and all that stuff. Put a radar there, alright. Okay, next chunk. Now we go right 3 chunks. Okay, I'm gonna make a save here because this forest will push me around. So far so good. Alright. Suppose we can go up one chunk. Alright, 6 raiders. Now we can start to do the tricky thing. Alright, now we have only one steam engine running on this power network, which means we're only spending 900 kilowatts and half of a boiler worth of coal. Still, we are running 6 raiders on this power network without interfering with the rest of the base, which just has full power. That is the idea behind this. We're gonna take this to a much more extreme variant where we are gonna run like 100 raiders on those 2 boilers, which would normally need like a full power plant. And despite that, we're still gonna have the visibility range of all the raiders. It's gonna flicker a little bit. Scanning is gonna be slower, but we have explored everything manually anyway, so we don't really care about the scanning. We will get updates of the surrounding land ever so slowly, though. Right, so next thing is we need to get out up here. So I suppose I want to take this power line up somehow. I think I can take this power line through here. Well, I need to be careful to not connect the power networks together. If you accidentally connect the power networks together and then separate them again, the information on one of the power networks will be lost. And you can no longer see the historic power connection, so I want to prevent that. Guess I have to just go through here. This chunk is ours still. Just move over to the edge again. So we can just manually hook these power lines together instead. Then when I place them, they should not connect, even though they threaten to connect with the mouse over. They should not connect to the main network. So if I click on this, we only have raiders for the last always. And this power network has never had a raider in its history. Alright, that is good. We can basically just go up until we meet the iron mine, then cross over and make our way out. All these chunks are good, right? All these chunks are ours. Okay, all these chunks are ours. Alright. Okay, so here we can just place the ghost. We disconnect these. Disconnect these. And we should have crossed successfully. And then we want to go up somehow. Alright, so I think my radar line is gonna go up on the left side, and eventually the other power line is gonna go up on the right side, because the resources are here. So we'll go to the left side of this chunk. I think though first I will go up in a straight line. I gotta redo this power line. This is a stupid power line. Just gonna go straight out. Cross over here. And then bring power up with iron. Alright. And then we can basically just get rid of all of this. Alright, this is main, this is nothing, this is just radar. Alright. Okay, now we go up. First, let's complete the base radar so we have full vision of everything. Oh, it means actually we need a radar like in here. And maybe one in here. That will give us full vision of our base before we head out. Yeah, this will become an edited series. You're going to hit UPS limit on a laptop before 50k even. Legendary everything. I don't know, I successfully ran a 10,000 signs per minute belt-based mega base in Factorio 1.1 just before switching to Factorio Space Age, so I hope that it will be okay. That's dangerous. Okay, actually I will place the power grid section of the power plant here. Just to prevent any later ghosts from Okay, let's try the copying of the power lines like so. Yeah, it's working. Nice. So we got the sawtooth over the entire distance here. Alright, and then we just gotta keep these again from connecting. There's so many power lines here, I'm just gonna ghost place them all before doing anything with them. Biters are on, yeah. Yeah, indeed. I definitely agree that we did a crazy amount of work to manipulate biter mechanics. Unheard of amount of work. It's why we are 40 hours in. It's not because 1,000 times science cost it takes 40 hours just to get to steel processing. We spent 36 of those 40 hours just running around the map with an idle, non-existing base. Laying pipes everywhere and that kind of stuff. It's probably is not gonna make it. It's not. That would make it. I need to place nothing in that chunk. Special underground pipe wasted just for that, I suppose. Is this already good for the radar? We need to drop down 2 chunks ideally. Oh, that is not great actually. We need to place a radar somewhere else then. We can place this one though. Right here. At the very edge. So a radar in this chunk no higher than over here. Okay, we already have the radar set up to do that. We can do this. And now we have vision of our entire base. At all times. And currently we are running 9 radars on 300 kilowatts. Sorry, 9 radars on 900 kilowatts. Whereas they normally already would use 2.7 megawatts. Yeah, we're doing... we're trying to keep the expansion chunks as green as possible inside of our base. And we're doing everything in our power to keep it that way. As you see, if we build, everything up to 2 chunks away gets turned red as well, like around this base. But the chunks don't update if you never build in a expansion chunk nearby. So all of these chunks are still shiny green despite us building crazy amounts of stuff right next to him. That's basically what we're doing, trying to preserve as many green chunks as possible. So everything takes longer because, well, we are doing a lot more... everything is much more convoluted as usual. But that is the base radar. Base radar moving out. I don't think the 720 signs per minute plus the like 480 signs per minute for logistics because of the slower time per research pack, I don't think that's gonna cost us. I have a feeling we're gonna run out of things to research before we need them again. Right, so these 2 chunks have been sacrificed. We need to make a connection here which will sacrifice all of these 15-ish good chunks, but so be it. We need to get out of here somehow. We don't have wireless power cables just yet. Okay, and once we are actually in these chunks, now it gets a lot less critical. If I misplace something, I can undo it. Because every placement causes an update anyway. Alright, hello biter bases. Alright, so in previous episodes we've been walking through forests trying to lay pipes everywhere. Now we're walking through forests trying to connect a power line everywhere without misplacing it. So, definitely change. I won't say improvement, but definitely change. I think I cannot connect this to here. If I place stuff in here, we will give up this chunk. I suppose we will claim this area for ourselves then. I'm just gonna try to make it as minimum as possible right now. Alright. I have to check where does my radar grid end up. In this chunk actually, my radar grid ends up in this chunk. So probably just gonna go next to the water, and when we hit this point over here, we just go up in a straight line through the actual biter base. And then we can start gaining eyes on our enemies. Somewhere over here. Okay, from this point on. Kind of weird to just draw a power line straight through a biter base, but well, it's a playthrough like that, I suppose. Where is the raider? Okay, one more chunk to the north. Alright. So this area is like wasteland anyway in terms of red chunks. I think we can safely plop down our radar grid over here. We don't need to make every connection. I just want to know where the power lines go. We can later just delete the power lines that we don't need, like the ghost placements. For instance, we're not going to draw the horizontal power line here. We're just going to go up north. But that should tell us where the raiders go. I will chop the trees which are in the way of the central raiders. Alright, so that will give us vision here. Suppose I will backtrack a bit and place a radar to connect to the base grid as well. To have the vision. In fact, I can place a radar right into this expansion here. Because these chunks are already wasted. These chunks are already wasted. It kind of makes sense to put a radar even in this chunk, I would say. Pretty sure where to draw the power line. Suppose just in the top. All that this does is make the red chunks already a bit redder, while not doing anything to any green chunk anywhere. Right? Plop. It takes a little bit of time to... we can now see this expansion chunk. Nothing happened here. If we couldn't see it for the green stuff, now we can see it through our radar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, if we put another radar like here, next to the uranium patch, that connects our power field. The chunks are wasted for in terms of enemy expansion, is what I mean. So green chunks are, normally the green chunks are candidates for enemy expansion locations, but in this playthrough the specific ones which are now inside my base are like no longer really eligible for that expansion. Okay, I think that's good enough. We don't need vision on absolutely every chunk. Alright, so now I just go out to the right and out to the left with my radars. I think we can switch off the expansion chunks. We can actually see what we've been doing. See how it's going. We're still collecting iron. Steel ready to be smelted as soon as steel processing finishes in 16 minutes from now. How did we cut expansion parting? Due to non-peer-reviewed scientific experiments. I just have like my own results for this. I did some tests and it appears that biters need to originate. If a chunk is chosen for expansion, biters need to originate from a nest less than 8 chunks away, horizontal plus vertical. So it can be 8 chunks horizontal plus 8 chunks vertical. If there are no nests with active biters in that range, no expansion party will form and no expansion will arrive at the expansion location. So yeah, this is still a little bit wobbly science. Not sure we are relying on it though. We are relying on this fact to be true. We did a couple more tests now during the break screens when I had dinner breaks and stuff. I just sped up the game at 100% evolution. And so far the walls have held. So far we are doing okay. But yeah, it's definitely... Oh god, now we get this annoying stuff. Do not misplace these things. I'm gonna just chop all the trees. We need some wood anyway. We're just gonna follow the pattern. I don't think... Not necessarily everything that is exploitable in the game needs to be nerfed. Especially not if a player would need to spend like 36 physical hours, 36 actual hours in the game to pull off all those expansions. Who is gonna do that? There is no need to fix anything like that. Just some stupid YouTubers who have plenty of time on their hands start doing all these weird things because they don't know what they need to do with themselves otherwise. That's not a reason to nerf that. If anything, they will be nerfing this behavior of spawning. But even if they make every place eligible, you can just fully close it up. They would have to be spawning and breaking entities where they would spawn to prevent this from happening. But I don't think it's big enough of a problem that it should be nerfed, really. The thing with this is people are using it to get the keeping your hands clean achievement on default settings. Or like on not times 1000 times science cost settings. But is it really a problem? Is it really a problem? I don't think so. Okay, here we can place power lines freely. Because all the expansion chunks are red anyway. We want them to be red in this area. This is the buffer area. No nest should ever settle here. Because if a nest settles here, that means they will be in range of the green expansion chunks in my base. So that's why these chunks here should be as red as possible. I need to be a bit careful. I'm pretty close to active biters here. Are you gonna fight biters at some point? I spent literally from the first 15 hours, I spent 14 hours fighting biters. Where do you think all these pipes are coming from and all these busted gun turrets? We're gonna fight more biters after military 2 and some damage upgrades. At least that is the plan. There's not really anything to see down there. I think I'm just gonna continue on to the right. I meant defenses. That's quite a different thing. Attack and defense. No, biter base defense is not allowed in this playthrough. I decided for some reason. Alright, yet another one. Plop. There we go. Big Brother is watching you guys. Big Brother is watching you, and currently we are operating 15 raiders on 900 kilowatts of power. Pretty good. I think I just will continue to the right for now. Not sure I should be chopping trees just to place the power poles in the perfect location. On the other hand, hey, there you go, that's why I brought all the cables and all the wood. So we can just replace those as we go. It only takes 2 stacks to carry a stack of wood and a stack of copper cables. Essentially only a stack of copper cables since we're chopping the wood. But that turns into 4 stacks of power lines, so that is why I did not pre-craft all of those. Does the building begin? It already has begun. Look at that science bar. 720 signs a minute, or 0.72 signs a minute in a normal playthrough. Okay, does another one fit? That's the question. I think so. These biters, you might feel a strange vibration in the ground as suddenly a bunch of ghost power poles are placed in your base. Oh wait, that was wrong. We need to be on this side. I'm gonna build that raider out there. I'm gonna go up here as well. I want to scout this water. I want to know what is there. Like in terms of islands and whatnot. Because I'm planning to use that area to generate more green chunks later on after we have landfill. It's not default. Yeah, it's not default settings because we have a 1000 times science cost multiplier, I suppose. It is a little bit close by. I think we can still place it if I just place the radar right here or something. And I'm so close by. Don't trigger on me. There's no big biters as of yet, because those biters already spawned when it was still small biter era. But still. Alright, and this we're just gonna get rid of. We'll get rid of all those ghost power lines later in one go. I feel so zen now that all the walking is done. And we actually have automated science going. I feel like I can waste a lot of time. Not really sure how much time I can waste, but it feels like I can waste a lot of time. Right, now I want to go up next to the lake, I suppose on this side. Am I gonna scientifically that upwards? Does not really align very comfortably through those nests. So I think I'm just gonna ignore this and just draw a line upward manually next to the lake. Let's draw upward from here. I'm already not worried about evolution factor. Time is not an issue in getting to behemoth biters. It's all pollution from here on out. Let's check how evolution is now. Already down to... We're already, again, more than half of progress is pollution. And I literally spent 36 hours walking around without producing anything. Literally. We went up more pollution or more evolution points in this stream than the last like 5 streams combined, I think. Maybe not 5, but yeah, you get the idea. Okay, where is the next chunk that needs a raider? 2 more chunks upwards. That's this one. Alright. Pearl up. There we go. Okay, that will actually start scanning those chunks. We actually have the book of weird measurements. Let's put that on the bar. And this one and this one. This is going to be the weird bar. So this radar will scan. Where are we now? Here. This radar will scan all this dark terrain, which leaves an annoying 4 chunks on the right outside of scan range. This radar will scan also not that. I would have to put the radar up here to scan that. It only scans to about there though, so I think I just want to go up maybe 1 or 2 radar distances more. Because this lake is going to be insanely important to my late game plans. Let's be a little bit less precise where the power lines go. We need to be a bit careful, there could be new biter expansions here. Still connected, it's still connected. How far upwards? I think I'll place one in this chunk as well. Will I? It will give me vision on here, but that doesn't really matter. I kept some expansion chunks here, but it's these ones. To get a biter expansion to settle on the shore. Yeah, I don't need this radar. We can just keep going up. Alright, I know I'm about to run into a biter-based deer game, but please don't scare me so much with that music. We're going to the next track. So, it's about here. So I suppose we'll place it as close to the edge as possible, which is this. Should already pop these things into existence. Here we go. Scan range is... Where are we now? Here. This chunk. Scan range is this far. Well, we're out here now, so we may as well just go up 1 more chunk. Are we already there? No, we still need to go up 3 chunks ideally. Can I even? That's gonna be tricky. I think I need to zoom out a bit. There's big biter base. Ideal chunk is this chunk. Biters no longer trigger on radars, by the way. That used to be the case. There we go. That should be this area. And a clear view on these guys, what the hell these are up to. That is this chunk, so this one should scan out all the way to there. That is probably far enough for the time being. Yeah, that's probably far enough for the time being. Right. Let's go back down. Gameplay looks like this dude that drives as a GTA taxi driver for 2000 hours. I hope we're not gonna be here for 2000 hours. But Factorio is kind of a game that snowballs out of control. Like the progress gets progressively faster once you get further and further. Hey! Hey, 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 we are smelting steel. So that means 16 times 20 seconds. 5 minutes and we'll have steel axe. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Finally, that's gonna feel so good. 5 min to steel axe. Heck yes. 50 steel will be smelted automatically. Like days every day. Even in base building episodes, looks like we're still going everywhere. Research complete sound will be legendary in this playthrough. I should change that to the victory sound. Every time a research completes, we will get like the sound you normally get when you win the game. Okay, we're researching logistics, man. That's gonna slow down to 480 signs a minute due to the lack of laps, but that's fine. 40 minutes. Alright, since I want to actually scan this area, I think I'm just going to enable all the steam engines for now. We still don't have enough power, but that's okay. They will scan 4 times as fast when there is 4 times as much power. So this area should become visible in an hour or 2, I suppose, way before we actually need to do anything with it. There you go, chunks are being scanned outside of the actual range of the radar. Alright, that's good. Where are we going now? I think we're just gonna go down. Let's take another look at expansion chunks, because there might be some green stuff here. No. Don't need to worry about obscuring green chunks just yet. Let's do another 2 stacks of copper cable into power lines. Do they prefer unmapped chunks now? No. Hey, steel axe! Let's cut down a rock. Oh! Oh, yo, 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 yo! Look at this cool rock. Not a chance! Not a chance. You stand no chance, man. You're mine. I'm gonna chop everything now. Heck yeah. 42 hours, 19 minutes and 20 something seconds. But now we've got it. We've got the steel axe. The most desired technology in all of Factorio. Simple joys in life. Koofy Boy agreed that reaching steel axe is a victorious moment for sure. I don't want to chop unnecessary trees. but I suppose we'll find one which you need to cut down any moment. Alright. 21 raiders on four steam engines and counting. I think we'll just go out this way now. We've got like eyes on the oil now, so that's good. Maybe I should place these raiders as well, but let's first make an entire loop around the base. Oh, that was a tree actually. I didn't even pay attention. That was fast. I'm gonna deconstruct stuff so fast now. Right, another one. It is good. Now we can see, it looks like there's no biters nearby. There's a bunch of biters running amok here. I'll get rid of those ghost power plant placements, I suppose. We have a... I can change this one into trees, rocks, only blacklist. Put that on my bar as well. And I can just delete all those ghost placements. Actually, you know what I could do? To delete ghost placements, I have a great idea. I can use the ones which deletes ghost placements. Instead of the ones that does not deconstruct trees. It's almost like this one is made for that specific purpose. Alright. So where do we go now? I think we just go down. Can I? Kind of. I think I'm gonna go back inside though. What's the MMM marker? Basically, a lot of medium worms. I used to count them in the smaller nests as it was important at the moment. But the big ones I just didn't want to count. Spent a lot of time counting, so I just went with the triple M. There's almost no nests. Like this one has 7 medium worms and 5 nests, of which 4 spitters. That kind of mattered to me at some point. Now it matters a lot less. But the ones which are further out are just labeled MMM. And the ones even further out can have some labels with B's, which indicates there's big worms there. So there's a divide. A maximum distance where medium worms spawn and a minimum distance for big worms to start spawning. Minimum distance from spawn, that is. One thing I don't like about the new sounds of Factorio is the like the jungle life sounds they added to the jungle sounds they added to the forests. They scare me, man. Every time I think it's like a worm or something hidden in there which is about to shoot at me. I've been conditioned for too long to trigger on any animal's sound. Where is the radar supposed to be here? In this chunk? Oh, that's unfortunate. That means we'll be placing it in this one, I suppose. And there's a pipeline here. Just gonna punch some holes in it for myself. If no trees marked for deconstruction, it means I can place the power pole. Oh, so nice. I just want to start chopping down entire forest, man. I really gotta withhold myself. I think I'll quickly get used to it again, though. Oh man, deconstructing gun turrets is gonna be so much better. Can I approach? I can. And I missed a connection here. I misplaced one power line. Alright, that's easy fixable. We go there back anyway. B as in big, as opposed to B for behemoth. Yeah. I see the issue. For my purposes though, there is no difference. They actually both have the same hit point and resistances. The only difference is the behemoth worm has much more range and much more damage. Alright, that switches on this guy. We'll continue down. Okay, I'll go around the coast. We've been going around the coast everywhere. We'll be looking at the map for like hundreds of hours, so we might as well spend a little bit of effort making it look as nice as we possibly can. Oh, I missed another connection. Slowest steel axe world record. Yeah. How many power poles? Way less than pipes. We can take a look. Production, all buildings, I suppose. 1.5k power lines. 72,000 pipes we have placed in the world. So yeah, we still got a ways to go before that matches up. I just want to start chopping random rocks now. Ah, so nice. So fast. Hello, biters, don't mind me passing through. Oh, sorry. I see you and you are identifying as spitters these days. Sorry, spitters, I'm just passing through. Another one. We'll try to go out here as well. Focus. I start to have a focus problem again. Potentially dangerous. Hey, some missing power lines from earlier. All of the power lines that are supposed to be placed cannot be placed. Alright, I'm gonna save here. I do not want to set up gun turrets. Actually, I didn't bring gun turrets. This is gonna be a safe, scummy save. I'm just going to try to click and replace this as fast as I possibly can. We need to do that over here as well. There is space. Okay, that is then the... We need to do it here. Alright, that went well. That's pretty dangerous stuff. Alright, that's 2 out of 2. That's a potential spawn area for one of those biters. Alright, that's the last one. We don't need to deconstruct any more pipes. But you never know, sometimes they spawn on the first possible game tick and other times it takes them a while. Just gonna cut some holes in there. I'm not really that worried anymore about... So the pipe raider thing kinda loses its function now that we are progressing into real raiders, so I don't really mind cutting a couple extra holes in the in the pipelines. Okay, looks like here should be the radar, since there's a lot of trees which apparently need to be chopped. Okay, another one. Does the next one fit? I don't think so. But the next one is right under this nest. That looks a little bit not great. Let's go back in. What's the point? Place them anywhere. Yeah, I'm not adhering to a strict grid. Not as strict as I would like to, at least. But you know, minimizing the radar placements can have a decent effect on power. As well as like making sure not to miss any chunks in this area where something bad could happen. Alright, so we can use this one now. It's not like chunk aligned stuff, but if I zoom out maximum, I can just about get it on the screen. To flip it. It's a bit annoying that I need to walk that far down to do that. Maybe I can do it from the map view. That should add griddy biterness. Actually, biter bases are aligned to the grid now these days. Apparently because you can capture them now. They used to, so now they align to the tile grid. In Factorio 1.1 they could offset from the tile grid, which I found out in the indestructible biter bases playthrough, where look at that coal rock just disappearing, just melting like an iceberg in today's climate. Not sure if that's a good thing. Right, actually, if I want to place more radars on like my resources, I should probably think about moving in. So I could move in on these chunks where the biter bases are on the same horizontal, and I would not be losing any green chunks to that. Like if I go in here, that is perfectly fine. And I can place a radar all the way out here. It's almost, but not exactly aligns with my grid here. I could place another radar here and I would have uninterrupted view. I think I'm gonna go in there. I think I'll just stick to using these and just deconstructing the views later. Right, so I should go in one chunk below here, ideally. There's a stone patch in there, so I'll go at the very bottom of the chunk. It looks like we have to have a squiggle in there. Oh no! Look at that! Yeah, I do want to go and south of this chunk then. I can pass the stone mine. Yeah, we can do that. Let's go in. As normally a radar power consumption would not be that big of a power requirement compared to all the rest, but here it can get quite significant. Thanks the Greeks TV. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. For gifting a subscription to Miss Weems. Oh hey, Iceberg. I mentioned iceberg. I think I actually mispronounced iceberg like iceberg. That's quite funny. Okay, this is a bad idea. Just cannot stop doing it. I need the thrill of deconstructing pipes with danger for my own life. Okay, that fires up this area. I think I actually want to do this instead. Then we can see a bit more to the south. We potentially can place radars on most locations where these biter bases come in from the red chunks. Alright, that's actually not too bad. I thought I would have to live with a lot less power. Thank you from... Really German pronounced Eisberg. Das ist ein großer Eisberg. I didn't know iceberg was the correct German word for that. Okay, that keeps the entire area lit up. Ah, iceberg, yeah. What's the most humane way of destroying biter eggs? Squishing them in a recycler or incinerating them in a heating tower? I haven't given that much thought just yet. Are those the things that keep you up at night? They shoot. Yeah, Factorio factories have... If you thought about it in Factorio 1.1, it already was not the most friendly game if you thought about it. Invading some planet, exterminating local life, etc, etc. Just to build your own factory. But now we are really going all the Matrix on these guys. Harvesting their eggs and making them think they live in a happy world. And all that kind of stuff. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about those guys. It's good they don't shoot at raiders anymore, I suppose, because that's exactly where I want to place one. Don't shoot my power lines, don't even think about it. Yeah, we're gonna come in from the south for this one, because that big nest was in the way. It's quite funny. We're just relaxing next to a raider. They for sure can reach that. The spit is already further than the raider. So that kind of proves that raiders are no longer military structures in Factorio. That was definitely not possible in Factorio 1.1. Biters would trigger like crazy if you placed a raider close by. Gotta zoom out a bit so I don't run into that base. Ooh, can I place it in this chunk without triggering those biters? I don't really think I can. Are there big ones in there? Not quite yet. I don't have gun turrets on me though. Dang it. Okay, that's probably gonna fail. I want to try to get it in the correct chunk though. Oh, I can't believe I got away with that. Alright, nice. Now we go further to the south. I suppose we just go back inwards. Yeah, you can put fish in a kilo water, yeah. Somebody else said that already. I tried it out in the new player experience, I just had to know. I still didn't bring a legendary fish to a kilo to have Ben the fish swim in the Aquilian oceans. I'm still stuck at the Shattered Planet in the lore of that playthrough. Pretty big jump though. I actually made it to the Shattered Planet in my first playthrough, the new player experience. And that after I somehow even survived the very first space flight with it's gotta be here, right? Yeah, I survived the very first space flight with 2 laser turrets powered by solar panels. I don't know how, but I got halfway, then the ship got like too destroyed to have thrust, and I slowly fell forward into the planet somehow. And I crash landed on Volgora with nothing. Survived the trip there with 2 laser turrets and no gun turrets. Now that I know how you are supposed to do it, that is absolutely insane. I tried to reproduce it later, but I couldn't. I just kept... The ship just kept exploding and I just kept dying. But somehow the very first attempt I made it, and I didn't even know it was such an unlikely event. I'm not really... I don't really think I'm going to continue with the new... with the world of the new player experience. It was just to like learn the game and like document the actual... my actual experience. The new player experience, what can I say? But of course it was very much a learning process. And there are still some fun things to do there, like trying to remotely revive the neglected Norvies. But I don't know, I don't think I'll be picking that up. If I would do anything else in parallel with the stuff I'm doing already, it would probably be like a modded playthrough or something. But I don't have plans for anything else except continuing in this playthrough in terms of playing. All the other time I just want to spend editing now. Because it's been way too long since I had a series going on my channel. Kind of follows from the release of Space Age, you know. It takes a little bit of time to actually get to know the game and think of a good challenge which you could do in the game. Not just naturally going to be like knowledgeable and good in Space Age, so I had to spend some time getting to know everything here. And then I decided on a challenge which stuck me on Norvies for the first 200 hours, so yeah, if I had known that in advance, maybe I could have had an early start with this. But my playthrough here is very much inspired by QV Boy's run. He started recently doing this run, default settings 1000 times science cost without any restrictions, additional restrictions run on Factorio Space Age as well, which was kind of what there is. I think there is. Yeah, we can we place a raider in there? I think we can. That is the correct chunk, is it not? I think this is the correct chunk. Yeah, it is. Alright, so I will go around then with my power lines. That's where it all started, and then I thought I had the idea to do a 100 times science cost playthrough on default settings in Factorio 1.1 before even automation was excluded from those. And before, automation was excluded from the multiplier, which means you would have to handcraft 1000 red science packs, which would cost you the first 2 hours or so of the game to get the resources, and you could explore in that time. It was a viable idea. 1000 times was not really viable, because that would mean you need to spend the first 15 to 20 hours gathering and handcrafting red signs. Oh god, we're gonna play again with medium Johnny over here. And then when Cuvie Boy started his series, I got nerd sniped into thinking about it again. Oh, he's already shooting me. Gotta keep him from shooting the pipes. If you would scream a little bit less and shoot a little bit more, you might have more of a chance of hitting me, but no, all bark, no bite. That's what's wrong with your generation of worms. I'm past 40 now, so I can speak like that. I have the right now. Alright, let's see to what we're up to. 37 raiders on this power network, trying to demand 12 megawatts, but only have 3.6. Good enough for us though, we have uninterrupted vision and it will stay that way for quite a while. I can put like 20 raiders per steam engine, another expansion in my base trying to happen. Let's mark it. Normally you can run 3 raiders on a single steam engine, 900 kilowatts. I think I can run 30 raiders on a single steam engine and still have kind of uninterrupted vision. Because I did 1 solar panel raiders on Gleba and I had uninterrupted vision with that. That's 30 kilowatts per raider. Alright, I think that's perfect vision on the right side of my base. Let's switch off chunks for a bit. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Do we have green chunks here? No, this is all going to be red because of the biter bases. So I can just I don't really mind making these chunks dark. They're a little bit scary. Yeah, they're a little bit scary, to be honest. I'm gonna make these dark. We're gonna take the power line over here and just continue on to the left. Alright. Raiders don't have a minimum power consumption. They just run at the speed. If you don't power them fully, they just run at a speed linearly equivalent to the amount of power you're giving them. But the raiders basically they keep this visible by updating the 7x7 chunk area a number of times per second, so that never flickers off. But if you underpower them, that number of times per second becomes number of times per 10 seconds, and then they start flickering off a little bit. But yeah, we can just add like 1 more steam engine if it really becomes a problem. I need to go further up still. Yeah, we need to go up still. All those zoomer worms with their skibidi barfers. Old man yells at worms. At worm-shaped clouds. Yeah, we can go up to the proper location. Ah yes, that is also why raiders still grant vision. I guess I just explained that. I didn't actually see the question before I explained it. No, I'm actually just gonna make this area actively red now. I know, this area scares me for some reason. I don't know exactly why. It's probably not very rational, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What? Is it, again, this chunk where the radar should be? Don't tell me. It is, alright. Suppose it fits nicely between here. Another one. We should also put some more radars in the base, I suppose. Ideally, I would have a radar... yeah, in here. So we can arrange that right now. Yeah, this should be all visible as well. We can just shift click that into existence, but not here. This is green chunks which we want to preserve, so there we have to find some different solution again. Hey, logistics. Yeah, 480 signs a minute, not a problem. For the next stack, we're gonna go back up to 720 signs a minute, because this one is 5 seconds again. We're doing 720 signs a minute if it's 10 seconds or less per sign spec. So now we are doing 2/3 of that, 480. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go up near the back. So I need to put a radar in this chunk somehow. There's a cliff in the way. I think I can put it here and just put power just on the far edge here. Are you gonna research lamps? Yeah, eventually I will research lamps. But not before... that should connect to the base here. Not before behemoth biters. Before behemoth biters we're still in kind of a pickle. I'm taking my time now, but... I'm taking my time because now evolution is fully dictated, practically speaking, fully dictated by pollution. Oh god. If a big biter spawns when I do this, it's game over. In fact, even a medium biter will kill me. Okay. Whew. Okay, this is straight on the iron patch. I guess until we actually start mining that, I don't really care. Should I care? Maybe I should care. I should care. Let's chop the skull rocks with our shiny new steel axe instead. I'm just going to keep that as far away as possible from the eventual power over here. So I guess in that case we'll just draw a power line next to the water to connect radars down there. I do want another radar over here, though. This is already wasted anyway. Why is that wasted? Because of the pipes in this chunk. So I might as well just go up here with my power. So we place a radar in here somewhere. Probably the most logical place to do that is... not here, but we're gonna do it anyway. We can place a power line through here without deconstructing any pipes. Alright, so we're getting better vision than I thought we would. That's nice. Okay, now we gotta be careful because now we get into the preserve the green chunks territory again. Let me grab some coffee here before continuing. I'll just read through chat a little bit more. We can enjoy the current state of radar vision, which is not the greatest, but is also not terrible. I am gonna get up as well. I'm just gonna stretch my body a bit. The old bones. Hey, it's a perfect moment to ask a question, Axel. It's now actually looking at chat a bit. I do a pretty terrible job normally keeping up with everything that's going on. Yeah, after we research lights, we can basically lights are like TVs. We can install TVs in the biter bases. It would actually be funny to block later biter bases with lights and then power them with power lines as well. We would need medium power lines to put that in our grid though, but that would be pretty funny. Looks like it's the last little bit. We still have water though to hydrate. It's alright. Alright, I now gotta test that. It just has to be done. I want to know how that looks. I did just save, right? Yeah, I did just save. Okay, let's go. We'll go in editor mode for this. This is gonna look funny. Pretty sure. We'll find a base with either something aligned. I think let's go to the base in my starting area. There was a base somewhere close by. The one that killed me on the very first attack. It is these guys. Those guys here, I remember. So what we could do instead, time is paused. I think this should work. Yeah, it would work. Of course, they would require actual power. I can just super force please to replace it. I forgot about it. Okay. The cliff is in the way, but I suppose we get the idea. Lights are only allowed on top of the cliff. Right, energy simulator. Somewhere far away. Suppose we would need a solar panel somewhere in here. Actually, no. That doesn't work. Not without an accumulator. The lights are off during the day, and then during the night when they should go on, they would be powered by a solar panel that does not receive light. Alright, so now we're gonna not always render as day, we're gonna make it night. Let's see how that looks. Let's speed up time. That's just beautiful. Oh man, we gotta have some of those installments in there. I think I need to replace at least this base around here, man. With lights. That is pretty funny. I guess we do not need steel power lines. After quality modules, we can have quality we can have quality power lines of this variant. Annoyingly though, annoyingly they have this marker on there, which is... I don't like those markers, but oh well. We can have... yeah, quality modders actually will give us access to cheap steel power lines just by upgrading the existing wooden ones. I hadn't thought about that just yet. That is another technology which we just might be able to just not research at all. I played through entire games before with just wooden power lines, even without quality. That is not too bad at all. Man, I like this. I like this. I gotta remember that. I'm gonna save separately here. Fighter bases with TVs. That is pretty cool. Okay, let's go back to the actual game. They are a bit more expensive, but at some point, the costs of all of that they don't matter anymore. What is the goal? I don't know. How much time did I spend on my 10,000 signs per minute playthrough? I got a feeling this is going to be in the same order of magnitude, like half a year of streams probably at least. To complete it, to get off the planet. I don't know, there's like two parts to the stream, right? One is just completing the entire playthrough, and the other part is just seeing if the strategy works to get off the planet. A lot of people have been saying the challenge is going to be trivial after reaching Vulcanus due to the infinite lava, but coal is definitely a problem on Vulcanus. You need to basically take into account the fact that the coal patches are going to be 1000 times as poor. What do you mean wire cannot reach? Are you insane? Alright. Calcite is also not going to be truly infinite. So iron and copper is not going to be truly infinite because of the calcite not being infinite. And then the starter tungsten patch usually is around 200k. So that means in our case the starting tungsten patch is going to be around 200. Just flat out 200 tungsten. That's what's going to be in that patch in terms of progress and research. So we need to go into medium demolishers for a good amount of tungsten, I would suppose. Okay, there we go. Logistics researched. We can finally make underground belts. Look at that. That is beautiful. Yeah, let's not do that now. We'll do that back at the base. Quality drills. Yeah, I suppose we get the productivity bonus from the mining drills. So effectively we're gonna have 400 tungsten instead of 200. Just slightly better. Gleba, yes, but the problem with Gleba is the same like the problem with Novice, as there are enemies which expand 1000 times more frequently than on default settings. If you count science cost like that. Right, so where are we now? Come on. think on this horizontal I can at least place one more radar. Maybe two, but not quite. Let's look where they are supposed to be. One here, one here. Yeah, that is too far out. I don't want to go here because that wastes 6 chunks. But the next one we can definitely do. And we'll also go down here. Calcite's infinite, the patches are huge. Yeah, but still, like, the yield is gonna be 1,000 times lower, right? That's a lot of times. Like a 10 million iron. Let's take this patch. 7.2 million. That's a pretty big iron patch. It's worth 7.2 thousand. It's like 2 chests of iron. A little bit more than 2 iron chests full of iron. In terms of progressing through research. A factor of 1,000 is it's just way bigger than it feels when you just say it like that. At least that's the effect it has on me. If I just say 1,000 times research, yes, it's a lot. That is a lot of research, I suppose, but it's really a big factor. 1,000. I'm starting to feel that now. The cost of building the base compared to the cost of research, the cost of building the base is going to be much cheaper compared to default settings. Basically, the research costs to unlock anything are just crazy compared to what it actually costs to build anything. I suppose we just go down here. I finished my game in 40 hours, which is actually quite fast for Space Age. I think there is no spoon achievement in terms of Space Age is 40 hours, right? So 40,000 hours, no problem. A 40 hours to solar system edge. That is completing the game. Alright. The vision growing. I gotta hurry up a bit, man. We're already researching logistic science packs and I'm still just raiding around the base. How much do we still have to research? There's a couple things I do want. I want stone walls. I want military. I want the heavy armor. And we also need the damage upgrade 1. On the fence about shooting speed 1. It potentially kills big biters, and our main problem is going to be DPS. And while physical projectile damage will have a much larger effect on DPS than shooting speed, there is still a net 10% multiplicative increase to DPS, which means we will be losing a lot less ammo. But I don't know if we'll be losing 300,000 resources worth less of ammo. Red magazines are 14 resources a pop, let's say 15. So 30 for 2 magazines. 30,000 red magazines worth of research. 30,000 red magazines worth of research. That's 10 chests full of red magazines. We're probably not going to save 32,000 red magazines by researching this upgrade. So probably we're not gonna go for it. That is what I mean. Just the cost of researching anything is so much more crazily insanely high compared to to anything you get out of it. But yeah, this is required. I think we'll just leave it, leave this behind here. This is the first 30-second per science spec technology, so it would be good to place the labs before this moment. But this is only 10k, only 10k, this is 75k, so we have about 100k of science to go through. Projected to finish at 1 hour 40. So it's about 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours. I'm actually standing dangerously close to this biter base apparently, all this time. Approximately 2 hours until that is unlocked. And before the time then I have... Okay, maybe I should stop raiding so much. I do want to have the vision though. It is important for our safety basically. I do not want to rely on luck anymore. I want to see what's going on. I want to see if biters migrate. There are no biters which have migrated around these nests. No red dots moving around like around these nests. If I see those red dots, I have to go out and take them out immediately. Let's just have a quick scoop around. So earlier on they migrated to this nest somehow. And after that they expanded into my base in the break screen simulation. So we gotta keep that from happening. There's no biters there. Well, that's all the things we have vision on so far. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the time to properly radar, I suppose. I'm gonna run out of both wood and copper at some point, looks like. We have a lot of wood still in the base. I thought I would be chopping enough trees by chopping the random ones that were in the way. But forests are pretty forgiving in terms of obscuring power pole placements. You just simply can place them most of the time. I did neutralize the... Yeah, okay, I did neutralize those nests. Alright, I'm gonna place a radar right here in this nest, because why not? Can you cheese the biter expansions? Yeah, I'm already hoping that all the preparation work we did will basically cause us to never have any biter encounters anymore during the entire playthrough. I'm not sure how realistic it is, so I am going to go for flamethrower at some point. Just to have a backup in case my great master plan turns out to be a little bit less great than I had imagined it. Which does not at all seem unlikely, I must admit. Alright, now we see this biter expansion pop up. Hello guys, protecting this 3.6 thousand copper with their life. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, these guys are safe. Okay, there's nowhere they can really expand to, which would be a threat. There's no green chunks inside, right? Okay, that's as far out as I need to go, I suppose. I don't really want to find my way through this right now. So we're gonna go left. We're gonna go left and only on this horizontal because this needs to be preserved. So let's do it. Yeah, so basically in the end, every 4 minutes a chunk will be selected for expansion. And regardless of if that expansion succeeds or not, that expansion attempt will have gone by. If it doesn't happen, it's just skipped. It's not replaced with something else or something. So normally you have a very small amount of byte expansions which can fail due to some reason. Most notably, sometimes there are like islands which have valid expansion chunks on them, like this one I suppose. So if this chunk would be selected for expansion, the expansion would just not happen because the biters cannot get to the island. That is how it usually happens in regular games. And that's also probably why the landfill method already seems nerfed before it was a thing. That is just a defense mechanism of the game to not select the chunks, like the tiny island chunks, too often for expansion without completely making it impossible. The checking of what I presume is the checking of the highest adjacent land chunk count and multiplying it by that factor to decrease the chance that this chunk gets selected because the biters cannot get to it. Thanks, Steel Accent Coffee. I'm going to assume the username is not inspired by this stream. Thanks for subscribing to Amazon Prime. Alright, so should I just place all of this on the map? Don't really see the need to go out beyond these enemy lines just yet, so I think we're just going to go straight line with our raiders. It's going to be good enough. We can potentially place a raider in here or in here. That would do us good. But right now, looks like just a straight line is sufficient. Alright. Forest, you win. Poor man's gates. When will we have real gates? Probably never. It's not very high on the priority list. Oh god, we have to do it again. I'm gonna save before doing that, because a single unlucky one could end me. Alright. So far, all attempts were successful at doing that. Where's the raider? Still a bit further. Okay. Let's look at the expansion chunk form. It appears we can draw this further inwards and then just go upwards into this chunk and then up here to radar that. I'm probably gonna keep my power lines to the right as much as I can to not interfere with this iron patch. Okay, let's go up there. We'll keep the chunks on for now. It was not hard to predict the never answer. What's the general strategy for this run? First we do like 40, not 40, not 40 hours, come on Mike. Nobody does 40 hours of prep work. First we do 36 hours of prep work to basically secure all the resources we are ever going to need, and then we play the game. That is the strategy in general. Having these decoy expansion chunks in the base where the enemies cannot get to prevent them from actually settling all my resources once every green chunk has been settled. As it stands, it looks like we have secured enough resources to be able to get off of this planet, so that is the grand plan. Now just nothing has to go wrong for the next 200 hours, and then we will have successfully made it. So, guaranteed? No, not at all, but so far, going better than I expected, really. Going better than expected. Okay, I think we not yet in the iron chunk. We can go up already though, because there's pipes in here, so this chunk is already wasted anyway, so... We cannot go further here. Go around the spawner? I don't know. How would you do that? I have no idea how to... What do you mean? Alright, so here could fit a raider in this chunk. Follow this line, so this all stays nice and green. Go to the next spider base and then we place a radar maybe here. That's as far as we can go without wasting any more chunks. Can stay on top of the cliff. Okay, so technically we are allowed to place it here. There's already pipes in this chunk, so I'm gonna do that. That's about as far as we can get view on the base without obscuring anything else. Finally they have power for the AC. I mean, I know string theory predicts that there are more dimensions than we can see, but I don't see, with my human eyes, I cannot see a way past the spawners except for the dimension I can see, this line. It has to be... How do you even go into a different dimension to place power lines around the spawner? Right, back down to the south. one more stack of copper cable once we have 100 wood. Alright, enjoy your soup, Big Hammers. I quite like soup myself too. Only top entertaining information on this channel. Which is your favorite soup? I like tomato soup. Dutch tomato soup with small meatballs. Tomato soup is everywhere in the world really, but it's like slightly different everywhere. Well, not slightly, it's actually very different everywhere. Coal patch. Yeah, I guess for now, until we mine it, we'll just go straight through. Not really sure when I'm going to be mining this. Okay, let's check the pollution cloud again in our mega base. Our mega red science base. Okay, that's not threatening at all. Not threatening at all. But you can see the biter bases are not absorbing any more pollution. They just saturate and then that's it. They won't absorb any more pollution for the rest of the game. Except when hitting behemoth biters at that very moment, because the threshold for pollution absorbed per nest goes up then. But in general, they should not be absorbing pollution anymore after they all maxed out. So we don't have that benefit, which we usually would have. I was looking here. Everything's still backing up. Still looking as expected. Everything's going. Look at that. It's a base. Can you believe it? It's not that we are spending a lot of time here, because after we researched the first technology with this base, we immediately bolted off in the distance again to go place radars everywhere. Oh well. Oh dang it. Oh god. I hate I hate our one-dimensional dimension. Eee, that was way too slow. It might not be actually no, that might not be a valid spawn location anyway. Okay, I think we are through. Let's preserve the gun turret corpses. I'm allowed to place stuff here, am I not? Yeah, I'm behind the pipe wall, so I am. Alright, so technically I could place radars in these chunks as well. I think I will. Oh, who cares? Let's just go. So basically the chunk behind the pipe could be a radar. I can actually just do this. Fun. Because this is already denied anyway. Alright, we'll do the 12 for the others, for the other one. And I can look at biters migrating over here potentially. It's not really a big concern, but man, it's 1,000 times. And basically that means I'm walking at 1,000 times the speed of a normal run, right? So I can afford to do these kind of things. So I'm walking 1,000 times as fast compared to normal. Or am I thinking about this this wrong? Alright, another expansion chunk spotted. Alright, so far we're good on all the expansion chunks. Nothing has happened so far. Let's hope I'm not wrong about what I think and they're just queuing up in some place until I make some accidental deconstruct or whatever, and then they just storm in all at the same time. So in terms of red and green signs, one technology which normally costs 100 science packs, like engine or automobilism or like oil gathering, those cost 100,000 red and green science packs now, which equates to 1 million resources. So 1 million resources is enough for one technology which normally costs 100 red and green science pack. And 10 of those technologies is enough to go from 0% evolution to behemoth biters by itself, without accounting for any other factors which contribute normally towards the evolution factor. So that basically means you cannot really research anything. If you do a normal run, you can barely get to flamethrowers or landmines, which I calculated. You can barely get to flamethrowers or landmines before hitting behemoth biters. But that is only if you skip the the damage upgrades for gun turrets. So that basically makes big biters a big problem. I suppose big biters are a little vulnerable to grenades, but still. I was just gonna go up here. So here we have kind of a weird situation. Hey, is there a coal rock in the way? No problemo. Steel X-Man. I have 1,000 times as much. I have 1,000 times as much free time between researches. But still, I managed to not be back in time to have logistics science done by the time I get back. Vulcanus, just in general. Vulcanus because there's no biter revolution going on there. Vulcanus because it actually unlocks artillery, which allows me, as per the rules, to destroy biter bases. I might just extend the rules to just never destroy a biter base at all at any time, but I'm not sure if that's possible because I have not looked into Gleba just yet, and I don't know too much about that. I know you can, on Gleba you can prevent expansions by just landfilling the chunks, which basically expansions can only happen in certain types of, in a very limited amount of lands on Gleba, and if you put landfill in those lands, then they no longer count. It's definitely possible to prevent expansions on Gleba that way as well. Even without doing the complete biter exterminate or the complete chunk reveal stuff. I am close by biter bases, but not too close by. Is this again the chunk where the raider is supposed to be? Yes, it is. Alright, that's good news, I suppose. We can just pop it down. There's enough raiders on this side. I think we need to go back to the base anyway. We're almost out of power lines. Let's make the last of them. And for the next technology, not for the very next one, but we need to place the other labs for the 30-second per science pack technologies. We won't have enough, but at least we're doing 480 signs a minute on those two instead of 240. Yeah, we can get the eggshells from killing stompers, which are basically infinite because they spawn from nests, so we can always get some. That's a nice touch to add from the developers. Right, I lost my home tag. I am supposing, yeah, it's a summer over there. Alright, let's keep going. The Brazilian wandering biter, occasionally seen as much as half a chunk away from its spawner. Man, these cliffs, man. Why is power low? Power is not low, power is just low on the radar network, at least I'm hoping. We can check that back in the base. It's intentionally low on this network, because then the radars use less power, which means they use less coal, which means it creates less pollution. Currently, we're producing about 5 times less pollution powering our 57 radars than we otherwise would, which not only makes sure the pollution cloud doesn't reach the biters, but also slows down evolution a little bit. Would it not be better to first get productivity, efficiency upgrades? The problem with that is the word just. Efficiency module is about 1 million signs in, which means you cannot get it before behemoth biters. And after behemoth biters, I can never do anything about any biter again. About any biter nest again. So I first have to secure my resources, the ones which are not secured yet. All the ones with the yellow tags, like this 6 million copper. We got another 6 million iron, we got a very good oil source here. For all of that I need to take out these biter bases, which I could not do in early enough. So now we go for red ammo, and we need to do that before evolution hits 90% with behemoth biters. We're going to be able to fight against big biters with our red ammo with some upgrades. But we're not going to be able to fight against behemoth biters. Those just have too much armor. We will be doing no damage to those. So we are forced to beeline towards military 2 and the damage upgrades. Probably we need to do a hard stop research again while we neutralize these nests with red ammo. Before we can actually pass into behemoth biter territory, and then the situation is locked. That is all we can do. Alright, back at the base. We have some more stone and coal. I took all the copper for the copper lines. I probably should maybe collect some copper here as well. I don't have a lot, just a little bit in the end here, I suppose. I can do that now, because now we have access to underground belts and splitters. I think I just missed one of these. It doesn't matter. Just gotta match that up with more wood eventually. For the rest, we are doing okay. Alright, so if I want to put copper in these chests, I also need some... I'm gonna need to make some underground belts and splitters, which basically means grab this and a bunch of iron and some circuits, which I don't have anymore. So I cannot make splitters. I can make some underground belts though. Let's make 4 stacks to start off. I'll grab some copper by hand. Craft that into splitters, I suppose. It's not that we have anything else to do with our time handcrafting. Maybe I could have used some of this copper wire. Yeah. At least let's use the copper cable then. Alright, that is fine. Okay, so if I want copper, I don't want as much copper as iron, but I could have a belt copper coming in here and just put a couple long-handed inserters there. As such, I need to vacate these chests of iron. And then we just do... Hey, I can put those on the bar now. I own underground belts and soon I will be making my first splitter. Let's use it. Pop, underground belt. Beautiful. And it's in the wrong location because what else is new? Alright, here we go. Ah, wait. Right. Forgot about that. There we go, splitter. Output priority to the right. Now we'll be collecting some copper as well. So we can be making like circuits and stuff if we want to. See, 1400. Okay, that should be 1400 and then 2 more stacks. Alright, then we take the wood again. Not this wood, this wood. And that's entirely too much wood apparently. Like, look, I don't need the offshore pump. I'm picking the water of the same one. And I don't need all the belts on me. So that is fine. How did it end up with 17 wood though? It does look a lot like a 100% evolution run, yeah, I know. Glebber is a really interesting addition to Factorio. Not necessarily fun for everybody. I cannot say I really enjoyed it in my new player experience, but it's definitely something else. It's a different experience. I think I'm just gonna go up here and close the gap in this way for the raiders. So let's just go up next to the power line where we were already going up. Wait, maybe should I place the labs? Maybe I should be placing the labs actually. Let's put my inventory in here. We need a ton of inserters and a ton of labs and power lines as well. At least power lines is familiar territory. Anything else? Yeah, red inserters as well maybe. No, just power lines, labs and inserters. Alright, let's go then. Thanks Samaster for Prime subscription. Alright, how do I do this in the best way? I think I'll just start. I think I'll do the power lines first. We'll just do it step by step. And I finally have to chop all the trees here. You can see how the 5-second technologies work. It takes 10 seconds for an assembler to craft the science pack, but only 5 seconds for the labs to consume it. So we're having these consumption bursts going on, basically. Oh, I forgot about the labs. Oh no, I didn't forget about the labs. Okay, that's good. Oh, we're gonna be eating a lot more power with all those labs being active eventually. Labs are currently using 3.6 megawatts. They're going to use 4 times as much, so that's 14 megawatts. So it's over 40 megawatts total. I might have barely enough power for that with my 22 boilers. We can also actually finish building the power plant now with the now that we have underground bells and splitters. But I think we should first just finish up the radering project. Alright, let's get my speedrun fingers ready. Because here it is, we need to place 60 inserters without missing a single one. Let's see if I can do it. I don't think so. So far it's going well. Look at that finesse. Holy moly. I'm the #1 speedrunner in the world, look at me. Heck, I did it! How did I do that? That never happens, especially not on camera. Okay, we have to place these ones the other way around for now. Let's try again. Let's see if we can do it once more. Can't believe it. I cannot believe that. Alright, that's it. We are abandoning this run. Run abandoned. I go speed run 100%. Let's start a new career. I have mastered the craft, apparently. That was 120 perfect placements in a row. What the heck? Have you seen how I play Factorio? This is... Alright, Nephrons, thanks for the guest appearance. Yeah, it was nice having you here. You can go now. Oh no, he's not here. I did it myself. All the pipeline. The pipeline was horrible, man. I literally deconstructed like of the 72,000 pipes I placed. I have deconstructed over 2,000 misplacements. That is basically the reality of the situation. That's a pretty high error margin. I don't know how I did that. Anyway, let's not ask questions. Why do I have labs left over though? Let's do ask questions. I think I crafted 240 extra ones instead of 120. That would explain why I have 120 left over. Oh well, we can use it to get to 900 SPM. For that we will need to build a second copy of this. After automation 2 and green science and stuff. Alright, so inserters go back. We grab this again. And we are off. Alright, labs placed. Oh, I did save already. That's less than 3% misplaced. It is like 1 in every 30. And that is just click and drag, right? That's like placing bells. Not like precisely placing inserters or anything. You know, if we're gonna be researching the heavy armor, should I just take that steel and copper with me? It doesn't really function any purpose though, because it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be dead with light armor or with heavy armor. The result is gonna be the same. Alright, we're gonna go up here and raider out to the left then. I will place these two raiders in the gap there as well. Let's speed up the game a bit. You can still speed up the game quite fast actually, despite having 900 SPM. It's only a red SPM though, so that's probably the reason. 4 times. Don't really want to go much faster. Right, so actually I have a couple green chunks here. I can see that through the map text. Excessively written map text. Question is, do I want to sacrifice those for the radar vision? Probably not. So that means my radar will have to be in this chunk over here. Which is fine, I suppose, because do I really need to see that? What if I just place a single, just the radar in this chunk? Okay, so we have 1.00 in here now. One entity at a distance of 2 chunks away should not do a huge amount. 0.976 in 2 of the 3 chunks. Here it's going to be in 4 chunks though. Then I get radar vision on the coal as well. I think I'll do it here, but not here. Here is nothing to see really. But here we have the coal, and so maybe it makes sense to have that visible. Wait, the coal is going to be visible anyway. It's just the water which is not going to be visible. Okay, let's go up then. We don't need to go all this way. So we can have the full 1.0 value there. All we need to do is place the radar into this chunk. It should not affect things. And after we connect the power, we should have this visible, but not the water. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, another squiggle. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Cliff explosives are also not going to be a thing for quite a while. Let's look if I am not running into a nest right there. Is that powered? Yeah, it is. Alright. Yeah, that is good enough vision. So we don't need to sacrifice that chunk. I would almost deconstruct this line again because of the squiggle. But let's be big boys. Now, how did you increase UPS? I've got a mod which lets me speed up the game. Here in this corner you can see by how much I'm speeding up the game. Basically just to cut down on long walking times, because we have been doing a lot of walking. There's just the first layer. We are allowed to go through here. Hello biters. Enjoying your nice fresh air conditioned homes? I should connect some power to these biters as well. Just for the air conditioning. So they can upgrade from the evaporative model to the to an actual electricity provided model. Gleba will be first planet. I was planning on Vulcanus, but please share with us why you think Gleba is a better choice. It very well might be. Vulcanus sounds like an easier choice. maybe that is the difference here. Yeah, it has to be placed in this chunk. Wait, what? Place it in this chunk. Okay, I can place it in the chunk below. .0. Okay, that's good. Alright, now we can go to the left then. Biolabs would be very good. Yeah, I agree. Biolabs would be great. But to get them, I think biolabs require everything, right? Not just Gleba. I know they do just require Gleban technology. I thought they required everything. But they do require yellow and purple signs as well. And uranium. It's not easy to get there, man. There's a lot of signs. Gleba resources do not run out. Yeah, that is very true. That's one of the cooler parts about Gleba, where you're basically just creating an infinite flow. There is no raw resource amounts. There is basically just the infinite flow of resources. Hey, another expansion happening in my base, trying to happen in my base. Yeah, this is the problem though, keeping your hands clean. I cannot get rid of the biters on Gleba. And if I stick to the no base defense rule, it's probably not possible to pull that off. Since this is not gonna work on Gleba, I think. Because you cannot really build on the swamps, right? I also don't really know how it works over there. In terms of expansions and whatnot. And spawning rules from the nests. The nests have different dimensions, so they might have different spawn rules as well. In terms of distance and frequency of checking. I'm almost sad that I don't get to deconstruct these coal rocks here with my shiny steel axe. I would go to Fulgora first if it would be a bit easier to get the resources running. The problem with Fulgora is no coal. Gone to Gleba first just for the meme. I thought chat would send me to Gleba first as well just for the meme. But they didn't. In the end they sent me to Fulgora first. And it actually became my favorite planet of the run. Fighting pentapods, I don't know. I think Gleban evolution is going to be pretty harsh as well. The fights, I don't know about the fights. Like I said, I don't have too much experience fighting Gleban enemies just yet. It was pretty easy with the mech armor. It's pretty easy in general when you are faster than the enemies. If you are faster, then then it doesn't really matter. If you can out DPS the healing, they will eventually die. If you are just faster and you can outrun them all the time. But that's dealing with offense. Dealing with defense, like pollution-based attacks where the biters or the Glebben, pentapods and stompers come to you, that is a whole different beast. I'm not really sure how well I would fare doing that. I'm really glad I made this chunk-aligned Raider Credo. It's coming in quite handy. Just to keep this part, just to keep the sinking on this part as low as it can be. There's biters up there. Okay, I'm far enough away. It looks so tame, right? Like all the biters. These biters spawned in the small biter area, so there's hardly even any... There's like hardly any medium biters or spitters around. The problem is if you ever trigger this nest, the spawns are going to be replaced. You can maybe just do that for fun. Maybe not by actually standing there. It's good to have another save point as well. So let's just kill all units and see what happens. Now they get replaced by units according to their actual evolution rate. So we got plenty of big biters and big spitters roaming around. 22% big biters, 19% big spitters at the moment. So this is what would be coming out of the nests if we accidentally triggered the initial wave. But as long as we are still in the nests have a spawn cap, so as long as we don't trigger these biters, they won't replace the low evolution biters with high ones. Which will help a lot actually, once we start attacking the nests. That the initial wave does consist of low evolution biters. That's going to be a sizable advantage, I feel. Alright. Closes the line here. Yeah, just the problem with going... I could do like a quick dip on Volgora because it's quite easy to set up the rocket silos. It doesn't involve any research either. And then you could like set up like imports and exports. We could get access to the EM labs, I think. That is not a technology, right? Volgora. Yeah, we can get access to recyclers as a trigger technology. We can get access to EM plants as a trigger technology. And just get off the planet, and then we can use EM plants on Vulcanus. The problem with that is though, yeah, each separate planet costs 1 million science packs to unlock. So unlocking Volgora would cost us an additional 1 million blue science packs here on Norvis, I suppose. If we want to use them on Vulcanus from the get-go. So yeah, I'm not really sure yet. It is something to think about. It's not that it's like crazy to do 1 million extra. Currently we're doing... What the heck? Currently we're doing something. What are we doing? 4 million signs, slightly over 4 million blue signs, I mean, and 7,000 red and green signs. So adding 1 million to that is a lot, but it's not like stupid a lot. And so actually I don't want to go here with my chunks. Because, well, we'll go take a look at that expansion chunk. We are here now. But the Raider should be 1 chunk higher. We should get uranium mining before leaving so we can get the trigger tech. The trigger tag of what? I do this, right? Oh, that is required for the agricultural science pack. Or is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm talking out of my behind. It's required for the biolabs, right? Yeah, it's required for the biolabs. Yeah, we need to get elevated rail for Fulgora. The other option, which I did last time, is logistics. I happened to have this. So I could I found this tiny island with a lot of resources next to a big landmass, which just about could be spent with the roboports, and that is how I got started. Because I crash landed on Fulgora with nothing, leaving Novice behind to die, and I did not unlock purple signs. I did not have elevated rail, so I had no option to get that even until pretty late, until a pretty long time in on Fulgora. So there's another 500k signs. It's probably cheaper than actual purple signs. Right, we are in the expansion chunk right now. I don't see any biters nearby, so I'm gonna count that as a win again. Yeah, it feels so too. Once we get to Vulcanus, the pressure is just off. Once we get to Vulcanus, holy moly, what does that sound? A Kilo 10, one of the procedurally generated tracks, apparently. Well, not really procedurally generated, but it works by playing samples on top of each other in different compositions. Samples which all kind of work together, are just stacked on top of each other in a semi-random way, as far as I know. Alright, I'm going to skip the track though. It's a little bit too much for me at the moment. I cannot handle the stress. It takes longer and longer for the radars to pop on after we hook up so many radars to the same 3.6 megawatt power network. Really? Oh, now I can get through, right? Now I cannot? Alright, I'm locking myself into stuff again. Alright, so here I probably just want to go left. Not really sure what to do with this area in general just yet. There's a lot of resources here, so eventually I will be mining heavily here. Most of the chunks here are already dark red as well, so I won't be losing much in terms of decoy chunks, decoy expansion chunks. This one. I really don't like those forest sounds, man. The ones with the supposed, like, what should be in this tree, like monkeys or what? What is supposed to be in there? And why is it not attacking me if the rest is attacking me? Again, a radar that exactly can fit in the chunk it's supposed to go. And so we cannot go down with the radars, that would invalidate those chunks. We can go straight down though. Maybe we'll finally get vision on all of these chunks as well. That is nice. How is it going up here? This is almost entirely closed. Opened up already. We're scanning the water chunks as we speak. Look at all the fish. Iron, biters, expansion chunks on the water. They haven't taken the bait just yet on any of the ones which I set up. Specifically on the coast. But they will eventually. Probably birds. I don't know, it doesn't sound really like birds to me. Alien birds. Yeah, I guess. Who knows how alien birds sound, right? Fair point. Yeah, tree farming. Actually, I haven't planted trees yet, but I suppose that would work. To reduce pollution. You can basically plant so many trees everywhere. If we look at the pollution absorption values of the different chunks. You can see that these chunks without forest at all absorb only 1 pollution a minute, whereas the ones which have a lot of forest absorb like over 10 times the amount of pollution. So that definitely could have a great effect on pollution absorption. And not only the passive absorption is great, trees also absorb additional pollution by taking damage. So if you look at the last hour, trees absorb 43,000 pollution passively, and another 41,000 is absorbed by damaging trees. Damaging trees basically decreases the amount of pollution the trees can absorb passively, but as a great temporary boost to pollution absorption. So this diminishes over time, and that is replaced by a bigger pollution cloud. But yeah, trees are doing the majority of the work right now. Actually, all of it is pretty equal. Tiles just means the size of your pollution cloud. So the higher the tiles number is, the bigger the physical size of the pollution cloud is. But damaging trees is doing a lot. So planting trees would probably plant fresh trees with nice pollution absorbing leaves. Which probably would allow us to grow the factory bigger in the end game if we choose to adhere to this rule post artillery as well. Another lovely coal rock to chop with my shiny steel axe. I just cannot get enough of it. Tree stump, not a chance. Alright, I think this time we're not so lucky. The radar is supposed to go all the way there. Can I just place some power lines in a normal fashion already? Thank you very much. for your cooperation. Is that is unbroken somehow? I don't know how that happened, but what's the purpose of getting so much radar coverage? Keeping myself safe. So basically, I can see if something goes wrong. If I periodically check the map, I can see if these biters somehow migrate to a biter base I blocked, which very, very seldomly happens. If that happens, it's a problem, because then if this chunk gets selected for expansion again, the biters which will have migrated to another nest will be able to make an expansion there, which makes an active biter base in my borders, and then the problems will start. It's basically a game over sized problem. So that is why I'm just going raiders first. I suppose we go down first. How many raiders are we up to? 69! Nice! 69 raiders on 2 boilers. I just walked through that somehow. Okay, there's an active biter base to the south here. So I have to be a little bit careful. Oh, not this one, fortunately. Okay, we are still a good ways ahead. I am guessing the other raider is gonna be wired just through here then. Let's go back up. All my production is space really that viable for like production of like ground-based science packs? That's pretty interesting. I thought resource acquisition in space is pretty low, but of course I never really built a big space platform with the purpose of grabbing asteroids and resources. I just did some like minimum effort spaceship, so that probably could cause my bias in that regard. Alright, we are supposed to go a lot further up here with the power line still. Let's just walk up first. So I'm probably just gonna go up here. Quite decent if you fly. Fly. Okay, so you need. I did not consider that yet. Of course, you can build a spaceship not with the purpose of transferring resources between planets or for getting somewhere, but you can just build a spaceship which flies through space and collects resources and then just brings them back down. It's actually pretty obvious once you think about it, but somehow I had not really thought about that yet. I just thought about building a giant platform which sits above Novice and caches small asteroids at a very terribly low rate. But yeah, flying through space and shooting frequent medium asteroids into tiny ones, and then those tiny ones into grabbable bits. That's like that should be at least like a factor couple dozen higher resource acquisition than just passively catching asteroids above Novice. 70% to green science, holy moly. Just half an hour until I unlock that. I'm not sure how long it's going to take me to set up green signs. We have to mine 7 belts of resources. 5.5 iron and 1.5 copper. Oh, it's weird. Oh, I suppose it's okay. Out of all of the things that could be in the way for a power line, it is the single rock inside this giant forest. Yeah, that's correct. The thrusters is just a third of the story. After that, you still need to unlock a planet, which is 1 million. It's like twice the research cost of thrusters. And if you want multiple planets, it is multiple millions. Let's go out this way as well. White signs is not a problem. I mean, white signs is almost as cheap as like red signs or something. It'll cost like 1 carbon. What was like 2 iron plates or something? And you get 5 a pop. Like red signs cost 3 resources, 2 iron for 1 gear and 1 copper. And then white signs is like a piece of ice, 2 iron plates and 1 piece of carbon. 2 iron plates, that is... And you get 5 science packs out of that. So I think all in all, it might even be cheaper than red signs, which is kind of crazy. The difficulty, of course, is you have to make it in space. That was not easy to figure out on the first playthrough. I must say, it was a pickle trying to design on the spaceship. That also comes because of the differences they made to how to play stuff from... You lose access to your inventory when you're in map view, and it is a lot harder to actually select everything. I'm not really happy with that change, to be honest. Alright, we're out here now. I might as well just complete that band, if I can, to the south here. I'm not gonna say anything, but those are 2 very suspiciously formed cliffs. And a not quite perfectly aligned coal rock, but hey, who has a perfectly aligned one these days anyway? Coal rocks, of course. I know, I'm speaking about coal rocks and Factorio, obviously. I mean, I play Factorio for a living. I don't have a life. What else could I be talking about? I wish that was true. I play Factorio for a living. I should say I edit Factorio videos for a living. That is much closer to the truth. Okay, we should be one chunk more suddenly, but I suppose this'll do. And we've got a broken link, but it's close by. Alright, that's good. We will do the other nests through here. Ah yeah, I've got editor mic for that, I forgot about that. Yeah, I know, Space Science used to require uranium before the release. I never played it that way. It already changed before I get access. My first playthrough started a week before the public release, and all the creators got the embargo lifted to release content and stuff. Hey. I should pay a bit more attention to what I'm doing, I suppose. That could have ended way worse. Radar should be in this chunk. I again can exactly place that. Alright, that is not powered until we connect it to there. Fair enough. Yeah, it's default settings indeed. The walls were previously my radar. They could detect enemy expansions happening in my base when I did not have vision yet. For the first 40 hours of the game. Now we're working on setting up actual radars, getting rid of our poor man's pipe radar, vibration activated. Now we're having actual like electricity operated radars. Though we are definitely not giving them 1000 times electricity. More like the other way around. Let's look. So how many radars do I have now? 78. They want to ask 25 megawatts, they get 3.6. Let's see if we can see the effect on the map already, or if we are still good. You can see there's a slight update delay in the radar. Sometimes it just goes diagonally over, it wafts diagonally over the chunk. It's starting to have not super uninterrupted vision. It starts to flicker a bit, but it takes a while for the actual map view to... It has to flicker off completely before the map view disappears, so we can still put more radars on the same network. Actually, I think we don't really need too much anymore. Actually, am I done placing radars? That is the question. I just connected this area here. This band is wide enough. This band is wide enough for now. We have the pathway up there. Might just want to radar into the right here a little bit more. That's not really required though, but it would be nice just to see this area. There's all this chunks is already not green anyway. And these will be not green as soon as you mine this. So there could be a radar in here as well, one chunk short. Yeah, so we'll place a couple more inward radars on this side, and then we'll call it good. And we can actually start working on, you know, more base stuff, like promised in the title. On the other hand, we are 10.5 hours in already, so I have to... I'll probably call it then. We might just do a little bit of base stuff before calling it a day. But the stream should not go over like 11.5 hours or so, or I will again run into YouTube problems with the stream not being available afterwards. We can place it in this chunk, so let's just do this. It appears to be the case that you just need to place it one chunk back from... basically on the chunk where the pipe wall is every time. Science is going. Don't you see how quickly my bar fills up here? Oh, it just popped from 83 to 84%, right on cue. We're doing 720 signs a minute. The next one should be actually in this chunk, which is actually quite nice. I can pop it into where the biter base is. I'm not sacrificing any decoy chunks by going in here, because the biter base is aligned straight. Big brother is watching you too. Plop. Right, another expansion which never happened. Okay, good news. I think I'll just sacrifice these like 2 chunks. There's 2 good chunks there. And that's all. It's gonna be negated by the copper mine anyway. And then we can place radars all the way up until here actually. We will be going... I think the first one can pretty much go straight. From the top left over there. I think the radars being upgraded now is like the quality radars are a good thing. I just wish there was like a Mark II radar available in the game, which just reveals a larger area. Because yeah, when mega basing, normal radars quickly become like not great. I guess you could consider the legendary radars like Mark II radars. How much does it actually increase? Coverage distance 8. I mean, that's pretty big. That's a radius of 8. +1 for the central chunk, so you'll be seeing a 17 by 17 chunk area. 7 by 7. That's like the 2.5 radars viewing space. So yeah, that's actually a pretty big area. Okay, that is powerful. That's probably powerful enough for a Mark II radar. Looks like there should be a radar in this chunk as well, because the power network is moving. Okay, I did actually sacrifice this chunk now. That's no longer a flat 1.0. One chunk, two chunks actually. Two chunks. Maybe that's not acceptable. Yeah, I think I'll retreat from this chunk. We'll stay in this one instead. And we'll just keep the full 1.0 because 0.9 is like a 80% or so decrease in likelihood for expansion. Okay, now I'm doing it again. We need to drop two chunks. And then follow these biter bases out here. I can place the furthest. I can place one raider here and one into the next biter base. And even one in here if I want to. I think I want to. We can now go back to this line though. I think this is probably one of my favorite tracks from Gleba, as far as I can remember. Alright, I don't want to go further. So let's place a nice scenic raider in the middle of this biter base. Okay, then we go this way. Two more raiders, one in this biter base, one in this biter base. And that should be good. In terms of area, probably 5.9. So if the radius is like 17 chunks, it's 17 by 17 instead of 7 by 7. Okay, now I'm curious. I have calculator open still? Yeah, I have. Okay, 17 by 17, that's 289 chunks. Divide by 49 of a standard raider. Yeah, 5.9 times the area. Right, every biter base gets their personal raider to keep watch. Are we here already? Yeah, we're here already. Alright, there's actually pipes in the next chunk, which means I can put a raider in this chunk as well without any negative consequences. And that's basically as much as I can raider without sacrificing more green chunks. So let's see what we got. I see another expansion chunk in my base. All of them have not been expanded upon. I'm so happy. So happy. Alright. So this is how it looks now. Let's switch off pollution and the grid. We can kind of see a little bit better. So we don't have like a full view of the entire area, but that would disturb the natural forces which keep the enemies out of our base. So we're not gonna do it. This is good enough. We have vision on the entire inner area, and we have vision on like the border area where the biter bases meet the guarded bases. So we can from time to time, when looking over the map, we can try to spot those migrations happening, and hopefully we'll catch it in time before they expand a random time later into my base. Alright, I think there's two more raids I like. I like to have this guy visible, and I like to have these guys visible. I'm now over here, so we'll first head up to the north. Through this scenically placed canyon. Let's go. Supercut of streams is not possible. I will make an edited version of this playthrough as well. Of this challenge. Not of this exact playthrough. And night vision does almost not change colors. I haven't tried it yet. Okay, let's switch on the chunks just yet. I probably will. I hope. Did belt immunity equipment get reworked though? That is my real question. The problem with belt immunity equipment is that it always uses power, even if you're not standing on a belt. And that is very expensive. In the time of that you only have the personal solar panels to support that. Right, we can just place the raider in this chunk. And call that good. The anti-expansion pipes, as I don't know if I was the first person to do it. I did come up with it by myself. In the... Where did I first use it? I think it was the 100% evolution. Where we started with 100% byte revolution. The one that did get completed. Yeah, a byte migration to here would be dangerous because that puts these green chunks directly into expansion range. And there's a ton of green chunks here which are in this basis range, so I definitely want to have this one visible. So I will be going there. I was supposed to place a raider here. I did. Okay, it's just too far off. Alright, let's just go down then. Am I in the correct horizontal? Yeah, we can just run down like a maniac. Let's run down like a maniac. And spend 10 seconds stuck behind that rock because everything goes at 4 times speed now. Oh, I'm gonna get stuck in this forest for a full minute. Right, where are we? We still need to go down a bit further. If you want to be a real cheapskate, you can do this with wooden power poles. If you consider wood to be free, which I don't, it costs only half a copper per tile which you can block, whereas pipes cost a full iron per piece. Hideously expensive. I'm going to edit the series as we go along though. Man, this forest is horrible. I'm going to edit the series as we go along, writing scripts. I'm writing scripts after every stream where we achieved something at least. I mean, a stream like yesterday is gonna get like maybe a 30-second summary or something. I don't think there's much more to say about that except showing a single example of how to secure a resource and then just jump cutting to, hey, it's 10 hours later and everything is done. Yay. Okay, there's pipes in both the northern and the southern chunk, so I think I'm just gonna place a raider in both of those chunks. Okay, I can actually place this one chunk up and I will have the land bridge visible as well. I can place these further out. I don't know what I'm doing. I can place these beyond here. I hope none of these power lines were part of the blocking program, but let's be very careful in deconstructing these. Okay, so we can go out to this chunk and then place a raider up here and down there. Yeah, let's do that instead. Right, so it is this chunk. We can actually place a raider on this guys. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, I do want to place a raider in here as well. I cannot go forward further than this. So this should give me vision here, right? Hey, another one. Green signs. Holy moly. Stone wall, we're gonna race through that one at 720 SPM. So 15 minutes. Only 15 minutes to research stone wall. Yeah, I can just stay in this chunk and we should be good. Should the raider be here? Okay, there should be a raider in this chunk below. So I suppose we'll just place it in this chunk for now and we can continue out to the fighter base. Place another one, and of course I have to do this without saving this time. Apparently I have fate. Alright, I think that should be the last one. Everything dangerous is visible now. Yeah. Nice. Impressive SPM is just red signs. It's like 3 belts of resources. 2 iron, 1 copper. But we could slightly improve vision on not really important areas of our base. I think for today it was enough raidering. My mouse agrees because it's no longer operating. So please excuse me while I find the charging cable. It should be over here. Yeah. I now have a mouse which has an inbuilt battery, but I must say the one which just operated on an actual battery, the AA battery, lasted definitely like at least 20 times as long as a mouse with the inbuilt battery here. So okay, so now it is cable operated. Right, it moves again. I had a Logitech, like a G604. It was awesome, but unfortunately they are built. I suspect they are purposefully built to fail, because they use a very crappy click, but not the button, but the I forgot how it's called, the Omron switch or something. They use a crappy quality of those, and they are very hard to replace. The rest of the mouse I really like though, and I'm gonna try to get it fixed. Alright, you know what, we are down here, so we might as well just plop this radar in, plop one up here. Then we have basically radared everything that we can physically radar. So let's just run 2 more radars. That is 90 radars on 2 boilers, 45 radars per boiler. Yeah, it's such a well-built mouse for the rest of it. Just the switches are the obvious weak point in there. It is incredible, but that's how a lot of stuff is built these days. Just it's more profitable, right? Because I think most people will just either buy another one of the same mouse without even thinking about it, because they like the mouse and they just want to have the same one. People like, and I'm very much susceptible to this. The only reason I didn't buy a new one is they are no longer available. So I would have very much fallen for the obvious way to scam people without officially scamming people, you know. I think we have to go through this water here. We could come in from the coal patch. We're gonna come in from the water. We're gonna come in from the coal patch. Yeah, same. I found the switches, but you have to pry them off and solder them back on, which is beyond my level of skill. You also have to order your own switches, which the switches are not expensive, but they are not made anywhere nearby. Right. Don't really find a good place to pop. I have my pistol. If a spitter spawns, I can do something about that. Okay, I did it. Exactly does not give me enough vision. I can place it in one chunk above, because there's pipes there already anyway. Adding one more thing to that won't hurt too much. Then I can see the entire iron patch here. Yeah, okay. That is as deep in as that goes. And then the last one is this one. That is all I can do. Yeah, the problem with my switches was they started to, well, not respond. So if I would click, the click would actually be like, often like a dozen clicks in very, very quick succession. This one, we still have to go down a bit. And now the one which I bought now has the opposite problem a little bit. It sometimes has a sticky click. Where... Oh yeah, just like you would expect, the click is sticky. And it holds the button down for longer than it's supposed to. Alright, that is all we can do. I have now lit up every most nearby biter base that I possibly can. With a radar, there's nothing else to discover. I think I'm just gonna celebrate this moment with by deconstructing all the ghosts, all the pipes hidden in the forest since the early game. Radar network done. Alright. So how much ghosts are there? How many? Wait, this is a bad idea. It includes the stuff in my base, like this power plant and such. So I suppose I'll just do it in sections. Cannot really get a resource tally, but there's quite a bit of things unmarked for construction. So when we do eventually get bots somewhere in the far future, that will be a plus. Alright, that's it then. That is the base vision. And the biter vision. You can see the effects now pretty clearly of the chunks wanting to blink out but not actually blinking out. It's quite incredible that it still works like that at like almost 10% of the power, right? 16k coal under each of these miners. Actually, we have a problem. We are no longer providing enough coal to the power plant. We might be entering brownout territory already. No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. But yeah, this... the end of the... we're about to run out of power. Okay, that is not great. Fortunately, we are exactly done raiding now, so we just need to walk back to the base and do something about it. I forgot to... I was gonna connect the second coal mine to the power plant, but I never did. Well, looks like I mined up my entire starter coal patch just about. It's like 40k left. Most of it under these two. Yeah, so we have to emergency plop some coal in there. Always seem to wear out the mouse wheels. But I had a free scrolling scroll wheel on there, which allowed me just to zoom in and out seamlessly instead of doing it in steps like that, which is quite nice for filming. But now I lost that ability for the moment. Right, 45 hours in. Evolution has gone up all the way to 62.5%, and we haven't even gotten into green signs yet. So we started with the evolution being consisted of 42% time. No, sorry, 42% pollution. It was 58% time. Let's see. Just 3 belts of resources being produced and consumed. And it has flipped around basically. Time is now less than 40%, pollution already 60%. Around at this point in time, it looks like pollution is doing at least like somewhere between 7 and 10 times the amount of work compared to time. You can actually see that. How much pollution are we making in 1 hour? 57, 88, 108, 116, 126, 130,000 pollution. That's pretty much, yeah, pollution is contributing 8 parts, whereas time is contributing 1 part. So pollution is pushing evolution 8 times harder than time, just by making 720 red signs a minute. It's crazy. Time factor is equivalent to 16,000 units of pollution per hour. So yeah, we're doing 130,000 per hour just by having 720 red signs a minute. No green signs per minute, no mole producing stuff, nothing. Pure science production of the cheapest possible variant. I think we can maybe craft a couple more of those. Alright, actually, you know what? We might actually... First, we will actually bring some coal over to the power plant, and then we'll connect the coal mines. I think we are about to hit a brownout. Prevent brownout. Alright, that is a normal squiggle. That always happens when the science project switches for some reason. Probably because the lab setup is a bit weird. I heard that you can rebend the metal band on the switch to solve the double clicking, but I haven't tried yet. Alright, I looked up a YouTube tutorial on how to... Okay, we are definitely entering brownout stage now. Yeah, we are there. But just in time. Strangely enough. Alright, that should give me a little bit of time to back up some coal on the belt again before it brownouts again. In the meantime, we can connect the second coal mine to the first one. And hopefully that will keep us going for a bit longer. I already saw this coal patch up here, which I probably want to connect to power eventually. We can easily bring that down through this corridor where the expansion chunks are already red. Eventually though, we'll probably want to mine just the full 3 belts, or maybe even more, from this coal patch. And just bring that to the base somehow as well. How is this one still active out of all miners? Yeah, the boilers are just in here, so the neighboring expansion chunks stay green. Basically, every time you build something, a 5x5 chunk area becomes red around it. But if you stay out of the expansion chunks, the expansion chunks won't update the color. So they stay in pristine condition to attract brighter expansions which will never arrive. That is the only reason why we are building the base in this weird shape. Right, I got splitters now and underground belts and whatnot. I can do like real things. like throwing these belts both into a splitter. And then have one part to go towards... this can be on both sides of the belt, right? Yeah, it's allowed to be on both sides of the belt. I'll just keep it on one side anyway. Alright, so if I want to connect this to here, I want to come in on, I suppose, this chunk. Straight belt on this line. Exactly on my miners. If only I had known. I can do this without exiting... Yeah, I can do it without exiting the chunks. Do we have enough belts? Yes. Hey. Oh, it's the Johnnies. Forgot about those guys. Right, that's some garbage tree in the way. This is not a garbage tree, so we'll leave it. I think we're just gonna leave as many trees as we possibly can. Alright, here we gotta be careful, because we don't want to build ever in this chunk or everything gets updated again. I think the simplest thing to do is just this. I will put input priority on this coal patch, so we can just get rid of it once it's all mined out. How is it looking here? Okay, we're again in severe brownout territory, which is not good. Okay, not that bad, but it's declining. There is still steam in the tanks, but the boilers are already out of coal. So another refill is in order. Alright, before we do green signs, we have to build the entire power plant anyway, as well as provide it with the... I'd say let's just provide it with 3 belts of coal. We are already doing like 30 megawatts now. Maybe more even. We will be doing even more once we get into the 30-second technologies. So with green signs we're easily going to triple that, I suppose. So 120-ish megawatts of power probably is in order. That's 2 belts of coal. That's 2 belts of coal, but we might as well build the entire power plant. Looks like some of the stuff has already been unmarked for deconstruction and has created these gaps in here. We're here now. Let's babysit the power plant a bit until the other coal arrives. It's already coming. It's already coming. It's gonna build the entire thing. I kept the rest of the power plant in those chests. Steam goes in there. Steam, steam, steam. Steam, 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 steam. And I definitely did not bring enough long-handed inserters. I have those at the base. Okay, now I trapped myself. No, I can still get out. Here's the last of my coal, so hopefully the new coal will arrive before we fully brown out. I think we're just gonna go layer by layer here. Seen people get to splitters faster in pianodons. Why this pattern instead of direct insertion of steam? It seemed easier to get it to make it as compact as possible. It has to be this shape because of the constraints of this playthrough. So I thought that it would be easier to just centralize the coal intake and the coal distribution to the boilers. And then just connect it through a single pipe through the steam turbines, because fluid throughput is no longer a thing. Everything is instant transmission these days. So we might as well try to benefit off of that. Here comes the coal. This is again out. Are we brownouting? No. Yes, the steam is now finished in this pipe, so now we enter the brownout. Okay, no wait, there's still like buffer steam in the turbines themselves. 100 per steam turbine. Come on, coal, you can do it. Come on, coal. Yeah, I think we are going up again. Yes, steam levels are rising again. Okay, good. Just in time. We did it just in time. If I do the power lines first, I can just drag those boilers, and then I can drag the pipes. So I will need more belts and more inserters to complete this. This is a very specific shape of boilers, specific to this playthrough, I would say. I don't think it's going to be useful in a normal playthrough. It's difficult to build before bots. And after bots, it could have some merit to do it this way, because you basically have like 4 central belts of coal, and you can get decent power out of that, I suppose. But then again, at that stage in the game, you normally already don't rely on coal power anymore. I think I actually have to get rid of the underground belts to drag this. Yeah, there's something weird. The second one doesn't get placed if the ghosts are in place. I think I'll just have to deconstruct all these belt ghosts in the middle and just drag the belt over it when the ghost tiles are gone. I have that over here. Right. Now it should work. Alright, now it just works as it's supposed to. I don't know if that's a bug. Maybe that's a bug. Maybe not. Maybe that's intended behavior. Might have enough belts, as this is actually more belts than anything else. There should be another boiler here actually. In this position, which is still in my chunk. Right, that was the final technology, which had a low time per science back to research. So we're gonna be dropping back to 480 science a minute, despite having built the extra labs now. Which gives us like an hour or so for the heavy armor, and 3 hours for this technology. So that gives us approximately 4 hours or so. 4 to 4.5 hours to get the what's it called technology, to get green science up and running. 4.5 hours. Yeah, 480. Okay, I'll quickly put that in a calculator. It's 130,000 science divided by 480 science per minute. 270 minutes. Okay, divide by 60 because I cannot. Yeah, 4.5 hours, almost exactly. All right. 4 hours 30 until green. Until red science projects finished. So we have 4.5 hours ideally before green science should be up and running. Sounds doable. Then again, what did I do today? I did a lot today. When we built this thing, we designed this thing, we built this thing, we did this thing, we did this thing. We built an actual base, man. Actual base. And after that short building session, we went off raiding again all around our base. But hey, we've got vision. It feels like we've achieved a lot today compared to some of the other days, that's for sure. Okay, so what do I still need? I think I need a bunch of... Mostly a bunch of inserters. 45? Only 45? I can exactly make those. Alright. You can also do all the power lines. Right, so how are these trees doing? I'll just leave that there for now. We're gonna do all of that later. Now we just need this one belt. I saw that would be more long-handed inserters, but looks like we can just about barely do that. Right, and I suppose instead of properly putting the inserter into place, I can just do this for now. That should divide coal over all the belts, and everything should be connected as of now. So that should theoretically be fine. Okay, that would enable the full power. All 100 boilers. We can later check if all the boilers have some coal at least. Let's throw some in these last ones. And then it's just up to us to do the last of this. Let's see if I messed up already. Okay, I did not mess up just yet. This is a very dangerous part though. Just a safety save. Did I fix the missing underground in the east? Of the power plant, I suppose. East should be the right side. Alright, please let me know where the missing underground is. Underground water pipe, alright. In the east, I have not. I see this one. Okay, let's first place the power network. What happened here? Probably I was in the way myself. It does look like a very cool power plant. But yeah, definitely not some everyday thing. I did want to get away from the old Factorio ratio of 20 boilers to 40 steam engines, as it's just not relevant anymore with the offshore pump, the limiting factor of the offshore pump being removed now. Okay, have I messed up already? Surprisingly not. How is the power network looking? Surprisingly jiggly. Alright, I see a missing connection. That does not change anything, but it should be there. Unfortunately, here we've got an underground steam pipe. Maybe I can still connect it some way different. But I don't see a good way to do that now, so that is just gonna stay like that. Let's put everything into place. This is the easy line. And then we get to the horrible line. All of this is in my chunks. I should start from the other side, doing those. Yeah, this works. Okay, I can just drag now. Careful on the edge. Alright, and another easy line. Yeah, maybe it would be an idea to just place the entire edge first and then just fill it in. Yeah, that's all the pipes. Just gonna walk 3 times like this without moving my mouse. And once we connect the next one, everything should blow up, figuratively. Right, all the boilers have coal. Are all of them working? That line appears so. looking at the green status light in the mouse over. Okay, all of them seem to be working. All of them seem to be working. It's just a matter of placing 22 more steam engines and then the entire power plant is ready. Probably until blue signs. We won't need more power than that. By that time, I hope we have solar panels. Wait, I did not place all the pipes just yet. And the last one. And that is 180 megawatts of potential power fed by 3 belts of coal, which split into 4.5, I suppose. Hey, wait, this one is not working. Just because there's no coal on the belt, looks like. Ah, yeah. Okay, what's happening now is I just made a massive steam buffer, which caused all these boilers to start consuming coal at the maximum rate, far outpacing the delivery rate of coal. Yeah, one of the first things to do next time is to get our coal delivery on order to the power plant. For now, I'm just going to stand here. We're going to do the end of stream save here, I think. With a nicely chunk aligned area of coal. Alright, good progress today. Finally some good progress, man. Holy moly, that took forever to get past the preparation stage of this playthrough. I'm glad we are getting somewhere. Holy macaroni. Alright, that was 11.5 hours of streaming. That was enough. I hope you had a good time today. Probably a better time than in the last couple streams. Really happy with the progress we made today. See, still 11 hours. It's a lot of hours. I can start editing the first playthrough, the first one now. Now I know how it. Now we're to this point. I can start the editing of the first episode. So hopefully that will be coming in a week or two. Alright, let's look at the lake. This thing probably has already scanned almost its entire range, I think. Ah no, we will still scan even more terrain. I think this guy though should be done. This guy over here. Yeah, this guy is fully done. It won't scan any new chunks anymore. It's now just up to the guy, to this guy over in this chunk over here. So that will slowly scan the rest of that island up there. Or peninsula, or whatever it is. Both left and right. We have filled in the lake here. We are slowly updating all the chunks as well. So we will keep an updated view of the terrain outside as well, with some delay. But we will rescan all these chunks periodically. I think we also already scanned all the terrain out here potentially. Radar is there. So yeah, that's the last chunk. Actually the final chunk for that radar to scan. This thing is done. Over here. Let's see it pop into action. It's gonna take like maybe 2 or more minutes or so. Alright. When might be the next stream? I'm thinking probably upcoming Friday. Friday and Sunday, maybe Saturday again as well, but it kind of depends on a couple factors. Ah yeah, I forgot to put the first playthrough tag of the stream still. Grand finale on Friday. I think this was a nice finale to the walking around part. I think we're gonna do... the next stream is gonna be a full part of base building. Getting up to green signs. Without any interruptions like building these raiders. So yeah, what's the plan then? The plan is to get damage upgrade 1, 4.5 hours estimated time. And we'll start researching green signs, which is going to be military 2, maybe automation 2 first, then military 2, and then we'll do the second damage upgrade while preparing for... while setting up like automated construction of red ammo and walls. And once we have the second damage upgrade, we will probably stop research once again, because we will hopefully be close to behemoths and not past them. If we will be past behemoths, then the entire ordeal was for nothing, and we will never have access to these resources, which we rely on getting, especially the ore patches. We need to get some of those, because without those we don't have enough to be able to finish the game. And maybe we will with the distant patches, but yeah, it would be better to have an extra safeguard and some extra flexibility in where we would be taking the ore from. So hopefully we can neutralize the next band of biter bases, protecting the yellow marked ore patches. Be great to have those. So yeah, military 2, damage 2, go on a rampage, and then it's gonna be whatever resource saving technology is the cheapest to get with the biggest effect. Probably either solar panels to 50k red and green, or efficiency modules, which is like 800,000 or something. 550, about 800,000 red and green signs. But of course, all of these technologies, with the exception of modules and efficiency module itself, is on the way towards rocket silos. Those are not wasted either. I think it's going to be close if it's worth it to just beeline efficiency module skipping solar, or just going solar first. We'll think about that later, but that's the plan for the immediate future. There's going to be a couple more streams altogether before we get there, especially with the military break in between to claim the nests again, if we can. Maybe that's going to be a short break if it turns out to be very hard, but I think it should be doable. We just are much more likely to die during the assaults because of the more dangerous enemies, but the gun turrets should have approximately the same power against the big biters as they currently do against the medium biters and medium worms. Yeah, nice progress. I jumped straight into times 1000 science. I didn't do times 10 or times 100. I did like an opening test of times 100 a long time ago when the rules were different. It feels like only yesterday the power plant was just a ghost. They grow up so fast. Yeah, that's also true for the biters, unfortunately. When we looked them up, they were just still very cute, small biters. I think if we accidentally release them, they're gonna come out all blue and green eventually, and grown up. Amazing work. This was part what I was most excited for. Makes Goofy Boy playthrough look like a heap of spaghetti. Spaghetti has its benefits. Spaghetti definitely has its benefits. I'm just very constrained to the shape of this map, just like Factorio basically. So I can use that piece puzzling together a little bit to make weird designs, which are only applicable to this specific map. Like, just even on a different map, the area we have in the start, around the start, would be completely different. So that would lead to a differently shaped base. But spaghetti can be very strong. Once you play on like a... Once you get the hang of the game... I've got a misplaced power line here, oh god. Okay, never mind. Once you understand the game well enough, spaghetti is the fastest and the strongest way to build. I guess which is obvious because speedrunners bases all look like spaghetti, because main bosses look nice, but they are very expensive to build in terms of resource cost. Let's watch the labs go a little bit at the end here. Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you know what you're doing, spaghetti is very strong and very fast. But it's also very easy, if you don't know what you're doing, to build yourself into a corner where it's kinda hard to get the appropriate amount of resources to the appropriate locations. You kinda need to have a feeling already about what amounts of resources need to go in what, and how many assemblers are usually used for stuff. Like 45 blue signs a minute, 10 engine assemblers, I believe 9 red chip assemblers. Things like that you need to have in your mind a little bit before being able to anticipate ahead well enough to do true spaghetti. This is not going to be true spaghetti though. I'm too OCD. That's not true. I did like the Biter Islands. The Biter Islands both were pretty spaghettified by design, because I would not allow myself to use landfill to expand the island. So that kind of forced me into spaghetti mode. Yeah, I cannot say this does not look like spaghetti at all, yeah. Maybe uncooked spaghetti with a bunch of straight lines in there. I think the day will soon come that even the coal we are pumping in there right now is not going to be enough. Let's see what we are doing with the 30-second technology. 33 megawatts. I suppose the miners and assemblers are working less hard, since research is limited to 480 at the moment. Maybe we can, before going green science, we can actually just double this. Just double this below here. And then we just split these resources over all assemblers. And that will actually cause us to go 900 signs a minute instead of 480. Kind of depends how much time I will be needing to set up green signs. If it's worth it to do that already. I have cut half of the labs already, so it's really not that much effort to double science production, I suppose. And just get the... Because these are big technologies, not really, but for our scale so far, these are quite big. We've only done like steel processing for 50, green science for 75, and the rest was like 10 or 20. So this is gonna last, like I said, 4.5 hours for these two technologies combined. It's quite a bit of waiting. We could be going at almost double the science per minute if we just hooked up the rest of it. How many techs have you researched? Well, nothing, basically. Before today's stream, we only had automation, which is excluded, and gun turret. Today we actually researched a bunch. We started with raiders. We started with hand feeding our way to electric miners. Then we built a base, automatically researched raider, steel processing, which finally got us the steel axe. Oh, so nice to have steel axe. Then we did the logistics, green science, and then military walls, heavy armor, going towards the military preparations. It's actually not bad. If we look at the total production so far, science bags, 230,000 red signs. Whereas before, today we had only... Yeah, that's all today. 10,000 science bags were made before today, and today we made 220,000 red science bags. Pretty insane. Over the last 50 hours, science creation looks like this. So that's basically our science output over the course of the game. We did gun turret, then we did nothing. We just prepared the lands for 36 hours straight or so. Then we did electric mining in the same way as gun turrets. Then we spent a bit of time building the base. And since then we have automated science. So now it's going to be constant-ish for a while. Yeah, those look the same. Probably same for pollution. Burner miners have some spikes. If we ignore that, you can see it. Now we are suddenly creating tons and tons of pollution under this graph. These are just like temporary tiny spikes to produce some stuff. This was the electric mining spike. That produced a ton of pollution from tons and tons of burners. But for the rest, the spikes were not that great. I can see under the blue graph it's almost 300k pollution. Under the red graph here, 100k. So it looks like a big mountain, but it's like 1/3 of the total miner pollution. And then we have assembler, boiler, blah 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 blah. We're really creating a lot of pollution right now. Alright. Yeah, there's gonna be videos of this one. How is the pollution cloud? Let's check that out as well. Tiny. But yeah, we only have red signs up. If we look at the last hour pollution, we are creating 130,000. We just reduced. We are absorbing 50, 90. Yeah, we're also absorbing 130,000. That means we have kind of reached an equilibrium. Problem is the damage pollution absorbed by damaging trees is going to go down over time, whereas these are going to go up in response, and that means a bigger pollution cloud. And after green science we have 10 belts of resources instead of 3, so we'll be having a pollution cloud at least triple the size of now, just by getting green science. That already means we're also going to be like mining resources far away from home, which means we need to keep a close eye on not polluting any active biter bases, because those will be sending in attacks with big biters, which we cannot really defend against. Until we unlock military 2 at least. First planet is going to be Vulcanus, probably. Not set in stone yet, but that's likely. Alright, that's going to be it. I've blabbered on for long enough. I'm going to go to bed. Actually, I need to get up early tomorrow. I have an appointment somewhere. Kind of forgot about that. I have to be there in 8 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah, I really need to prepare to go sleep. Alright. Thanks everybody. I hope you had a good time today. I had a good time. Finally starting to build the base. It's looking up. Next stream is going to be very likely Friday and then Sunday again. And that's going to be 2 complete builder episodes for sure. We're done with the walking, we're done with the raidering, we're done with the piping, we're done with the belting. It's going to be base building all the way out. At least for 2 streams straight. So yeah, hope you had a good time. And I hope I will see you all next time.